Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Escaped the Infinite Tsukuyomi? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto's eyes widened. She stared at the figure in front of her, waiting for him to say that he was lying, to say it was a test of the sort. He only returned her gaze, his three eyes boring down into her very being. Her eyes shifted lazily to her hands, palms up. They held a pale, wrinkled look to them, almost as though she had stayed in the bath for too long. She noted an odd swirl pattern adorning each of her fingertips, traveling up her fingers and arms. She wrenched her eyes away and flung her arms to her sides. Her eyes settled to the ground between the two, and she worked to steady her breath. They had done it. Madara was dead. Kaguya was once again sealed. Obito had sacrificed himself to save Naruto and Kakashi, and for that she was eternally grateful, even if he had caused much hardship and pain along the way. Despite everything that happened, the point was, it was over. It was over, and they were going home to Konoha. Home, Naruto spoke aloud. To think, after so many years of battling, training, trying to protect her precious people, she was finally granted peace. She was going home. In most cases you would be sentenced to a life of containment or executed, but due to your aid in lifting the eternal Tsukuyomi, this option is available, Kakashi intoned. Sasuke held his gaze for a fraction of a second before turning on his heel. Wait. He stopped but did not turn towards the source of the voice. What? Naruto scoffed. No words of goodbye to your best friend? Your rival? Hell, I'm practically your demon sister. When he did not turn to acknowledge her, she walked up to him and grabbed his good arm with her own, startling him. He finally turned to her. I'll be waiting, Aniki, she joked with a humorous grin. The corner of his mouth twitched downwards and his eyes held indefinable emotions. Naruto decided to continue. We'll all be waiting for you. Don't make any of us have to track you down again, or I'll beat your butt. Friends don't keep friends hanging, so you better come back. Sasuke simply stared at her, seemingly searching. After a while he gave a curt nod before turning away and continuing down the road. Naruto and Kakashi stared after him for a while, even after his brooding form had disappeared into the horizon. Come on. The boy whined. His furry counterpart did the same. Not gonna happen. Naruto continued walking, ignoring the scene they were causing. But I got stronger. No. Kiba ran in front of her and glared at her right in the eyes, forcing her to momentarily halt her trek. It'll only take 5 minutes. Just a quick spar. Naruto scoffed. Yeah, that sounds about right. It'll take 4 minutes and 55 seconds for me to let you try and land a hit, and then 5 seconds for me to knock you out unconscious. I don't have time for this, Kiba, I need to go to Tsunade's. She'll kick my butt if I'm late again. As if you'll actually be able to learn anything with that brick for a brain, he muttered. 5 seconds later Naruto had departed, leaving a noticeably beaten down Inuzuka in a bloody crater on the ground. Akamaru was lying down, happily chewing on the treat he received from the blonde. Here, Hinata-chan. Naruto handed a snow-white lily to the Hyuga heiress, who stared lovingly at the flower. Thank you, Naruto-chan. What is it for? The blonde smiled. She was glad that Hinata was finally making some thorough progress with her stuttering and social problems. It's for your flower pressing hobby, of course, and I guess it's an expression of our friendship. In all honesty, I really wish that I had gotten to know you sooner, maybe when we were kids. I think both of us could have really used the companionship, she stated simply. Hinata took out the book she always carried and opened it to an unused page. She gingerly placed the white lily between the pages and closed the book before returning it to its normal position. She looked up at Naruto with a delicate smile. Thank you, Naruto-chan. Truly. No problem. We'll always be friends and I'll always give you flowers to press. Naruto grinned, and Hinata gave an equally bright smile. Naruto. The addressed blonde halted her steps and turned around, smiling slightly when she recognized the teen. Oh, hi Shino. What's up? The Aburame inclined his head in a solemn greeting. I wish to ask if you could procure a sample of Digitalis purpurea from the Yamanaka flower shop. Naruto's eyes widened for a brief moment before narrowing, her face twisting. Dimenit Shino, if I wasn't under Bachan's care, I wouldn't have understood your crazy lingo, and even so I have no idea what digitidi whatever is. Why can't you get it yourself? I would not ask it of you if I were capable of doing so independently. Because I do not wish to utilize my comrades in such a manner. The blonde crossed her arms. You're not gonna tell me, are you? Shino inclined his head again, this time in acknowledgement. That is correct. With a sigh, Naruto nodded. Fine. I'll get your stupid D to sheet something. But you owe me ramen for this, Databayo. The Aburame gave the briefest of smiles. I am indebted. Oh, hi Naruto. Tenten smiled at the blonde who returned the gesture. What are you looking for? Naruto shrugged and walked over to the counter. Just visiting my weapon fanatic friend. At least, that was the plan, but now I'm seriously thinking of getting something. She glanced over to a small blade, a tanto, that was sitting behind the counter. How much does that one cost? Tenten giggled. You have a good eye. You still haven't answered me, Naruto mirthfully chuckled. How much? Oh no, I can't sell it to you, I'm afraid. Tenten donned an exaggerated expression of sorrow. Naruto's face scrunched in confusion. But has someone already purchased it? Was it a custom order? She crossed her arms. Damn it, someone's already laid claim to it, huh? The weapons mistress smiled. Yes to both, but it actually hasn't been claimed yet, per se. Tenten placed the sword in a decorative box and placed it on the counter. She gave a small pout. You know you ruined your gift. Happy 21st birthday, Naruto. Naruto stared at the aforementioned object. Ah, was her oh-so-intelligent reply. Tenten giggled. It's your gift, silly. Don't tell me you forgot that it's your birthday? Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of her head. What can I say? I never really had cause to celebrate when it was my birthday in the past. Thank you, Tenten. I really appreciate this. Naruto smiled and picked up the box. What are the specifications? Why did you choose this blade in particular? Tenten brightened visibly. It's a chakra blade, and a really high-quality one at that. The metal is an alloy of steel and a special chakra metal called blood platinum, and works best with wind, fire, and lightning natures. Especially wind. It gets its red hue from the blood platinum, and when I first found the metal I was completely ecstatic. There was no way that I wasn't going to make you a weapon without it. You always get so enthusiastic when it comes to weapons. Naruto chuckled, taking out the blade to inspect it thoroughly. She noted the fine craftsmanship and the quality of the metal, inwardly praising her friend for her work. It hummed slightly as she channeled a portion of wind chakra into the blade and handle, and she raised an eyebrow. How much would you say it is worth? Well, I didn't get that much since not a lot was needed for a tanto. The blade itself is about 70% blood platinum, which is actually a rather high amount. I think the worth is about 90,000 ryo? Naruto coughed. 90,000 ryo? The weapons mistress simply nodded and smiled. Yes, the price of blood platinum went up. There was a sudden shortage. I mean, it was always somewhat scarce, but all of a sudden it became that much more rare. Prices for it went up exponentially. Naruto sighed defeatedly before bringing her into a hug. Thanks, Tenten, but honestly, you don't need to give me something so expensive. The fact that you even made me something like this is plenty. Tenten returned the hug. It's no problem, Naruto. The blonde left the shop with a spring in her step. The sharp pain in her head was momentarily ignored. Yash, Naruto-san. Let us spar and demonstrate our springtime of youth. Naruto smiled at Lee. Hello, Lee. It had been many years since the end of the war, and Naruto had come to greatly appreciate the green-clad man's enthusiasm and vigor for life. She had come to realize that their springtime of youth, saying Guy's and Lee's held much more meaning than what some people realized. When she had put together the pieces of the puzzle, she gained a heightened respect for the two oddities of Konoha, and would sometimes have short conversations about her own thoughts on the matter. Do you accept my challenge? Lee looked curiously at Naruto, wondering why she had gone silent. Naruto was taken out of her musings and nodded, dragging him over to the nearest training field. It's been a while since we've sparred. I'll make sure that you are unable to do your daily training for at least a week, she grinned manically. Lee, despite his fervor and appreciation for the blonde's power, gave a nervous chuckle. I finally beat you. Naruto jumped up with glee and did a half-dance, half-taunt. Shikamaru shrugged. It was only a matter of time. It's not like you were ever an actual idiot. Naruto grinned. What are people going to say when they hear that the Jounin commander Nara Shikamaru lost to the dead last in a shogi game? Ha! Shikamaru waved off the taunt. Like I said, only idiots still think that your idiot guys was real. Almost everyone in Konoha has realized that you are a formidable opponent in strength, techniques, and mind games. There is no shame to losing to you. He saw Naruto's appreciative gaze and sighed. Troublesome. Heh, well I think I'm on a roll. Naruto began setting up the pieces again. Let's go for one more R-dash. She hunched over and fell into a coughing fit, and Shikamaru sat in place stunned. When he recovered his bearings, he rushed to Naruto's side. Naruto? What's wrong? The Jounin commander held a hand to her back and felt the trembling of her smaller frame. His concern for her was genuine, and he waited for her to compose herself. She slowly removed her hand from her mouth and spoke in a low tone. Sorry about that, Shika. I'm fine, I promise. The doctors have been taking care of it. Shikamaru probably saw through her lie. He probably saw through her fine facade. Inwardly, she was trembling and afraid. In her hand, there was a rather prominent crimson liquid. Do you have any flowers that don't mean love or whatever? I mean, sure, it's sweet and all, but it's so cliché. Naruto twirled the rose in her hands unenthusiastically and motioned towards all of the other blossoms. That's rude. Of course we have flowers with other meanings, and love is not cliché. Ino huffed. She walked over to a batch of flowers and pulled out a rather sparse-looking white flower and a small branch adorned in small flowers, similar to fruit tree blossoms. This is the rain flower. She lifted the white flower slightly. It means, I will never forget you. The almond blossom holds the meaning of promise. She lifted the branch adorned with small flowers. Naruto noticed an odd coniferous plant in the corner of her eye. Does this one have flowers too? It looks like a branch from a tree. Ino laughed with mirth. Hi, you're close. It is indeed a part of a tree. It's called thuja, or arborvitaes. It symbolizes everlasting friendship. I didn't know you weren't strictly a girly flower girl. The platinum blonde rolled her eyes at the insult. I'm a botanist. I specialize in flowers, but I also have extensive knowledge with herbs, trees, and general plant life. A lot of it is for my medical practices. Naruto placed her elbows on the counter and hummed to herself. I will never forget you. Promise. And everlasting friendship. I like these three. The plants themselves or their meanings? Ino questioned as she placed the flowers back in their respective pots. Naruto smiled. Both. Another bowl, Tsukuyomi. Me too. Naruto sent a glare Chuji's way and he sent an equally potent one. The two had ended up having an eating contest. Naruto couldn't even remember why or how, but she had accepted his challenge. It had been many years since she had last had an eating contest with the Jirokudame Akimichi head. She had to admit, it was rather fun going up against the infamous bottomless pit. 19 ramen bowls later for her, 18 ramen bowls later for Chuji, and Naruto was declared the winner. I won this time, Chuji. What's the record now? 6-5? She turned to her friend who was begrudgingly counting what he owed the ramen shop owner. You were lucky this time. Naruto smirked as she watched her friend's wallet deflate quite literally. Sure. Man, we should do this again sometime. I almost forgot how fun it was to just hang out and do stupid crap like this with friends, you know? Chuji graced her comment with a small smile. I know what you mean. There has been a ton of missions lately, what with all of the hidden villages recovered. For the most part, anyway. Well, there will be even more missions once I become Hokage. To strengthen ties with the other villages and to protect the 5 great nations, it'll take a lot of work. I'll need each and every one of you to help me on my quest. Chuji chuckled with amusement. Of course. Without warning, Naruto's head fell forward onto the table, and Chuji stared at her with confusion. Naruto? Ma, don't worry, Akimichi-kun. I'm sure Naruto-chan is just feeling the 19 bowls she just ate. Tucci glanced with slight worry apparent in his eyes. He handed back the money that Chuji had given him. Take her home and make sure she is all right though, and the meals are on the house. Just for today. The Akimichi leader accepted the gesture graciously and helped his half-conscious friend home. Hey, Sakura-chan, Naruto started. The head medic set her papers down and looked up at the blonde. The two had become great friends in the past 10 years following the war. For a while, things once again became tense between the two, their relationship becoming as acidic and harmful as it was in their early genin days. However, the aftermath of the war had seen them both mature greatly, and they grew to appreciate the bond they shared, if not simply because of the many losses they both experienced. They made this a habit, these daily visits. Naruto would stop by just before lunch, they would chat for half an hour, and the two would go back to their individual lives with more vigor. Naruto? Naruto gingerly placed her cup back on the coffee table in front of her. She looked up at Sakura, sincerity in her eyes. You know, despite the past, despite our battles, differences, discrepancies, I am eternally grateful that we were put on the same team. I just want you to know that I consider you a great and irreplaceable friend. Sakura gave a mirthful chuckle. I feel the same, Nair. But don't you see everyone as irreplaceable? Heh, the blonde scratched the back of her head. I guess so. But you're a sister to me. We've had our fair share of fights and clashing ideals, but ultimately, we always made up. I'd like to think that we've a solid understanding of each other at this point, and I don't think that I'm far off with this hope. Sakura snorted. No kidding. It was so weird when I found out you were a girl. For the longest amount of time I thought you were a cheeky brat with a stupid crush on me. It's still awkward to think about. I know, Naruto rolled her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. I was just so desperate for attention back then. Honestly, I'm sorry for whatever headaches I gave you. She looked up at her pink-haired teammate and smiled. Like I said, even though we've had our discrepancies, we always ended up resolving the issues. I really do consider you a sister. Sakura gave a bright smile. I have to agree. It's a little difficult to not become inseparable friends with someone you've known for 15 years, after all. And you are one of the most stubborn people I know. Even if I tried to rid you from my life, I think it'd be impossible. Hey! Naruto pouted. You make it sound like I'm some kind of detestable, ill-wanted presence. The two continued their back-and-forth banter on amiable terms, befitting sisters. You're dying, Kit. It was as simple as that. Kurama's bluntness was, at times, a refreshing contrast to Naruto's own uncertain and indirect acceptance to her plight. The blonde pinched the bridge of her nose. Yes, thank you for informing me. I already knew. And it wasn't a lie. She had simply decided to store that bit of information away in the far reaches of her mind, never to surface again until she experienced her final moments wherein she would say, "Oh, it's now." Then why, Kurama growled, have you refused to tell anyone? I am certain that the old slug hag would have been able to do something if you told her. Heck, she might still be able to save you. This is a wound of the soul, Kit, and the fact that you insist on continuously using your chakra is only dash. Kurama. Naruto spoke, silencing him. I know that I am dying, and I know I probably should have told Bachan. I know I probably should have stopped using so much chakra. It was early on that I realized that my own chakra was corrosive and eating away at my body, my soul. But I wish to give as much as possible to Konoha, even if it ends in my death. She gave a small chuckle. I think it fits. Rather die young while giving as much as I can to my beloved village than live a long life where I am trying to run from the inevitable. She tapped her chin in a contemplative manner. Oh, but don't worry, Kurama. Before I die, I'll be sure to release you from your seal for good. That is not the point. The fox bellowed in anger, appalled at dare he say at his friend's cavalier attitude towards her own life. Naruto simply shook her head. I'm sorry, Kurama. It's what I've decided. Quite frankly, I've done what I needed to do. I've lived my life. I wish to give the remainder of my life to Konoha, and nothing could make me happier. I've already made preparations for Konoha to continue after my death, my successor, my will, my legacy. I've done as much as I can for Konoha at this point. There is no need to spend the rest of my life clamoring to try and extend my life. It's already too late. The conversation ended, and Naruto went on with her daily chores. The feeling of the ruby necklace with a telltale Uzumaki spiral, falling against her chest with each step, was arrhythmic to her heart. The man who had gifted her the trinket held her hand in a firm grasp as he led her to their destination. His ebony hair bounced slightly with each step, and onyx eyes were out of her view, though she thought back fondly to moments before. His eyes held such happiness, such care, such emotion that she had never seen before. Not in those eyes, at least. Those eyes which usually held cold indifference, calculating hatred and antipathy, those eyes that could go from a bleak, glassy obsidian color to a deep scarlet. The eyes of her longtime rival and best friend. Her heart beat faster as she found herself being dragged into the Hokage Tower, wondering just what was going on. In the office, she saw most of the Konoha 11, along with the Sand siblings, the Jounin senseis, Yamato Taishu, Irika sensei, Tsunade-chan, and of course, the Rokudame Hokage Kakashi. Her eyes flitted from figure to figure, confusion evident in her motions and eyes. Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi's voice held the superior and commanding tone, befitting that of a Hokage. Immediately, Naruto's attention shot to him and she straightened. Yes, Hokage-sama? Kakashi motioned for Naruto to come closer. He was not sitting at the desk, but standing in front of it. Naruto noted that the desk was oddly bare. She noticed that it was not just the desk, but the room itself was rather empty with the exception of a few furniture items and the people currently occupying it. Naruto felt Sasuke's grip on her hand loosen and she walked forward, slowly, with clear trepidation. You were once the pariah of this village. Naruto flinched, still wondering what all of this was about. You were shunned and alienated by the village, refused at every threshold, and seen not as Uzumaki Naruto, but the Kyuubi incarnate. You lived without parents, family, love, affection, friendship. Naruto felt her shoulders sag imperceptibly. But what was the point of this? Sure, she had gotten over most of her grudges about her past, but it didn't mean she was comfortable with someone her village leader reciting the damnable memories. Her hands clutched the necklace she received only minutes earlier. However, Kakashi continued. The blonde did not notice his hands reach up to grab the Hokage hat that sat atop his head. Despite all odds, criticisms, vitriolic stares and curses, you continued to grow. You continued to prove each and every one of your offenders wrong, about who you were and what you were capable of. Sapphire eyes looked up in surprise. Naruto glanced around the room and noticed that all of her friends had looks of lachrymose pride, happiness, and many other emotions within their eyes. Despite your burdens and despite your lack of love from a young age, you turned around and gave your own understanding and acceptance to each person you met. You managed to befriend and make a home in the hearts of many, including the tailed beast within you. You have shown great ability to connect with people and a charismatic personality that motivates people to follow you. Nothing is more important than the safety and happiness of those important to you, and you take the teachings and ideals of past Hokage to heart. Kakashi gingerly placed the Hokage hat onto Naruto's head and watched with amusement as her eyes widened comically. He smiled. Now, you shall continue on your path, protecting and guiding the people of Konoha, as you have done many times in the past. However, from now on, you will do so with this title of Hokage, the Fire's Shadow, and serve as the greatest support and power within this village. Everyone in the room bowed, and Kakashi delivered the final blow. I couldn't be more proud of you, Nanadaime Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. May you continue the legacy of your predecessors to protect the budding leaves that make Konoha. Naruto looked fondly at everyone, though it was difficult when she couldn't see their eyes. She let out a light cough to try and alleviate her nerves. Well, I suppose my first order demand as Hokage. Stop bowing. And stop being so formal, Kakashi-sensei. It's ruining the mood, to Bayo. Everyone looked up and chuckled, and Naruto motioned to hug each and every one of her friends. Not a single person in that room missed the obvious mist fogging the young Hokage's eyes as she gave each of them bone-crushing hugs. Boring. Yuke, I don't want to do Thias. A cough was heard and Naruto lazily lifted her eyes to meet those of her Jounin commander. Tsukima, I have the reports here. Naruto interrupted him. Shika, this is so boring. And trust me, boring is multitudes worse than troublesome. I don't want to sit here and stamp papers all day. Well, you aren't supposed to simply stamp papers all day. You are supposed to read them, Shikamaru drawled with a roll of his eyes. Well, of course, they do. It's just so repetitive. I can see how paperwork is considered the #1 enemy of all Kage. I want to go out on dangerous missions and just do stuff. Shikamaru shrugged and sat down, not yet wishing to clock out and meet the wrath of his young and fiery wife. He brought out a thick folder and opened it, seemingly checking through the papers. The repetitive sound of stamping and rustling paper was the only thing that broke the silence for a PRD of time. After it had continued for a while, Naruto decided to speak up. We've all grown. Shikamaru lifted his eyes from the documents he was perusing. We've all grown, Naruto reiterated. No longer are we the leaves of the tree. We are now the roots that support it. The Nara leader smirked. That's how it works. We as the roots are what keep Konoha running and functional. Without us, everything would be in chaos, there would be no direction and no order. But that is also why you cannot just leave the village and take missions as you would like. What tree can momentarily remove its roots and continue to thrive? Naruto groaned. I know. As the Hokage, I and many of my trusted friends, Shikamaru coughed and interjected, subordinates. Yeah, my friends, are the roots of this system. We are meant to ground Konoha, keep it stable and secure in more ways than one, political, moral, emotional, etc. She looked out through the window to behold her beloved village. I love Konoha. It feels odd to me, simply sitting in a chair and doing paperwork all day. For my entire life, I had been fighting to protect and build friendships. All that time, I had never been given a moment's reprieve, simply because I didn't have the time to. I always had to work and train, for fear of my enemies deciding to take away all of my happiness. She turned back to her Jounin commander and smiled. It's weird that much is not debatable. But I have accepted the fact that this is what my village needs of me. Should the time come that I need to personally defend my village, just as Gigi had, then I will. Should I need to sacrifice my life to save my village, just as Ota-san had, then I will. And I hope that as I lay on my deathbed, taking in my last breaths of life, that all of you will be there for me in my final moments. And then immediately after, all of you will be able to continue on as though nothing had changed, so that Konoha does not suffer. Shikamaru held her gaze with suspicion, which was returned with a wry smile. My fellow shinobi, it has been 10 years, 10 long years since the end of the war. 8 years since the Yondaime Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi's ascension, 6 years since the Godaime Reikage, Darui's ascension, and 5 years since my own. In the past, our countries and respective villages have been at odds with each other, due to conflicting goals. It had taken the emergence of a mutual enemy to unite us, and after the ordeal had passed we struggled to repair amiable ties with one another. It was a promise made to friend and foe alike, that peace would be achieved and that the cycle of hatred would be broken. After the war, each of the Kage worked on programs and methods to strengthen the friendship we hold between the villages. It is easy to say that, at this point, we have achieved what we set out to do. In the future, I understand that this arrangement will not last. There will always be people searching for conflict, people who wish to stoke the fires of hatred and vengeance. People will change, ideals will change, and the world along with it. However, here and now we all stand together as we did in the last war, as proud shinobi. From now on, may we continue to work towards peace and understanding, for in our world, our strength does not come from raw power. It comes from here. Naruto tapped a finger on her temple, and here, her hand rested on her left knee, indicating her heart. Never forget the mistakes of your predecessors, or the consequences that followed. Always strive for the better tomorrow, for the future generations to come. For we are shinobi. The masses cheered and hollered as the Nanadaime stepped away from the podium. Her fellow Kage walked up to her and praised her for the speech, and they talked about matters of both trivial meaning and great import. The ceremony had been a success, and they had succeeded in riling their people. To enact the necessary laws to ensure peace no longer seemed like a ticking time bomb. In the evening, Naruto found herself in her office. She walked over to the only picture she had of her parents, her mother and father, smiling happily, the former with the swelled stomach that would be born as Uzumaki Naruto. The current Nanadaime. Naruto chuckled. Oh, how she wished she could have achieved all of this with her parents still alive. How she wished she could have saved everyone that was gone, Jiji, Sennin, Niji, Itachi, Obito, and many others. A sharp pain through her chest shook her out of her reverie, and she collapsed to the ground while releasing dry, hacking coughs. Her hands flew up to her mouth to stifle the coughs, each one sending jolts through her body that racked her small frame. She could not find the strength to so much as sit up, and she found herself curled in the fetal position on the floor. One hand, her right, was held over her mouth while the other gripped and clawed at her chest in a feeble attempt to alleviate the pain. When the coughing fit had subsided, she wearily withdrew her right hand and watched as it fell to the ground. She could not even find the strength to lift it and inspect the damage. But she did not need to. She felt the warm liquid slip through her open fingers and pool underneath her hand. Her eyelids drooped and she felt herself drifting off into darkness. How ironic, she thought with dry humor. I was born alone, and on the day I was born I lay next to the corpses of my parents. Now as I lay, weak and dying, I am alone once again. Naruto's eyelids shut and she felt the tenseness of her body release. How ironic indeed. She woke up, bleary-eyed and confused. She could not move her body, and she gazed blankly at the ceiling above her. Two. What was that? She heard sounds. Someone was speaking. To her? Nah, Yuto. She blinked and shifted her eyes to try and find the person speaking her name. All she could see were blurred figures. She didn't know if it was due to drowsiness or if her eyes had truly degraded so much. She noticed a familiar figure walking up to her, colors of blonde, green, and gray clashing against the white walls. It was Tsunade. Why did you not say anything about this sooner? The Slugheim's voice was harsh. Naruto strained to make out a discernible figure, and noticed something peculiar. Tsunade of the Sannin, reputed for being the best medical nin in history, with power and ability rivaling her two teammates. She was crying. Heh. Naruto struggled to keep her voice steady. The tears in her godmother's eyes did not help. Sorry, Tsunade. I wanted to be Hokage. She fell into a lung-tearing coughing fit and found that a glass of water had been placed in her hands. She gulped generously and looked Tsunade in the eyes. I wanted to be Hokage. I wanted to fulfill my dream. Before I died. Tsunade interrupted her. That's not the point, that isn't why I was asking. Had you told someone, had you let me know, we could have done something. Naruto's fingers found their way to her arm, and she felt for the catheter that she knew was there. She gripped the foreign object and ripped it out, decidedly not wanting it attached to her anymore. Naruto heard multiple voices cry out. Naruto, what are you doing? She took a measured look around the room this time and noticed that she was not alone in the room with her godmother. All of her friends, along with multiple other people she had known, crowded the tight space. Their faces had expressions of sadness and grim acceptance. Even the usually stoic faces of Gaara and Sasuke looked panicked, worried even. Naruto felt her eyesight dimming once again, and she welcomed the darkness. I already knew that my death was approaching. It's something unavoidable dash. She vaguely felt someone grip her left hand and tried to identify the person, but her vision was gone at this point. Resigned to not finding out who held her hand, she turned her head to face the ceiling and closed her useless eyes. Slowly, the darkness overtook her senses, and she felt nothing. Sapphire eyes drifted up to meet Amaranthin, hers weary and sepulchral, lacking in its usual vim and vigor. She opened her mouth and struggled to speak. Her words were almost inaudible. A dream? The man in front of her, the sage of 6 paths, nodded his head. I need not reiterate my statement. You understand. Naruto didn't let her gaze drift. Images of the past that apparently never existed flitted innocently through her mind. Since when? Naruto's voice faltered and she struggled to hold the emotions that were swirling in fulmination. Since when was I? Were we? As soon as Kaguya was resurrected. The light in her eyes died. We do not have time. Hagoromo's voice grew severe. I must be brief. Do you understand why you have been awoken, child of prophecy? Why I was? Naruto gasped, hope dawning on her features. If I'm alive, does that mean dash? No. He cut her off quickly and her face fell. But now is not the time to lament the dead. No human on this planet is alive, save for you. The full emotional weight of being the only person on Earth was almost enough to kill her right there. Just minutes prior, she was saying goodbye. Goodbye to all of her important people. But that was because she was leaving the world. She was supposed to be dead. She was supposed to disappear from the world while her friends continued to live their vibrant lives, filled with the happiness and joy Naruto wished them to have. Why was I awoken? Naruto snapped. I failed. Each person, everyone. They were my dream, my life. My world. She tightened her fists and blood seeped through her fingers. And now, you tell me that everyone is dead. My dream is dead. My world is dead. My life. Naruto let out an acrimonious laugh escape her lips before sending a glare at the Sennin. Why the if? Am I the one who still lives? If everyone is dead, then what is the point? Some child of a prophecy I turned out to be. She was tired, oh so tired. What did he want of her? To gloat? To rub it in her face that she was unable to save a single DMN person that she cared for? She grit her teeth and seethed. Hagoromo seemed to look at her with an almost disparaging look, a mixture of slight sympathy and slight disappointment, though his face was mostly taciturn. Naruto felt her rage come out in seething breaths. No one. There was no one with her now. None of her friends, no one from her slapped-together family, not even Kurama. She didn't even have Kurama. No, not even. Simply put, she didn't have Kurama. Not anymore. The Dmed Fox that, even if she didn't know him for the entirety of it, she was with him for the entirety of her life. In some twisted manner, he had become her closest friend, both literally and figuratively. It wasn't until the war that they had truly begun to understand each other, to truly form a bond, and she didn't know whether or not she actually considered him a friend. But still he was gone. She failed to stop the Jubi from awakening, failed to save Kurama. She failed him. Just as she had failed everyone else. Her head hung low and she felt the stinging sensation in her eyes, the unbidden tears pooling. She failed Kurama. She failed Tsunade-chan. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura-chan. Sasuke. Byakuya. Gaara. Everyone. You have a chance to change everything. At this, Naruto's head snapped back up and she looked at the Sennin, confusion marring her features. She dared not allow her hopes to rise. What do you mean? If you cooperate, you can go back in time. Her eyes narrowed. It would take too long if they played this back and forth banter, and she wanted to hear everything. If it turned out to be a false pretense, she didn't want to waste time, she was too weary and broken. Back up. Let's just start over for a second. Pretend I just got out of my daze and I was unable to speak. Talk to me, Tell me what you were going to tell me. Everything. Hagoromo gave an assessing gaze before nodding curtly. Very well, he breathed. You can go back into the past, child of prophecy. I have decided that you will be my heir, my inheritor to my powers. As such, you will be able to perform the deed yourself, and will have the ability and knowledge to change what you must. Silence pervaded and Naruto sighed, realizing that she would need to ask specific questions if she wanted more answers. How does this time travel thing work? When in the past am I going to end up? Why am I alive when everyone else is gone? How exactly am I going to be your successor? And what is the catch? Time travel is not a simple endeavor. You will need years of preparation. How many? I do not know. The technique is a one-time use and requires 3 factors: chakra, blood, and a strong mind. The exact point in time you end up is dependent on your execution of the technique, though with full mastery you should be able to navigate to the exact point you wish. In regards to being my successor, you were placed into the eternal Tsukuyomi before we had met, and as such, the Rikudou Sennin that you encountered was not real. That is what you recall. However, that is not the case. Naruto remained silent, signaling him to continue. In truth, that was me, not a conjured figment of your mind. I had entered your mind in the hopes of stirring you from the illusion, but Kaguya had managed to dispel me before I managed to rouse you from your forced slumber. So, Naruto scratched her chin. That was really you. We really spoke. Does that mean I actually did use your chakra? That if I took your chakra right now, that I'd be able to use it? And if Kaguya interfered before, why didn't she interfere now? You had my chakra, and you did indeed manage to utilize it, though not in the manner you had envisioned within your dreams. I could give you my chakra at this very moment, but your current physical state is lacking, and your body would most likely collapse in on itself due to the sudden influx. My interference is the reason for your resistance, and why you died at an early age in the genjutsu. In order to awaken you, you needed to die in the dream world. Naruto's mouth formed into a thin line as she reflected on her death. A sudden thought occurred to her. Oh, that reminds me. How old am I? I was 29 when I died in the genjutsu, 11 years after we supposedly won the war. Naruto looked down at her borderline emaciated frame and cringed. It has been 2 years. I see, she intoned. You didn't answer 2 of my questions, by the way. What is the catch, and if Kaguya was a problem before, why isn't she now? There is no catch. Naruto raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Pardon? I repeat, there is no catch. Contrary to popular belief, the concept of time travel and altering the past is not a forbidden or morally unjust action. There is no exchange to take place for you to change the past. The only consequences are those that you create through your decisions. So, no sacrifice needs to be made? I don't need to give an arm, an eye, part of my soul, no immense task. No. As I said, whatever consequence you are wrought is determined by your actions. Should someone die before their time, their death will be weighted on your shoulders due to your meddling, but no other supernatural extremities shall occur. Naruto pondered the information she was given. Somehow, the knowledge of there being no boundaries and limits to changing time did little to comfort her. It made her even more hesitant. What about Kaguya? Hagoromo closed his eyes and settled into a meditative position whilst in the air. She is asleep. What? She has been asleep for approximately 16 days. She sleeps to maintain the infinite Tsukuyomi and awakens at the end of each month. We do not have much time. We must send you into the past before she awakens. Naruto crossed her arms. You said that it takes years of preparation for the time travel jutsu. Besides, if I'm going back into the past, I want to be prepared. Hagoromo opened a single amaranthan eye and stared at Naruto. What? I want to make certain that I'm going to be fine when I'm in the past. I am going to learn as much as I can now while there are no wars, political battles, and stingy shinobi guarding their sheet. Besides, there has to be some way to avoid detection from the big bad beach when she wakes up. Naruto could swear that she saw the corner of the Sennin's lip twitch upwards, slightly. I see, he nodded. There is indeed a way to avoid detection. but it requires utilizing Sage Chakra, which you are not physically ready for. Naruto nodded. Alright then. Training trip. We go to Suna first, then Idabi, Kumo, Mizu, and then Konoha. There are some techniques I want, some history scrolls to brush up on and the like. The Sennin shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot leave here, child. Naruto paused and looked up at him, eyes questioning why. My presence is dwindling. Kagaya's presence is engulfing mine, rendering my own existence moot. It is only while I stay by the husk of the Ten-Tails that I am able to maintain a visible form at all. Is that why you can't send me back yourself? Why you can't go back yourself? Naruto questioned. In a way, yes. But I would not have been able to change anything, anyway. He leveled his gaze. Only you can complete this task, child. The prophecy. You have 7 years to gather what you must, no more, no less. You will return to me in 7 years' time, and we will then perform the time travel technique to send you back through time. Then you'll take care of whatever, preparations and stuff? Yes. How do I avoid Kagaya? Hagoromo contemplated the question for a minute before stepping forward. He tapped Naruto's forehead with a single finger and stepped back. What was that? Naruto reached up to touch her forehead. She felt no different. I transferred a small portion of my chakra to you. You will learn to channel it, to make it your own, and to utilize it to conceal your presence from Kagaya. She will not be able to detect you. Naruto nodded, weariness written in her eyes and posture. Alright. Thanks, Sennin. Yes. I guess I'll be back in 7 years. She walked to their meeting place, the same dead route that she had emerged from 7 years prior. 7 years or no human contact, interaction, socialization, no friends, no bonds. She felt dead. It was in those 7 years that she truly realized she was alone. But it wouldn't be that way for long, that is what she told herself every day. Every day for the first 4 years or so. But after a while, she stopped, she wondered, and she realized. Was it really such a good idea to go back into the past and behave as if nothing was wrong? Behave like she had any other time, as though she hadn't just met her friends for the second time? No, they will not be her friends. She lost her friends long ago, she reasoned. Even if they looked the same, even if they acted the same, they were not the people she had come to befriend. The people she made bonds with, the people she belonged with, were long dead. Making friends with their less mature lookalikes wouldn't stop the pain. It would only increase it, and make Naruto realize exactly how empty she was. She was going back to fix things. To change this bleak future into one where everyone was alive and smiling. But she was going to be alone, again. Over the course of the 7 years she had been training, she had plenty of time to think about what she would do with this gift. Many scenarios went through her head, but each time she found herself yearning for outside input. Input that no one could give, because she was the last living person on the planet. She walked up to the meeting spot and saw the Sennin, sitting floating in his normal position. He was staring at a seal of intricate design on the floor. That must be it, she thought silently. Hey, Sennin, she struggled to speak out, but her words came out as raspy and barely audible. She hadn't used her voice in actual conversation in many years, and she realized she should have been doing so. What should I do? Should I change the future? Should I stop certain events from happening? The Uchiha massacre? Gigi's death? Should I go even further back in time and save Obito and kill Madara? What should I do? Hagoromo glanced in Naruto's direction. Her head was down, her face covered by her 2 hands. I do not know the answer to that. What you choose to do is up to you. The blonde sighed. She was no further in deciding what to do, and her first humanish contact in 7 years was pitiful. Just pitiful. Before we begin, there is some information that I must divulge to you. As I pass on my chakra and abilities to you, I will also be including memories from key events that you might find useful. You will experience major events such as the Uchiha clan massacre, firsthand. Naruto cringed when he said, firsthand. I really hope that doesn't mean I'm going to be killed over and over again, she thought petulantly. The knowledge you gain includes my own styles of taijutsu and kenjutsu. I believe you will find them rather useful. He allowed his feet to touch the ground and he slowly walked over to the center of the large diagram. You cannot send back anything tangible, nothing with physical mass can make it through the journey. Which is why I have decided to gift something to you before you depart. He made a small gesture to Naruto, telling her to stand at the center of the diagram. She did as told, and opened her mouth to ask him what he was going to do when a sharp pain pierced her skull. Immediately her hands flew up to the sides of her head to ensure that it truly was just a pain and not an actual object that had just shot through her head. She sighed out of relief to find that there was no foreign object protruding from her brain. She turned to the sage, who placed his palm on her forehead. "What are you doing? And what was that?" "That was my gift. Within the far reaches of your mind, I have stored the memories of two Bijou, the oldest and youngest, Kurama and Shikake. I had to forcefully store away the memories, for they are not your own. What you intend on doing with these memories is your decision, though it is my opinion that they will be of great use to you." He stepped back, out of the array, and everything within the diagram's circumference began to glow. Naruto sent a small look at the Sennin. "What will happen to you?" Hagoromo closed his eyes and his head tilted forward slightly. "I need not reiterate what you already know. Do what you must, child of prophecy, and be wary. I have helped you as much as I can, for it is now up to you." His eyes opened with sudden force and golden light replaced his normally amaranthine orbs. Do not let preconceptions force you to ignore a dream, for they oft hold more truth than the reality. Those were the last words that were spoken before the blonde found herself at the mercy of time and space, as she felt every fiber of her being torn to shreds. Naruto's conscience drifted, and she struggled to maintain coherent thought. The urge of slumber, the lull and beckoning of the welcoming darkness tugged at her consciousness. Was she even awake? She paid no particular heed to her surroundings. She felt a comfortable lethargy settle upon her mind. But wait, wasn't she supposed to do something? She was going back in time. She was going back in time to... What for again? She wanted to simply stay adrift, bathed in this comfortable light. Her eyes snapped open. She had to change the past, the future. Otherwise, all of her friends would die. They would all perish, and the burden would fall on her shoulders. Friends? Her friends? Naruto shook her head. No, her friends were gone. Her family was gone. The people she had created bonds with were gone, never to come back. No matter who she encounters in this trek through time, they would be entirely different people. She would never again see the people she had come to love and cherish with every fiber of her being, for their existences were wiped from all but her memories. The moment Naruto chose to travel back in time, she bid farewell to seeing her old friends. But that did not mean that she wouldn't be able to make new bonds. Her friends lived through different pains, different scenarios, different losses. She would ensure that, this time around, none of her most precious people would have to go through the pain that they experienced before. Not while she had the power to change their fate. When Naruto awoke, she took no time to gather her bearings. Immediately, she set her plan into action and created 5 shadow clones, 4 to silently go to the training fields to test their ability and 1 Chikage Bunshin to wander around and keep the ANBU busy. When the Kage Bunshin left, Naruto inspected her Chikage Bunshin. It looked stable and it could take a hit without being dispelled. She nodded her approval. The Chikage Bunshin technique was a Kage Bunshin, only it utilized a small portion of blood to make the clone more durable. It was something she had created in the years after the war, meaning, she had created it while being in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Quite frankly, she was unsure of whether or not the techniques that she had learned and developed in the dream held any credibility, and she loathed the idea of all that she had worked for was for naught. So imagine her immense jubilation to find that she wasn't reduced to the pitiful repertoire of techniques that she had during the war. Chihenge no Jutsu. Chihenge, another technique she had developed in the future past. Much like Chikage Bunshin, it utilized blood and could be said to be a more durable rendition of its original jutsu. It was much more than an improved technique, however. Unlike the henge, it was not a genjutsu that could dispel and be detected, in any way, shape, or form. It fully transforms the user to actually become the target or pictured identity. If the user had felt a chakra signature and could fully picture it, they could even shape their chakra coils to be an exact replica of the original. Despite this, however, Naruto had realized that it was usually best to simply repress her own chakra so she wouldn't be reduced to the pitiful chakra supply of a non-Uzumaki Jinchuriki. Oddly enough, and this, Naruto believed, was the work of some otherworldly power to prevent her from cheating those born with the traits. While she could physically become an exact copy of another person, she never figured out a way to copy their Kekkei Genkai or techniques. If she did not already know the techniques herself, she found it impossible to perform them, and even though she would transform into an exact copy, any form of Kekkei Genkai was impossible to perform. The Chihenge also allowed for henge layering. She could place a normal henge over the Chihenge to make it seem as though her already false identity was using a henge. But back to the present. Naruto, Chihenged as her future 20-year-old self minus the whisker marks and the markings of Zetsu she had when she had first awakened, made her way over to the Hokage Tower. She looked up at the sky, its orange hues clashing with the dark blue and black gradient. There were a few things she had to take care of before she went to sleep tonight, including speaking to her old friend, Kurama, and speaking to her grandfather figure that she hadn't seen in years. She had to keep the timeline steady until she managed to reach out to Toby. To Obito. Changing his affiliation was the biggest hurdle, and if she managed to do so, she could prevent the entire war from even beginning. If she was unsuccessful in talking sense into him, she would have to kill him, much like the rest of the Akatsuki and Sasuke. Naruto shivered. She didn't know what to do with her wayward, broody teammate. When she had failed the first time around, when she had been caught in the eternal Tsukuyomi, the two had a temporary truce. Nothing more could be said about that. Certainly, there was a happy ending to that. Sasuke had been reintegrated into Konoha's system and he gradually found acceptance amongst the citizens, once again. However, that was in her dream. It wasn't reality. And Naruto couldn't let whatever delusions of the mind get in her way, whatever bond she felt she had with the Uchiha. Too many lives were at stake, and she couldn't risk it all for a single person. She wouldn't give up and kill him yet, however. She would try to convince Sasuke of otherwise. If he still didn't see things her way, though, well, it's a task she'd rather not dwell on until she got to that point. That brings her to her current objective. Why exactly was she chihenged as her 20-year-old self? Well, she had to convince Hiruzen that she was from the future. Depending on how the man reacted, she would make herself a sort of tutor for the 3 genin of Team 7. The main reason why Sasuke had defected from Konoha was due to his search for power to defeat Itachi. If Naruto could convince him that she was someone who held power, someone who could aid him in his pursuit, he would most likely stick around. That was what? There were other loose ends she would have to deal with, but for now she knew her immediate tasks and her ultimate goal. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen flinched, clearly not having expected the new presence in the room. Immediately, he went on the defensive. The ANBU stationed to guard him were by his side and his front, guarding him from the intruder. The Sandaime looked at the blonde, whose face was concealed by her bangs. She was knelt down in a formal gesture of respect, and Hiruzen felt no malice from the girl. "For you, what is your purpose?" Naruto rose with the grace and power of a Hokage, and all movement in the room stopped. Hiruzen's eyes widened at the similarity the blonde held to two. He considered his own children the fourth and his wife. The blonde in question glanced over to a familiar chakra signature and smiled. The man wore a tiger mask and was guarding the Hokage's front. Yamato Taishu, she thought fondly. She never knew what happened to him, and in her dream he had been dead. She breathed in and spoke in a low tone. "Who I am is not something I can say," she gestured to the NBU, "not until we are alone. I pose no threat to Konoha or her citizens, only to her traitors and enemies. In truth, much of my knowledge, purpose, and identity cannot be divulged until we are alone. Because I don't know who in ANBU I can trust implicitly, without fear of them being affiliated with Danzu," she added silently. Oh yes, that was another goal she had. Kill Danzu. She didn't know when she would be able to, but she knew that the man was nothing but a threat to Konoha. He had good intentions, yes, but his actions were dangerous and had many consequences for the people Naruto held dear. The man would die one way or another. A lengthy silence passed between the two before Hiruzen nodded not to Naruto's silent promise. Mind you, and the Anbu stationed in the room reluctantly left. Naruto could feel them, however. They were stationed right outside of the window to make sure they could rush in at a moment's notice. Behind her back, Naruto physically shaped her chakra into a seal and silently cast the jutsu. She looked up and the Hokage was waiting for her to speak. He had not noticed the shift. Naruto allowed her Hokage visage to drop and forced herself to relax into a casual posture. Hiruzen noticed her change of demeanor immediately. "Mind if I take a seat?" she questioned. The Sandaime nodded, and Naruto pulled up a chair from the side of the room and collapsed into it, lacking all grace and professionalism she had before. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at her informal and trusting actions. Just who was this girl? "So, who am I?" "You know what, how about we start with, what do I know?" Naruto looked Hiruzen in the eyes, and he made no movement or gesture. She took this as the signal to continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Student of the Shodaime and Naadaime, teacher of the famed Sannin of Konoha. Office for the second time after the unfortunate death of the Yondaime, Namikaze Minato. Hiruzen donned a disgruntled look, and his eye twitched. "This is information most people know. You have spoken nothing of relevance, just what is your dash?" Naruto cut him off. Surrogate grandfather of the Jinchuriki of Kyubi, Uzumaki Naruto. The girl who is the daughter of the Yondaime and the Uzumaki princess, Uzumaki Kushina. She watched his jaw droop for a split second before snapping shut, and inwardly giggled. Uzumaki Naruto, as I said, the daughter of the Yondaime and his wife, the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. She is dash. Just what are you planning? Why are you after Naruto? Hiruzen's voice held strength and hostility, enough to make Naruto wince slightly. You dare come into my office and threaten a citizen of Konoha? Someone under my protection? Just who do you think you are? Naruto scoffed, and Hiruzen looked affronted by the reaction. A citizen of Konoha, huh? Maybe you consider her a citizen of Konoha. Maybe you consider her a normal human child. Maybe you even consider her a granddaughter that you never had. But even though you are the Hokage, that is one opinion weighed against the opinion of hundreds of other people living in Konoha. People who think of her as nothing but a monster that should be dead. An expression of guilt momentarily flitted past Hiruzen's face before he schooled his expression to one of reticence. What is your aim? Do you wish harm upon Konoha and its citizens? No, and I believe I already made that point, Naruto replied curtly. My purpose here is to protect Konoha. The Sandaime's gaze fell on her Hitayate. You are not a Konohanin. Why do you bear that forehead protector? Naruto suppressed a flinch. For the man she viewed as her beloved grandfather to say that she was not a Konohanin with such ease, such indifference. It hurt. My answer to both of those statements goes along with another question, one that I will answer after everything else has been said and done. Hiruzen twitched and his face grew severe. What have you done? His reply was a single eyebrow raised. You've done something. I cannot sense anyone. She had to give it to him. He was moved into a situation that he had no control of and he was cornered, yet he still maintained his composure. But enough of the testing and banter. Yes, I used a seal to transport us to another plane of existence, another dimension. No one can see or hear us. We do not exist in Konoha at the moment. She noticed him flinch and decided that she had enough of beating around the bush. She never was one for prevaricating, anyway. I am a time traveler, one who hails from Konoha. The future is bleak, more so than you can even imagine, so I have come back in the hopes of rectifying the future. She couldn't have been more forthright. She watched as Hiruzen's eyes widened comically and continued before he could speak. That is the reason for my knowledge on the Kyubi Jinchuriki. If you wish confirmation, I consent to Yamanaka Inoichi looking into my mind. He can confirm my statements by watching my memories. Hiruzen's mouth snapped shut. He had been prepared to ask her if she thought him a fool. The facts were not adding up. If she was a spy as he had first guessed, there would be no reason for her to offer herself to the Tandai department, especially when Konoha had a clan well renowned for their mind techniques. He did not know the details, but he at the very least knew that the chances of even an S-ranked shinobi bypassing all of the memory and mental checks administered by a Yamanaka were slim to none. That brought him back to the question that he hoped would amount to an answer explaining everything. "Who are you?" Naruto looked down to cover her eyes. She didn't quite trust her eyes to not show her pain at his suspicious gaze. "Do I really need to answer that, Gigi? I think you may already have an idea of who I am." Hiruzen stiffened. "Oh," Naruto's head snapped up and her eyes widened in realization. "Before we have Inoichi-san look into my mind, there is something I need to do. Is that okay, Gigi?" The Sandaime looked at the girl before nodding his head slowly, and Naruto smiled. He felt his heart constrict at the smile which reminded him so much of Minato, Kushina, and his Naruto. Truly, he thought to himself, time travel, could that truly be the case? He couldn't accept the idea that the one in front of him was Naruto. Not yet. He needed confirmation before he allowed his heart to open up to the stranger, for fear of betrayal. Naruto sat down on the floor and began to meditate. "Thanks, Gigi. I won't be long." She closed her eyes and focused her attention inward. She breathed in and out, steadying her breaths and pulse. When she heard a growl, she opened her eyes and found herself in a familiar yet distant setting, the sewer-like surroundings and the great bars in front of her. Bars that blocked her from one of her only friends. She peered through the cage and could make out the rather large silhouette of her partner. She grinned. "Kurama." There was a small movement, most likely a twitch, and she knew that the beast was shifting. "Sennin told me that he gave me Kura's memories," she thought to herself. "How am I supposed to give him back his memories? I don't feel any different. Are they stored somewhere in my mind? What the hell do I do? I don't think. Here you go, your memories are somewhere here. Good luck finding it. Will work." She groaned at the realization that she didn't know what to do, because she never asked. Within the shadows, a single slitted, crimson eye opened and bore down at Naruto. "Brat," he intoned, letting loose his killing intent. "How do you know that name?" Naruto was unsurprised by the display, and felt not the least bit threatened. "Gee, I wonder." Here, Naruto acted sheepishly, and Kurama was clearly perturbed by her demeanor. "See, I actually need your help in regards to that." "What do you mean?" The fox growled. "Come now, Krung." She was delighted by the undignified splutter the fox suffered by the nickname. "Don't act like that. We're best friends." The fox stared at her with incredulity. "Me, friends with a human? Just who do you think you are speaking to, human brat?" "Apparently, I get that question a lot," she remarked plainly. "But whatever's the case, do you feel anything? Anything like stored memories? Maybe try and think and poof." Kurama was silent and he gave Naruto a look that said, "You're crazy." Okay, apparently he said that out loud. Despite his appearance, the great fox seemed somewhat amused. Behind the clear ire and frustration, at least. Maybe this will help. Naruto reached for the sage chakra she felt resting within her coils, and felt the incomplete six paths sage mode cloak shroud her spiritual form. Kurama's eyes widened, and she continued to speak. "I am from the future, Kurama." "Rikudou." Kurama spoke, barely audible. He recognized the chakra she was exuding. It was the chakra of the Rikudou Sennin. Naruto shook her head. "No, I am not the Rikudou Sennin, but I was chosen to be his successor. He imparted to me his chakra and abilities before I traveled back." She crossed her arms and pouted slightly. "He also gave me your memories, but I have no idea how to give you something intangible. I don't exactly see some floating boxes with memories in them anywhere." The fox eyed his container with an assessing look. "Why would my memories make any difference?" At this, Naruto gave a pained smile, one that held sorrow, happiness, and reflection. "Because we were comrades. Friends. We were friends, Kurama, despite how you feel right now. I freed you from your hatred, and we worked together to take down our enemy. She dismissively waved away the emotion that was evident in her eyes. But enough of that. Help me figure out how to get your memories back. I will take care of that. Naruto gave a dubious look and Kurama explained. It is my own memory. The reason why you are unable to find them is because they are not your own. If the old man wanted me to have my memories, all you need to do is keep your mind open. I will find them myself. Naruto didn't question what he meant by keep her mind open, but shrugged and sat down, realizing that the process might take a while. After a few minutes, Naruto's incomplete six-paths Sage Mode shroud dissipated. She huffed in anger. Geez, it lasts an even smaller amount of time than Sage Mode. How am I gonna use it in battles if I'm only able to control it for this long? Kurama snorted. Well, your chakra control always was PSS poor. Naruto's head snapped up to look at the fox. Kurama? Her eyes flickered with emotion before she smirked. Are you back, Demed Fox? As much as I can be. Even if I have the memories of the Kurama you knew before, I'm not exactly the same. Failed. Naruto's smile faltered and her expression drew into a grimace. I know, she whispered, before attempting to recover a light-hearted mood. I woke up 2 years after the Tsukuyomi was originally placed, and for 7 years I worked on techniques and my abilities, including chakra control. She huffed in indignation. My chakra control probably would have been the best out of everyone's. It's just because I'm back to being stuck in this body that it seeks. It'll be back up to speed in a year or so, you stupid fox. 7 years. Kurama's voice lost the small amount of humor it had, and Naruto sighed. 7 years. By the time I woke up, everyone... She recalled looking for her friends, opening each of the husks. Being greeted by an empty shell, an unrecognizable corpse, or by a zetsu. Everyone was gone. You were fully absorbed by the 10 tails, and everyone was dead. I had been given 7 years by Sennin. I wanted time to train and gather more techniques before I came back here, to the past. I see. A preordained silence pervaded between the two of them before Naruto decided that she ought to leave. Now then, Naruto stretched and put her hands on her hips. I'm going back to talk to Gigi. I'm gonna have Inoichi-san look into my mind, and I need your help blocking him from the last of my memories, the Tsukuyomi and everything that occurred while I was in the dream. She gave a resigned sigh. That didn't actually happen. It was just a delusion of my mind, no matter how real it may have felt. There is no need for him to see that. Kurama gave a small nod and Naruto smiled. Thanks, Kurachan. I'm happy I have you back. She wasn't lying in the slightest. It was a good feeling to have someone to rely on and speak to on this delicate matter, even if it was a prideful, spiteful, cantankerous old fox. Said fox snorted and Naruto gave a small wave before snapping her attention back to the physical world. Hi again, miss me? The Hokage gave a look of incredulity before looking at the clock. Naruto followed his example. Oh yeah, she thought silently. Time flows differently. She jumped up and walked over to the seal which had embedded itself in the floor. She knelt down, bit her thumb, and began tracing the seal to make it permanent. This is where I placed the seal, Naruto explained. I can move the seal to a location closer to you, but for now I'll leave it here. Should you ever need to discuss highly classified information, please use this seal as you see fit. You need only channel a minute amount of chakra into it and the seal will activate. At the moment, only you and I can use it, and should someone else try to use it? She shrugged. Well, just make sure no allies attempt to do so. Naruto glanced at the Hokage and noticed that his expression was grim. May as well get this over with, she thought silently. She released the jutsu and was immediately met with a punch to the gut, followed by a kunai placed threateningly at her throat. She was shoved to the ground and her assailant stood over her, one on top of her holding her arms behind her back to restrain her. She simply sighed. Hiruzen stood up and began walking towards the door. Cat, Tiger, Hawk, escort her to the Tandai department. I will be coming with you. The 3 Enbu nodded and lifted Naruto to her feet. Hawk tightened his grip in a fashion to convey, you have no escape. Naruto simply rolled her eyes. When the five arrived at the department, Naruto was immediately placed in the amplification machine, and they awaited Inoichi's appearance. She looked around, unaffected by the meant-to-be intimidating stares she was being given. She had been to the Tandai department before, and though it had her somewhat shaken the first time around, well, it becomes somewhat ineffective after day of visitations. Inoichi and Ibiki walked into the room, each greeting the Hokage. So, Ibiki spoke in his normal condescending manner. "This is the one that is in for some hell, is she?" Naruto scoffed at his attempt at frightening her. "Nice to see you again too, Ibiki-san." She turned to Inoichi and smiled. "You as well, Inoichi-san." The two exchanged glances and the Hokage coughed. "Cat, Tiger Hook, please leave the room for now. I shall meet you back at my office after we have completed the interrogation." He turned to Inoichi. "Please, have your subordinates leave the room and seal it so that no one can listen to what will be spoken. Ibiki can stay." Naruto raised an eyebrow. She had not intended on anyone except Inoichi and the Hokage finding out, but all is well, she supposed. Inoichi sent his men out and walked up to Naruto. "So, who are you?" "All in due time, Inoichi-san," she stated plainly. "Answer the question," Ibiki ground out. "Or would you like to have a brief visit to the torture sector?" "I would be happy to oblige. And I would be happy to simply leave with my information and take care of everything from the shadows." "I don't need your consent to protect Konoha," she growled with an equally powerful tone. Ibiki scoffed. "You think that you can leave? I'd like to see you try." Naruto smirked. "After Inoichi-san has finished, I will show you just how easy it is for me. But first," she turned to the blonde-haired man. "Please start the jutsu, Inoichi-san. The sooner, the better. I will do my best to keep my tenant behaved." Hiruzen stiffened minutely at the implication. Inoichi gave a hesitant nod before placing his hand on Naruto's head and delving into her mind. When Inoichi opened his eyes, he was met by complete darkness. He could see nothing, and for a moment he panicked before schooling his emotions. He opened his senses and realized that there was an ankle-high amount of water where he was standing. Odd, he thought to himself. Suddenly, light exploded all around him and he winced at the sudden brightness. His eyes adjusted and he looked around, noticing that he stood in a hallway. The white walls were lined with light sources, not flame, but energy. Inoichi began to walk, deciding that he ought to start with the procedure. "Monster! Stay away!" She looked down at her shaking hands, trying to hide the hurt in her eyes. "You should just die. Go away, you evil demon." Inoichi blinked. He had just experienced one of the mystery girl's memories, presumably from early childhood. He continued to walk through the hallway. "I'm gonna be Hokage someday." She looked at the monument with happiness and a renewed ambition. She charged through the streets, vigor and an appreciation for life in each step. She found herself atop the Hokage tower and she held her headband in her hands. Her hands gripped the material before she tied the headband to her forehead. I will be Hokage and then, everyone will accept me." Inoichi smiled at the youthful display. But he still didn't have his answer. Just who was this girl? He had been told that an intruder needed to be interrogated, but this girl seemed to be a citizen of Konoha, and had been one since early childhood. There was no mistaking the Hokage monument. It was a simple practice to implant fake memories into the minds of spies, in case they were captured and subjected to a technique such as this. But there was no sign that the memories thus far were implanted, let alone fake. Why was she labeled as an intruder? Sakura hit her over the head and scolded her. "Naruto-baka. You're so noisy, you're going to scare the animals away." "But Sakura," she whined, "I want another C rank. Don't you? I'm tired of D ranks." "Mama, Naruto." A voice called out and Naruto turned to the source. "After the Chunin exams, perhaps." Naruto groaned. "But Dobe, just shut up and work," a boy called out. Naruto grumbled and focused on looking for the wayward pigs. Inoichi recognized the man with his headband over his left eye. That was Hatake Kakashi, one of the Jounin of Konoha. What was he doing in the girl's memories? And why did the name Naruto sound so familiar? Images faded in and out. The body of the sandaime lay on the ground, with Orochimaru standing over him. Old man? He spat on the Hokage's face and stomped on his arm, crushing the bone. He turned and left as footsteps approached. Inoichi was not given time to assess what he had just seen. Blood. Blood all around. She was lying down, in a pool of her own blood. The cold rain fell to the ground, all around her, and stung her wounds. It poured into the gaping hole she had in her chest, just to the side of her heart. But that wasn't what made her heart ache. She turned her head towards the receding chakra signature, owned by the one she considered her best friend. Su-tu. She did her best to reach out to his retreating form, but her arms wouldn't move. She couldn't call out. And she felt her eyelids drooping, wishing to welcome darkness. She fought the urge, up until the moment his visage disappeared from sight. And then she welcomed darkness wholeheartedly. What was that about? Inoichi murmured. He recognized the boy, Uchiha Sasuke, the survivor of the massacre. What was he doing in her memories? How had he known the outsider, the girl? As far as Inoichi knew, the boy had never even left Konoha. He took careful steps forward to continue the mind walk. The marred walls did not escape from his seeking eyes. Naruto. She turned around to greet the man. What, Sennin? The white-haired author did not react to the name. Hurry. The bathhouses are waiting, and I need to do my research. He leered as he said that last bit and Naruto gagged. Yeah, research, my orange butt. You just want to oogle some pretty women and their private bits. Oh, Naruto, Jiraiya sighed in a patronizing way, earning a glare from the girl. If only you knew the wonders of the opposite issy. The girl thought to herself for a moment, before making the biggest sheet-eating grin. You know, Sennin, the truth is. Inoichi laughed. This girl had managed to get on such friendly terms with one of the great Sannin. Surely, if the Sannin could trust her, then the village was safe from harm. Wait, Inoichi thought to himself. He almost punched himself in the face, but his composure kept him from doing so. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto. This girl is Uzumaki Naruto? He pondered the thought. The implications were there, but he wasn't certain. There already existed an Uzumaki Naruto in the village, that he was certain. Not to mention, even if there was another Uzumaki Naruto that existed, he would have known about it. Someone that bears the same eyes, hair, whisker marks. It would have caused at least some people to notice it, and the information would have circulated in the rumor mill until it reached his ears. Also, wasn't Uzumaki Naruto? He shook his head. Instead of questioning now, he could simply find the answers. He continued forward. What? Everyone called out unanimously, except a select few that had already known. They simply shrugged at the exclamation. Yeah, Naruto stated sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head. I am actually a girl. The stares were completely nerve-wracking. She didn't particularly like the fact that everyone was assessing her body with their eyes to confirm that she was, indeed, female. I can't believe it, Sakura whispered, her eyes clearly on Naruto's two assets. She screeched. It's not fair. How the hell are your... Now, billboard. Ino forced her hand over Sakura's mouth and gave a very fake laugh. Ahem, well, I have a question. Why didn't you tell us sooner, Naruto? Sakura calmed down and nodded, along with many others. Naruto rubbed her arm. I didn't know who I could trust. No, that's not it, she shook her head. I was worried for multiple reasons. As a girl, I was weaker in the eyes of most, more susceptible to things. I had decided to live as a boy because of certain events, and eventually I started making friends with this visage. Even when I got strong enough to defend myself, I found that I was scared. She glanced at her friends and gulped. I was scared of rejection. Scared of being rejected by you guys, my friends. Suddenly, multiple hands enveloped her and she found herself in a rather awkward group hug. Surprisingly, Hinata was the first to speak. It's okay. We're all your friends here, Naruto. Chan. Naruto grinned at the endearing honorific that the Hyuga heiress had given her. Everyone else began speaking, which escalated into yelling their own words of comfort and friendship, and Naruto had to repress her laughter when Chuji said something rather interesting. Even if you are a girl, you can still come over for eating contests. I don't care about your gender, race, orientation, whatever, you are my rival. He smacked his stomach. In eating. All in all, she was happy. Her friends knew all of her secrets, and yet, they still accepted her. To say that she felt renewed would be an understatement. For the first time in her life, she felt fully integrated into a group. Fully accepted by friends. She smiled as they slowly made their way to the barbecue restaurant. She could see it now, years in the future, all of them married, with kids, and then reaching the years of gray. They would still come here to enjoy each other's company. The very thought warmed her heart like no other thought, and she looked forward to staying with her friends to the very end. Inoichi blinked. His daughter was there, that was a fact. That was definitely Ino. But she looked older, much more refined, like a young woman. Even her friendship with the Haruno girl was very similar to his own Ino. He also recognized the sons of his best friends from the Ino Shikacho team, Shikamaru and Chuji. There was no mistaking the Akimichi's voracious appetite, and he noticed that trademark Nara look in Shikamaru's eyes. But why was everyone older? And Naruto a girl? He shook his head. He had an idea about the whys and hows of what he had seen thus far, but he decided to put the theorizing aside until he had seen everything else. It was a rather heartwarming scene, in actuality. If the girl truly was Uzumaki Naruto, then I'm glad. She had finally found acceptance, somewhere. And he found himself rather proud that his daughter was part of the group that had entered the girl's heart. Her fists clenched, and she felt unbidden tears stream down her face. Why? It was Gaara. Always Gaara. No one looked at her. But they were listening. Naruto knew that they were, by their own emotional turmoil, evident in their chakra. But she didn't give a DMN. To die like this? He just became Kazekage. Uzumaki Naruto, relax dash, the old woman was cut off. Shut up. She turned on the woman, not caring for how she looked, how she was acting. She needed to speak, shout, for the world to hear. So they would know of Gaara's pain. If you shinobi of the sand hadn't put a monster in him, then nothing like this would have even happened. Did any of you even try to ask Gaara how he felt about the whole thing? Naruto felt blood seep from her hands. She had tightened her fist to the point of breaking skin. She ignored the pain. Just what the hell is this Jinchuriki anyway? She seethed. You just arrogantly made up that word to call them. Silence fell and Naruto's chest was heaving. It wasn't from exertion, not from the chakra exhaustion she felt, not from the yelling she had just gone through. She lowered her face to her hands and desperately tried to wipe away the tears that were blurring her vision. Naruto! Sakura called out. Her voice was tired and resigned. I couldn't save Sasuke, and I couldn't save Gaara. She choked out each word, trying desperately to keep her voice steady and even. For 3 years. 3 years. I trained desperately. But nothing's changed since 3 years ago, has it? Naruto fell to the ground next to her friend, her connection, her partner against the pain. Her brother. She slammed her fists into the earth and let out an agonized wail. Gaara. Inoichi remained silent. He had felt the raw emotions that she had felt in that instance. He didn't like it. At all. He hurriedly continued down the path, noticing that the walls had flecks of blood staining its exterior. The smoke cleared, and she felt her heart ready to burst. No, that didn't explain it well enough. She felt as though someone had somehow stabbed her heart with 1,000,000 knives, and she still lived to experience the pain. Nothing. No one. Everyone. She felt nothing, no chakra signature at all, not even the small, almost undetectable chakra of a bird. She felt no one, she could see no one. She was in Konoha. And yet she wasn't. Everyone was gone. Everything was gone. She stood in a crater that was once her beloved Konoha, but it was now just a dirt crater marring the surface of the earth. She glared at the man responsible and felt immense rage build up. She wanted to see him dead. Oh wait. She wanted to see him suffer. She wanted him to suffer, to know this pain, and then she would kill him. Kill him, and all. She fought her internal battle. All the people she lost, all the bonds she had worked for, they were gone. And this man was responsible. But she couldn't. She shouldn't. She wouldn't become like him. To do as her heart desired that very moment, to kill this man out of vengeance. Even if she won, she would have lost. She took a step towards the BSRD, a promise of pain written in her eyes. Tears began to stream down her eyes, but she ignored them. At that very moment, the murderer was the only existence in her world. Inoichi gaped. And then the shudders set in. He collapsed into the shallow water onto his knees, trembling like a small child. Konoha was destroyed. Everyone was dead. They were killed. My friends, my family, my daughter, my wife. Inoichi clutched his head and felt a strong hatred welling up within. He seethed. That man. Almost immediately he snapped back to focus. One hand still held his head and he stood up, albeit shakily. He couldn't let the subject's mind overwhelm him so. It has been a long, long time since I have been affected by the mind and emotions of the subject, he though solemnly. And to this degree. He felt no shame in admitting the fact. In actuality, he felt great sorrow, empathy for the girl. How had she gotten through that ordeal? How did she still live? But the biggest question he had now, was his theory correct? Everything, especially this last memory, pointed towards his new theory. But he still didn't have enough information, enough evidence, not for this kind of far-fetched idea. He glanced to the walls. They were practically half-painted with blood and there were cracks everywhere. He slowly trudged on reluctantly, fearful of what else was to come. The memory played over and over in her head like a broken record. Jiraiya-chan is dead. But she remembered when she first met him. She had thought him nothing but a perverse old man. He thought her a stupid, sheet-faced brat. He trained her and taught her, he helped her. Taijutsu spars, summoning, combined jutsu, that jutsu. He shared unforgettable moments with her. He would always pat her on the back and congratulate her when she finally mastered a technique. After training each day, if they were near a town, he would get her this frozen ice cream on a stick. He would take one half, she would take the other. He would spy on the women's side of the bath whenever they went to the onsen, and when the time came that he found out her true gender, she would foolproof the walls to ensure that he wouldn't be able to spy on the innocents. She held the ice cream in her hand. She had gone out to buy it after staying at home and finding that sleep evaded her. She simply sat on the bench, staring off into space. The ice cream slowly melted, but she didn't mind it. Tears rolled down her face, and she couldn't bring herself to do more than let the tears flow. She couldn't cry out, scream, yell, beat someone down. She simply sat there, a product of crushing realization. He's dead. Inoichi did not pay heed to the tears forming in his eyes. He had never met the Sannin, only heard a few tales of the man here and there. And yet here he was crying. Naruto had felt such extreme sadness at the loss, and it was affecting him this much. But who could blame the girl? She had been alone from the very beginning. She had struggled making bonds because of her tenant. When she had finally made friends, she lost them. When she finally had someone who she considered family, he left her, just like everyone else in her life. What Inoichi felt the strongest wasn't anger, hatred, or even sorrow. It was loneliness. He had a wife, a daughter, and his friends waiting for him when he got back from work. If his theory was correct, this girl had no one. Heck, even her younger form had no one to come home to. No one to say, "Welcome back." No one to comfort her after a hard day. No one to direct her and teach her love and friendship. He stumbled onwards, determined to get through this and finish in a dignified manner. He couldn't let the subject's mind control him to this extent. He looked at the walls again. He had realized a long time ago that they were a sign of what was to come. The walls were no longer the pristine white they once were. Almost none of the pure color could be seen. It was all red with the murky blood. A man with one eye stood at the gates of Konoha. His right eye, wrapped in bandages, his other, onyx eye glistening with proud superiority. He wore a derisive smirk, even with his pathetic appearance. Atop his head was the hat of a prominent figure, the Hokage's hat, possibly the reason for his disgusting pride. She growled from the shadows as she watched him bid shinobi farewell, giving each one a task while he was away. He was not supposed to have that position. He was not supposed to be the one to wear that hat. The sly BSD stole it from Bachan while she was weak. He does not embody the will of fire at all. He should not have that hat. Her fists clenched and she grit her teeth. Danzu. Inoichi snapped out of the memory, tear marks still evident. What ash? The vision was blurred, and figures were barely visible. A man with a peculiar orange mask with a single eyelet stood, carrying a raven-haired man on his shoulder. My nam, Achihamada. Tsu, no me. Around the room were other figures, disfigured and blurred. Become one. Turned, hand over, Yubi and Hachi? Another voice cut in, clearer than the other. We will not abandon hope. Fourth Shinobi World War. Inoichi was ripped out of the memory and fell to the floor. What was? He thought of what he had just seen in the last two memories. Danzu as Hokage was not something he wanted to entertain in his thoughts at all. The first memory, and almost all the others before, were clear and concise, and he could feel the emotions of the subject. But the last one, it felt odd. The images were blurred, sentences were unfinished, and he could barely pick out words being formed, much like the one with Orochimaru and the Hokage. That usually only occurred with implanted memories, but fake memories typically had more obvious errors, such as sudden cracks or blanks, both signs of instability. No, there was something more to that last memory. The man looked around and gasped. The walls were no longer walls, but chunks of concrete, and Inoichi could see the vast darkness that reached limitlessly. The water that was at his feet just minutes ago was now blood red, and clung to his feet as he moved. It didn't feel like water stained with blood. It felt like blood. He repressed the jolt of fear that surged through his body and pressed on, making his way through the maze within the girl's mind. Eventually, he found his way to a large cage. He squinted, hoping to see through the darkness and find an end. He didn't. Nothing but the bleak darkness stretching as far as he could see. He stepped into the cage. Stop. Inoichi whipped around and saw the blonde girl standing behind him. This is for the readers to visualize. Inoichi ain't creeping on her. The only thing he notes is her hair. Her outfit was of a rather somber style, consisting of black, form-fitting pants, the bottoms stuffed into her above the ankle, black shinobi sandals. She wore a dark gray flak jacket, not of any particular village's style. A short, black, fingerless glove fit her left hand, accompanied by a mesh elbow guard on the same arm. Her right arm sported an upper arm-length fingerless black glove, contrasting with the other arm. Her blonde hair, tied up in a single high ponytail, her golden locks streaming down in uneven sprays of color. Inoichi absently noted that her hair in particular made him think of the sun, much like the yondaime. Do not go any further, Inoichi-san. There is nothing else to see. Her hand rested on the hilt of her tanto that rested horizontally in the small of her back. Inoichi straightened, seemingly recovered from the emotional whirlwind he was in earlier. I will not. You are hiding something and I plan on finding out what. Naruto flinched as he turned around and reached out. Wait! Immediately, Inoichi was met with the cold, hard gaze of two large red eyes. Massive killing intent washed over him, and he watched as the eyes moved upwards. A deafening roar resounded throughout the cell and fire surrounded Inoichi. He looked up at the shadows, and realized that they were no longer shadows. What stood before him was the tailed beast, the most powerful of its kind, the Kyubi. Kurama let out one more death knell and Inoichi collapsed on the ground, shivering more than he ever had before. Kurama, enough. Suddenly Inoichi found himself in a much different setting. His head whipped around, taking in the new environment. Light was everywhere. There were no visible walls, ceilings, floors, no confines. He was standing on light. Inoichi-san, I warned you that you shouldn't go further. Inoichi snapped around to the source of the voice and saw the woman in question. She gave a chuckle full of mirth, and Inoichi felt his heart soften imperceptibly. This girl, who had experienced being a pariah all of her life, felt the death of her friends, felt the immense sorrow following her mentor's death. She could still laugh and smile as though she had not a care in the world. Inoichi couldn't help it. He was an interrogator and a shinobi with years of experience. But he was still human, and he could not help but feel a strange sort of sympathy and respect for the girl in front of him. "I'm sure you have some questions, do you not?" Naruto smiled at him. He flinched and struggled to regain his bearings. "Ah," he replied intelligently. "Well." He shook his head in an effort to sober his thoughts. He looked at Naruto, ready to ask her his questions and get some answers. "How is any of this possible? Uzumaki Naruto is but a child. And what is the QB doing here? Just what is your aim, and who does it involve?" Naruto shook her head. "I think you've already guessed my situation and who I am, Inoichi-san. But I want to hear you confirm it," he intoned. "Yes, I am indeed from the future. Yes, I am Uzumaki Naruto from about. Say, has Kakashi taken a team? Actually, how old is Naruto right now?" Inoichi blinked. She is 11 years old, I think. 9 years, then. I am from 9 years hence. Also, I don't think I need to tell you, but my and her true gender is an S-class secret, so telling anyone would be dangerous. Moving on, she bit her thumb, trying to remember the other questions. "Kurama is fine. He won't hurt you, he's my friend." Inoichi blinked, again. "Kurama?" "Oh," Naruto laughed. "Kurama is the name of the QB." "What, the name of the QB? And you befriended it?" Naruto's face grew grim. What? He, she reiterated. "Kurama is a he, not an it. And yes, I did." She watched his expressions, and when she realized he was not accepting the information, she sighed. Contrary to popular belief, chakra beasts are not little ball. Well, I guess I should say big ball. Inoichi could swear he heard the fox snicker. Snicker. Like a 6-year-old watching his prank succeed. Of hatred. They are, as their label implies, chakra. The tailed beasts came into existence many years ago, and were as impressionable as babes. However, tailed beasts like Kurama and Shika, the Ichibi, grew tired of mistreatment and misuse by humans after many years. Like humans, each tailed beast has his or her own personality and emotions. Naruto tapped her chin. "Now, tell me, would you not be at least somewhat bitter if, for millennia, you were constantly hunted down and used as a weapon by selfish humans that strove for power? For their own gain? Because that is exactly what the tailed beasts have suffered through, and what they have felt." Inoichi's eyes flickered with realization. "I see. Anyway." Naruto clapped her hands once to get his attention. She smiled at the man. "Any other questions? Or will that be all? Have I sufficiently proven my identity?" Inoichi immediately donned his interrogator look, and Naruto stifled a giggle. "Almost, but not quite. Why did you travel back in time? And how?" Naruto's smile fell immediately, and she spoke with vindictive strength. "I'm afraid I don't wish to bore you with the details, Inoichi." Inoichi flinched at her unrestrained hostility. "But in essence? I failed. I failed everyone, and as a result, everyone died. So I came back to the past to fix my mistakes." Inoichi hesitantly placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, and she looked up at him, confusion evident in her sapphire eyes. "I understand, Naruto. I really do. I believe you." Naruto's expression melted into an amalgamation of many sorrow, happiness, anger, relief, all spun in a flurry within her eyes, and she was clearly having a difficult time keeping her emotions in check. But she succeeded anyway. "Let's go now, shall we, Inoichi-san?" The man nodded once, and he worked to leave the complex of her mind. Dead. Shriveled up, dead. Gone, probably dead. Zetsu. Dead. Missing the torso. Dead. Absorbed. Dead. Intact and still warm. But dead. She was moments too late. She walked through the vast expanse, looking through each husk, hoping with all her might that someone, anyone was still alive. Hope that died a little each time she opened a husk and realized that its original host was dead. The hope died each time, and it took some of her heart with it. Slowly, the happiness in her memories dissipated and was replaced with nothing but grief. Single. The feeling of realizing someone was dead, each time she opened up a husk, was like the feeling of someone ripping out her heart and slamming back into her chest. It healed over time. But then, the process simply repeated each time she urged herself to move on to the next one. By now, her entire being was bruised, beaten, and better off dead. What's the point? She would ask herself every day. She had realized long ago that they would never come back. Even if she went into the past, they would be different people. They would look like the people she loved. The imposters would be there to remind her of her failures. Tell her that they were not the same people she loved. Yet kill her every time she looked at them, their appearances so painfully similar to what Naruto remembered. Naruto wiped her tears and walked out of the village. There was no point in staying. She had tasks to complete, and she was moving on. She was moving on, but her heart was not. She would never be able to see these people again, and she was intending on leaving them. The least she could do is leave her heart with them. Inoichi. Inoichi's eyes snapped open and he looked into the eyes of his Hokage, and what a welcome sight it was to see the man alive and well. Ibiki was over on his left, looking with equal concern. Inoichi, what happened? What did the witch do? Don't call her that. Inoichi snapped at Ibiki, but immediately regretted his outburst. It was uncalled for. Ibiki was simply being Ibiki. He was worried for Inoichi, because he just noticed the stream of tears running down his face. He lifted his hand up to his cheek and watched in awe when it came away with moisture. Wow. You were crying, Inoichi, Ibiki intoned, worry still evident in his tone. Multiple times you cried. At one point, you started clutching your chest as though you were in pain. We were about to forcefully pull you out of the technique, but you had eased almost immediately. Inoichi looked at the still unconscious Naruto and removed his hand from her head. He spoke quietly. Her claims are true. She's to be trusted? She can definitely be trusted. He gave a bitter smile to the Hokage. More so than some of your advisors, definitely. Ibiki sent his partner a questioning look, but Hiruzen simply nodded. I see. Please write a report on what you found and hand it in to me when you can. Without anyone knowing. He took a puff of his pipe. And please, get some rest. You had the both of us rather worried, what with your sudden fits. Inoichi scratched his head. I will prepare the documents. By your leave. You may go now, Inoichi. The man bowed and stumbled out of the room, still somewhat dazed. I hope he will be all right, Ibiki mumbled. Just what did he see? Oh, just a certain fox and some memories that would usually leave someone with PTSD. Ibiki and Hiruzen whipped around to see the captive blonde. She shook her head. Whatever you intend on divulging to Ibiki-san is fine with me, Gigi. Just make sure that, whenever you do, you use that seal I told you about. I'll be waiting in your office. With a wink, she disappeared, leaving no traces at all. Ibiki gaped like a fish out of the water, and Hiruzen could not help but smile slightly. The girl had grown on him somewhat, despite the manner in which they met and circumstances. It made sense, however, seeing as it was apparently confirmed that she was, indeed, Naruto. He took a puff from his pipe as he nonchalantly walked out of the room. Despite how tired he felt, he was oddly happy. You took so long. Naruto appeared in the room just as Hiruzen entered, and suddenly, Five and Bu were upon her. She had been waiting in the room as she promised. But, using her amazing stealth techniques that she had acquired from 7 years of evading Kaguya, she managed to sneak in and remain undetected for 14 minutes. She was a little rusty, she had to admit. Her body was not trained as well as it should have been, mostly due to the fact that she was once again stuck in the body of an 11-year-old. Back to the present. Apparently, I had been hiding my presence a little too well, she thought bitterly as she felt the all-too-familiar feeling of a kunai against her neck. Hiruzen lifted a single hand. At ease. Her claims have been confirmed, and she is no threat to Konoha or any of her citizens. Except one, Naruto thought silently, picturing Danzo's head on the stick that was shoved up his butt at birth. Though maybe that stick was already all the way up to his head. She wouldn't be surprised. The ANBU moved away, somewhat reluctantly. When they left the room, Naruto reactivated the dimension seal and the two sat down in their respective seats. So, Hiruzen began. What exactly do you have in mind? Naruto blinked. Pardon? Surely you have a plan, a course of action to prevent the bleak future from happening. She gaped for a few disbelieving seconds before coherent syllables formed. Yes I do, it's just. I didn't think you would be so willing to cooperate. Hiruzen's expression drew into a frown. I wouldn't exactly say we treated you in a hospitable manner. The way you were treated is not the way I would have liked to picture my reunion with my granddaughter. Naruto felt warmth swell in her chest before laughing. She relaxed into her chair, any tenseness she held now gone. I wouldn't worry about it, Gigi. You did what you had to ensure Konoha's safety. Honestly, had you been any more lenient, I would have been worried. Very worried. But pleasantries aside, we can catch up and bond later. She held her hands in the ram seal and dispelled her henge, revealing her 11-year-old self. I am myself, Gigi. When I came back in time, I did not end up as a separate entity at my true age. I came back as 11-year-old Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen's jaw drooped slightly and he quickly caught his pipe before it hit his lap. Why did you pretend to be your older self, then? If you were planning on revealing it to me to begin with, why go through the trouble? Because, Naruto crossed her arms. The things I want to change. My plan would draw too much unwanted attention to me alone if they knew that Uzumaki Naruto had done it. I want to keep the timeline as similar as possible so I do not lose that edge. At least for a little while. She stood up and began pacing in the room. Furthermore, it would allow me to do things that Uzumaki Naruto could not, at least, in the eyes of many. It would be too suspicious if you sent a not Genin Naruto, who is the dead last of her class, on an S-rank mission. No. Hiruzen nodded in understanding. I see. What is it that you wish me to do? I need you to give Namikaze Fuko Jounin rank, with a history in ANBU. She needs to have an alibi for suddenly showing up after 20 years of no one knowing her. Namikaze Fuko. Hiruzen reiterated. Why not Uzumaki? Naruto shook her head. The name and appearance are meant to draw attention to my relation to Minato. As a Namikaze, Fuko with her blonde hair and blue eyes would be more likely to attract the attention of certain missing nin. Hiruzen raised a single eyebrow and Naruto continued. Even though Fuko will mostly be identified as Toussaint's relative, I want you to make me a distant relative of both Kushina's and Minato's. Say my mother's second cousin ended up marrying father's second cousin, twice removed. Or something. Anyway, I need to have some connection to both of them, because I intend on using the Kongo Fusa and the Hiraishin, along with its derived jutsu, many of which I am the proud creator of. Oh, and also because I intend on using the Rasengan as well. The Hokage took out a sheet of paper and began jotting down illegible scribbles. I will create an alibi for Namikaze Fuko. Do you wish for her to be a guardian of you, Naruto? Naruto hit her shock well. She hadn't expected the Sandaime to be so accommodating, even though it was proven that she was Naruto. No, I need her to be someone detached from me. I'll make a big deal eventually about, you were my relative, you knew me but you never helped me, kind of thing. You know. I understand. I will give Namikaze Fuko a reasonable alibi. However, I will need you to assume the identify of an NBU member, for a while. It would only make the story more plausible. You will also need to undergo a Jounin evaluation, monitored by me. Your opponent will be another Jounin of my choosing. Naruto's eyes held stars. Ooh, what mask will I get? Can I have Frog? She had been Frog in the Genjutsu during her time in ANBU, and even if the mask wasn't completely the same, the title alone would give her some semblance of the familiar routine. Hiruzen chuckled. I apologize, Naruto-chan, but the position of Frog has already been taken. In fact, All the masks have been taken except for Snake. Oh hell no, Naruto gave a look of disgust. Snakes make me think of the slimy BSRD Orochimaru. I am not wearing a mask of a snake. Hiruzen grimaced. I see. We might have to make you a custom mask, then. What animal would you prefer? I get to choose? Naruto smiled and tapped her chin. Typically, new ANBU masks were not created, the same animals and designs were kept through the generations. It was something of an age-old tradition to hand down one's mask to his or her protege and successor. To be the start of a new lineage, per se, was a great honor indeed. Wolf. Taken. A scowl adorned her fair features. Ox. Reserved. Naruto grumbled. Falcon. Also taken. What the fuck? There was no falcon last time, only hawk, she thought angrily. Lion. Too similar to tiger. And falcon isn't similar to hawk? She thought ruefully. She was seriously grasping at animals, now. She couldn't think of any more badass animals and was really against ending up with something like rabbit or puppy. Crocodile carries a bad stigma. Naruto inwardly mouthed the words, "What the f dashed?" Don't ask how, she just did. May I make a suggestion? Hiruzen chuckled at Naruto's hopeful look. Please make it a badass animal. Please. Not rabbit, not puppy, not kitten, not squirrel. Oh, don't worry about that, Hiruzen smiled. He unlocked one of his drawers and pulled out a box. He placed the box on his desk and motioned to Naruto to open it. She picked up the mask and inspected it. The mask seemed to have horns, or were they ears? Antlers. 4 to be specific. The outer 2 were larger than the inner 2. Black marked the nostrils and the curved mouth, and the red marked the mustache-looking lines and the marks beneath and above the eyes. It kinda reminded her of an axolotl, with some facial hair. What is it? A salamander? Hiruzen shook his head. Very close. The mask was, indeed, supposed to be a salamander, a fire salamander in particular. The horns were disputed, however, and it ended up being labeled lizard. So this is a lizard mask? Naruto made a face. Similar to snakes. And lizards are supposed to be weaker than snakes. I don't like that notion, she thought. No, it is not a lizard. Naruto tilted her head in confusion and Hiruzen smiled. After much debating, it wasn't fit to be a lizard either. But do you know what lizard in particular was thought of when they changed its animal from salamander to lizard? Naruto shook her head. Bearded dragon. Her eyes widened comically. It's a dragon mask. Hiruzen nodded, smile still in place. When Naruto recovered, her face mirrored the Hokage's and she beamed at him. That is pretty badass. And suddenly, the pseudo-mustache made sense. That reminds me, Gigi. Naruto placed the mask on the side of her head. She then performed a Chihenge jutsu to once again look like her 20-year-old self. Do you think you can help me get some clothes made that look like what I have on right now? This is actually a technique of mine, Chihenge. Hiruzen held out a piece of paper and a pen. Write down the specifics and I'll see what I can do. Naruto jumped and hugged the man across the desk. Thanks, Gigi. Also, have you heard of Blood Platinum by chance? Blood Platinum? Hiruzen pondered the name while Naruto jotted down notes on the paper. I'm afraid not. Perhaps ask the weaponsmith in the shopping district? I'm sure they would know of the name. All right, thanks again, Gigi. She handed him the paper and sat back down. A PRDT silence fell between them and Naruto started fidgeting in her chair. Hiruzen eventually looked up from his paperwork and spoke. I have been meaning to ask, Naruto-chan. In rank, exactly how far did you go? Naruto smiled. She was rather thankful that the silence had been lifted. Genin. Hiruzen's pipe dropped out of his mouth. He didn't catch it this time, and it bounced to the floor. Genin. Why in the world was she so proud of that? Oh, Naruto added as though an afterthought. I guess I was in ANBU for a little bit. I also made it to Hokage. I sort of have the experience and everything, but I don't really consider it a rank. So, yeah, Genin. She grimaced. Not to mention, this was all in the dream. I don't know exactly how much it can count for, but I know it can at least count for field experience. I hope, she thought sorrowfully. The sandaime held his head in his hands. Naruto, why were you still genin? The question resulted in Naruto giving an exasperated sigh. Well, the first time I took the Chunin exams, there was some interference, to put it lightly. Then I had pretty much no time for it, because of training and fighting this organization called the Akatsuki. Not to mention, for a while I was ineligible since my team was incomplete. The second time I got around to trying, well, I got disqualified for using a technique that was banned. From then on, I just couldn't take the time to focus on it. Since everything just escalated, Konoha didn't have the resources nor the time to spare placing me back in the exams, so when the time finally came, I was given the hat. Hiruzen smiled. How old were you when you got the hat, Naruto-chan? Naruto looked away immediately and spoke barely above a whisper. I was the Nanadaime, after Tsunade-chan the Godaime and Kakashi-sensei the Rokudaime. I held the office for 5 years. Hiruzen's eyes widened. What she was saying was that she was 15 when she was made Hokage, but he remained silent. Her sudden withdrawn attitude told him that she did not wish to speak on the subject further. Anyways, Gigi, I should go. You have all that paperwork to do and I know it'll probably take you another 4 hours or so to complete it. I'll see you later. Naruto disappeared without a trace and the Hokage muttered under his breath something about demed paper menace. When Naruto reached her home, the first thing she did was get out some paper, an old paintbrush, and spilt some of her blood in a cup. She got to work making some seals for her house while mentally noting that she absolutely had to get some real fuinjutsu paper, brushes, and ink. The seals included defense seals and Hiration seals, for practical purposes. After a shower and small meal, she collapsed onto her bed, finally realizing just how tired she was. Suddenly, information rushed into Naruto's head. She had forgotten about the Kage Bunshin she had sent out to train. After a few minutes of going over the memories that her Kage Bunshin had obtained, she smiled in triumph. She was able to use all of her techniques, albeit either at minimal power or with the control of a 7-year-old trying to throw a kunai. She grimaced as she remembered one particular technique ripping the limbs off of one of her clones before it dispersed. She'd be feeling phantom pains for the rest of the night. On the downside of today's practice, she found that her chakra reserves were dismally low. Now that Kurama was back with her, she was probably back up to about 10% her original reserve levels, which, to be fair, were still above Chunin rank. Regardless, she would be training her butt off to be prepared for the inevitable in less than a year. The day of beginnings. The next morning, Naruto received a letter and scroll addressed to her, but on the envelope the kanji for wind was labeled. It was for Fuko. She opened up the letter and was met by heavily coded text. Her eyes almost rolled to the back of her head. Oh God, she thought, what the hell is T-? Her eye caught a familiar pattern, which ended up being a few familiar patterns. She found that, after 5 minutes, she could read the script. This is Enbu's script, she said aloud. She had not been expecting the sandaime to take her mention of Enbu experience to heart, as she said it in passing. Truthfully, she had only been in Enbu while in the eternal Tsukuyomi. And yet, the script that she had learned in her dream was apparently an actual code technique, used by the very people she had supposedly learned it from in her dream. At some point, she really needed to do some more research on just how much within the Tsukuyomi was valid. But back to business. She read the letter with discerning eyes. Naruto, preparations for Namikaze's Fuko have been completed. Fuko's Jounin examination will be in precisely a month at Training Ground 7, 8 o'clock sharp. Be prepared and trained, you will meet your opponent the day of. A residence for Fuko has been attained, and you may use it as you wish. It is between the Hokage Tower and the training grounds, making it an ideal location for you. The address is XXX 12th XXXXX Street. The alibi is as follows. Namikaze Fuko wandered into Konoha at the age of 9, looking for her 2 relatives, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. She is related to Kushina as the daughter of Uzumaki Keiichi, who is the grandson of Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Keiichi married Namikaze's Naomi, who was a cousin to Minato. Namikaze Fuko is the daughter of the two, and she holds most of her mother's features, the blonde hair and blue eyes. Uzumaki Keiichi had been exiled from the clan for disobeying the clan head's orders and marrying an outsider when he already had a fiancée. Fuko lived a fairly peaceful life until the age of 4, when her parents were both killed by bandits. The bandits were about to kill her as well, but she was saved by Minato and Team 7 consisting of Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, who were doing a DL mission. Kakashi was not available at the time, due to another mission he was placed on, so there will be no conflicting stories. Fuko had befriended Minato and he ended up telling her that, should she ever need help, she may come to Konoha. In secret, Fuko followed the group back to Konoha, and when she was found, she asked Minato to teach her his techniques that she had seen. After revealing her heritage and showing her innate ability, Minato agreed to teach her his techniques. Kushina met Fuko, and the three became a family. They kept her presence hidden from the entire team. When she turned 6, she had mastered the Rasengan, Kongo Fusa, and Hiraishin. She departed from Konoha at the same time that Team Minato departed for the Kanabi Bridge mission, due to the fact that she was being kept in Konoha without being an actual citizen. Through Embu, I had found out about her presence in Konoha, however, and kept an eye on her. When word got back that Obito had died, I lost track of Fuko. 2 years passed and all of Team 7 excluding Kakashi along with Kushina, died. That was when Fuko came back to Konoha, distraught at losing her family. At first, she was turned away, but she was eventually integrated into Konoha as an actual citizen due to my meddling. She remained as an ANBU member who reported only to me and kept her presence hidden. At the age of 12, she was sent on a mission that would take many years. Ultimately, she came back to Konoha after completing the mission, which took a total of 8 years. Should anyone ask what the mission was about, you may tell them that it is classified and of Kage-level secrecy. However much you wish to divulge is up to your discretion. I place full faith in your ability to maintain the timeline and ensure that the future you have seen does not come about to threaten us again. I managed to get the clothing you requested. Apparently, the flak jacket you wore was an old Konoha style that had been switched out, due to its color. The clothing is stored within the scroll that accompanies this letter. Also, you've proven to me that you already knew of your parents. I will speak to you at a later date of their personalities to help with the alibi, but for now, a gift. Within the scroll are a few items that had been recovered after the Kyuubi attack, and I am certain your parents would have wanted you to take them. Stay well, Naruto-chan. Hiruzen. Naruto read over the story a few times before rolling up the letter and burning it. Even if it was in code, she could not take any chances in it falling in the wrong hands. She picked up the scroll and sent a small pulse of chakra through it. Out popped about 5 copies of the outfit she requested, to her delight. Maybe a little excessive, but the tasks she had to complete were more than likely to leave her wardrobe in tatters. Excess is only insurance. She grabbed the uniforms and placed them in a large box to be stored in her closet. That would go to Fuko's apartment, she noted. Naruto looked at the scroll and noticed another 2 next to it. I guess Gigi placed the scroll with my parents' items in the original scroll, she thought absently. As she did with the other, she sent a small pulse of chakra into the scroll and out popped a rather large amount of items, mostly clothes. Without blinking, she got to work sorting out the outfits. 3 of Dad's old genin outfits, and 6 of Mom's. This information was part of what the Rikudou Sennin had provided her. He gave her memories that she shouldn't have had, memories that were not hers. This was one such example. She had her parents' memories of a certain kidnapping, and she immediately knew what the outfits in front of her were. There were other outfits, notably of larger sizes and for older people. There was also the haori her father wore as the Nanadaime Hokage. It made her heart constrict slightly. She gingerly picked up the clothes and walked over to the closet. Her father's she placed on the hangers and in her drawers. Her mother's she placed in the box to be moved to Fuko's apartment. It wouldn't do for a supposed boy to have a female's clothes, after all. You could just say that you're a pervert. Naruto flinched but then relaxed easily, a smile spreading on her face. Kurama. Good to hear from you. Don't get all mushy on me. Kurama grunted. Ah, but who wouldn't? You decided to speak to me just because. Naruto walked back over to the pile. No. You're forgetting something. She paused as she sat down. And what would that be? Academy. It's okay. What? That, apparently, wasn't the reaction Kurama was expecting. It's okay, Naruto repeated. I don't want to surprise everyone by suddenly being a super genius. Skipping some days would probably only help. I still need to retain that status as the dead last. If I lose that spot, everything goes to hell. Kurama snorted before falling silent once more. Naruto decided to move on and focus on the rest of the items strewn about in front of her. A signed copy of The Tale of the Gutsy Shinobi caught her eye. She remembered the book. It was a rather good read. The book with the character she shared the name with. She placed the book down gently, mentally noting that she should reread it later when she got the chance. A scroll full of 100,000 ryo, 2 freakishly high-quality fuinjutsu brushes labeled Uzumaki and Namikaze, a decorative inkstone, some fine china, a book of recipes, and a dozen of her father's Hiraition kunai. Later, Naruto found herself staring at the last 2 items, a photo album and a small box. Naruto decided to inspect the former first. There were pictures, many pictures of her parents. One that caught her eye was one where Minato and Kushina were dining at an expensive restaurant. The picture seemed to have been taken in secret and her mother was threatening the waiter for whatever reason. The next had her parents, Jiraiya, and that generation's Team 7 all celebrating Kakashi's birthday. The poor boy looked like he was dragged there against his own free will. Another picture had only Minato and Kushina, and it made her heart stop. It was the picture of the 2 of them together, Kushina PR'd tea with Naruto. She was certain that the picture was something conjured up in the infinite Tsukuyomi, as she hadn't found it until after she had taken office as the Hokage. She felt as though she should have been extremely suspicious about the situation, but she found her heart melting at the sight. She truly wished that she could see her parents, speak to them again. But she would have to wait. The next picture was of Minato and Kushina standing atop the Hokage Tower, the monument in the background. Minato was wearing his Hokage cloak, and Kushina was dressed in a semi-formal dress. The 2 were the picture-perfect couple. Naruto sighed as she finished looking through the album. Had she truly been her physical age, she probably would have cried the moment she saw the first couple of pictures. There was a time where the very sight of her parents' faces made her cry out of longing, sorrow, happiness, pride, anger, and many other emotions. But now, she had a firmer grip on them, to the point that she could act as emotionally stunted as the team. Even when she was given the option to go back even further in time, to meet her parents again, she had gone against it. Doing so would have caused a disturbance in the timeline that she was certain of. She could no longer be Uzumaki Naruto, and would have need to tread more carefully. That doesn't mean she never entertained the idea, however. That was how she had come up with the name, Fuko. She had, at one point, fully intended on going back to when her parents were alive as an entirely different person. She was willing to risk everything to see them again, to hold them, to cry in their arms, to simply spend time with them. But Naruto had realized that, though a happy dream, it was just a dream. Many times she told herself it was too good to be true. Eventually, she settled for the fact that no matter what, she would see her parents again due to them placing small bits of their chakra into her seal. Naruto picked up the album and slid it under her bed, fully intending on looking through it again. She walked over to the little box and picked it up to inspect it. The box was fairly light, and when she shook it, a light, jingling sound could be heard. She opened the box and stifled a gasp. She recognized the trinket. It was the little silver necklace that Sasuke had given her in the dream. The centerpiece was a cabochon ruby, held in place by the silver ring around its edges. A silver spiral was formed on either side of the ruby from the silver ring, holding the gem firmly in place. Naruto chuckled. Perhaps Sasuke had found the necklace with Tsunade's help, and he was the chosen delegate to gift it. She smiled at the delicate necklace before snapping the clasp and putting it on. She dismissed the odd feeling of hesitance in the back of her mind. She stood up, used the Chihenji no Jutsu technique, picked up the box of Fukos, items and walked out the door, but not before activating her safety seals. Without weaving through signs, she created 2 Kage Bunshin. She simply nodded and watched as the clones made their way into the market to buy materials she'd need for her fuinjutsu. Naruto skipped and made her way to her newer apartment, inwardly thanking the Hokage for going along with her plan. When she made it to her new apartment, she was pleasantly surprised by the furnishings and overall balance. It was very neat and tidy, and Naruto could see herself settling in nicely. She went into one of the bedrooms. She realized that it was a 2-bedroom apartment, which confused her, and neatly stored away her new clothes. She checked through the closets and cabinets, and found that there was a total of 2 extra bed and pillow sheets, a vacuum cleaner, some kitchen utensils and cookingware, and a few towels in the bathroom. If she didn't know any better, she'd think that someone was living there. Immediately after scouting the house, she began working on seals to match the security in Fuko's house to Naruto's. By the time she finished, 1 clone had dispersed. It had dropped off the fuinjutsu materials it had bought and stored them. The second clone walked into the new apartment, handed Naruto the supplies and leftover money, and dispelled. Naruto quickly went to store the second set of fuinjutsu supplies on the desk, making certain to treat the inkstone and brushes with care. For the rest of the day, Naruto was at the far reaches of the training grounds, begrudgingly trying to build up her stamina and chakra. What technique was she forced to start with? The leaf concentration exercise. I know what I'm going to be doing for the next couple of months, she grumbled. It had been a few weeks since Fuko had become an actual person. Naruto hinged as Fuko walked to the market with the money she had left, precisely 75,000 ryo, and made her way to a certain weapon shop. Hello, she called out. If she was correct, Tenten should have been working by this age. Hello. Welcome. How can I help you? Fuko smiled. A little high-pitched, but it was the same voice and demeanor she had come to cherish from the young weapons mistress. Hello, I was hoping to make a custom order. A blood platinum blade tanto. I only have 75,000 ryo on me. What is the highest ratio of blood platinum to steel you can give me with this sum of money? Tenten looked at Fuko with befuddlement. Are you by chance looking for my father? He's the one that usually deals with custom order dash. Nope, Fuko continued smiling. I want you to make my blade. How much? Tenten struggled for words and Naruto pat her on the shoulder. I'll come back tomorrow. How does that sound? I know my request is a bit overwhelming. She spun on her heel and left out of the shop with a small goodbye, leaving the young weapons mistress in a state of confusion. Hello. Oh, miss. Fuko had come back the next day as promised, and she was happy to see that the weapons mistress had regained her spunk. Miss. Tenten gestured, hoping to get a name. Fuko smiled. You may call me Fuko. What is your name? I'm Tenten. Nice to meet you, Fuko-san. Oh, please. Fuko waved a hand dismissively. Just call me Fuko. Really? Anyway, any update on my request? Tenten nodded eagerly. Yes. With 75,000 ryo, your custom order tanto can have up to 90% blood platinum, but I would recommend 70% for overall balance. You want to incorporate blood platinum to channel chakra, right? 90%? Fuko thought absently. Tenten did mention that the price had gone up due to its sudden scarcity. Good that I came back in time then, I guess. Yes, it is for channeling chakra. Why would 70% be better than 90%? Well, tempered steel is much more durable than most metals, though it is a poor chakra conductor. Blood platinum, on the other hand, is one of the best chakra conductors out there, while also being one of the weaker weapon metals. Creating an alloy mixing the two would boost its durability to rival that of most other metals while also giving it that chakra channeling advantage. Tenten finished her explanation with a bright smile and Fuko couldn't help but reciprocate. That is quite astounding. You are rather well informed, Tenten. She beamed. Of course, I need to know my weapons after all. Anyway, we already have the blood platinum in stock and I can start right away. That will be 50,000 ryo. Fuko's eyes widened. 50,000? I know you are putting less blood platinum now, but does that really warrant a 33% decrease in price? Tenten made a mock ch sound. Don't tell anyone. It's only the third time that I'm making a custom weapon, especially out of blood platinum. Of course I'm going to lower the price. This is a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. She seemed to catch what she was saying, because she suddenly clasped both hands over her mouth. I mean, that is to say, I won't make a mistake, I promise. Fuko threw her head back in ceremonious laughter before pulling out the 50,000 ryo. Don't worry, Tent. I have full faith in your abilities. I know that you won't fail me. Tenten gave a small smile. I will have it ready in 2 weeks. Perfect. I was just about to ask when I could expect it. I actually have a certain test at the end of the month, and I was hoping my sword would be ready by then. Oh, that's good. What is the test? Tenten inquired. Fuko winked as she walked out of the store. Secret. Naruto was out training and practicing her katas. The evaluation was in 3 days, and she didn't have much time. Surprisingly, she had gotten her physical strength and ability up to about 25% in just under a month. She definitely had a strong chance against whoever she was pitted against. Her musings were interrupted by the sound of hits landings and bark splitting. She went over to investigate, and what she found was not quite what she had been expecting. Not quite. Based on the level of chakra she felt, she had assumed that it was a chunin, maybe genin wreaking havoc. She wasn't surprised, however, to find Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma taking turns to beat the sheet out of a training post. Not surprised, no, just rather confused. She quickly put on her mask and stepped out into the clearing and pulsed her chakra once, to make her presence known. The 3 jounin turned around. What are you 3 doing, if you don't mind me asking? Naruto inquired. Asuma shrugged. Not much. Training. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sure, training. I was over at the training ground next to this one. Imagine my surprise when I walk into the clearing to see 3 jounin beating the sheet out of this training post. Just what did it ever do to you? Kurenai giggled at Asuma's exasperated expression. Okay, the truth is, Kurenai began explaining, one of the Tokubetsu jounin used one of his jutsu and ended up making this post borderline invincible. It's become a sort of game to see who can reduce the post to splinters first. Guy continued her explanation. There is usually a much larger group of people, but today, the 3 of us are the most youthful. We have not yet given up hope of conquering this obstacle. I am Mato Guy, and I shall conquer this post with all my spirit. He gave his famous nice guy pose and Naruto giggled, to everyone's surprise. It is nice to meet you, Gaisen. You certainly are a rather youthful individual. Naruto spoke in an almost mock-eloquent tone. Before anyone could react, she was upon the post, inspecting it. Indeed, it was reinforced by quite a bit of chakra. But it certainly wasn't invincible. She backed up a few steps and settled into her Kawazu Kumite stance. She didn't need the Rikudou Sennin style to do this. A swift right kick, infused with nature chakra, and the post exploded into thousands of splinters in the direction her kick followed through. The jounin behind her simply gaped at the display and Naruto smiled triumphantly. Phew, I guess I'm not too rusty, she commented absently. Who are you? The question came from Asuma, who wore a disgruntled look. Oh, Naruto shrugged. No one too important. You guys will find out soon, anyway. You can just call me Ryu for now. That was my Anbu alias. Kurenai and Asuma exchanged a look while Guy created his solo rendition of the Springtime of Youth backdrop. Oh, so youthful. Such a hip attitude, much like my rival. Come, you must join me in the Springtime of Youth, young one. The other 2 paled. This was usually when Guy was either punched in the face, sent flying, avoided like the plague, or all of the above. But suddenly, Naruto giggled, making all 3 of the jounin look at her incredulously. What is amusing to you, young flower? Guy questioned. Naruto made a mock motion of wiping a tear from her eye. Oh, nothing really. Well, few things. I'm not that much younger than you guys, for one. I'm actually older, mentally speaking, she silently noted. And secondly, your demeanor is rather refreshing. Guy pet his head to the side while the other 2 jounin looked on, awaiting for Naruto to continue. Guy-san, I have a question. Do you think spring marks the beginning? The prelude to life? Do you suppose it is the best start per se? His thick eyebrows knitted together for a moment before he sprung into a proud pose. Of course. Spring is the start of life, happiness, romance, and youth. Naruto chuckled again. You know, you truly are the embodiment of spring, Guy-san. And I understand your sentiment about spring. It truly is a wonderful season. Her demeanor became solemn, and though her eyes were on the jounin in front of her, her mind was elsewhere. It's the season where life springs forth, romance and life's vigor is abundant. But in honesty, I think I prefer the season of fall myself. Kurenai and Asuma exchanged a glance. Fall is the season where you can look back on your year. Life settles and drifts off in the wind as the season changes. You can reflect on the year you've had, assess it. By the time fall ends, it is as though you've reached a point in your life where you are happy with everything that has occurred. You are able to pass on without a regret in the world. She trailed off and let her gaze wander up to the blue, cloudless sky. That's right. She had been happy when she felt the last vestiges of life slip from her fingers. Even though she was young in the eternal Tsukuyomi, the tender age of 29, she had lived a fulfilling life. She was sad to leave her friends, but she had completed her goal and saved everyone. She had been content to leave her loved ones behind, knowing that they were safe. But what about winter? Winter. What she was living in was winter. It had been a terrible awakening. She was fine departing early with the knowledge that her friends were all right. But the thing was, they weren't. Before she came back to the past, all she had were regrets. All her friends were dead. She was in a barren wasteland, and her life was not a warm enough light to keep her warm. Winter is where everything is dead. She caught the flinches of her audience and smiled. But then we're back to spring, right? Spring is made that much more amazing, that much more magical when you look at it from fall to winter and then to spring. Fall, you are able to think back to your life. You are content to die. Winter, you realize just how empty. Her words fell short and she spoke the words in her mind. How empty you are, especially if you are that person to survive while everyone else has died. She turned to the jounin with a smile once again forming on her face. But it makes spring that much sweeter. The life you thought was dead, the color in life you thought was gone, it comes back. And you learn to appreciate it much more than you had the first time. Because you felt what it was like to be a survivor. The last one. The crushing loneliness. She nodded to herself as though reaffirming the words. So in essence, I'm afraid I must disagree with you, Guy-san. In life, we take advantage of what we are given. We take our fortunes for granted, and we don't truly know how much they mean to us until they are gone, at which point it is far too late. She turned on her heel and readied to go back to her own training, but called back one last sentence. Spring is wonderful, but there are two sides to every coin. You cannot truly appreciate the life of spring without understanding the looming promise of death in fall. A swirl of leaves, and she was gone. Guy was silent. Eerily so. He hadn't been this quiet since one of his teammates died. But Kurenai could understand the sentiment. The girl who had just passed by was like a tornado. For the first time in how long, someone didn't react in the typical manner after being around and watching Guy's soliloquy of youth and spring. Instead, she actually thought about his words and offered an alternative. She actually took the time to consider that his words had a deeper meaning, and this wasn't something she nor Asuma had done until years after they had met Guy. Kurenai had noticed the look. The young woman's eyes, it was that same dull, tired look that veterans of war held. Certainly she had a mask covering her face, but the Genjutsu mistress could tell that the woman they spoke to was no older than she was, even younger than Kurenai, too young to have such a look lurking in her eyes, too young for something so terrible to weight down on her life like that. She looked to Asuma and could tell he was thinking similar thoughts. Whenever he was in deep thought or caught off guard, the cigarette in his mouth drooped slightly and he would stop all outward movement. Kurenai's eyes drifted to their green-clad friend, who was in a similar state. His eyes were unfocused, and he was clearly in deep thought. Suddenly, realization dawned on the Genjutsu master. We never got her name. The other two Jounin simply nodded, still dwelling slightly in their thoughts. Tenten, is it ready? Naruto, hinged as Fuko, walked into the store with a skip in her step. Fuko, nice to see you. Yeah, it is, and it turned out awesome. Tenten handed the sheathed blade to its new owner and watched as Fuko appraised the weapon. It's gorgeous, she breathed. Was it just her, or was it an even better rendition of her old one? Glad you like it. Tenten exclaimed. Truth be told, I had finished it about a week ago, but I decided to take the extra week to add some of my own personal touches. You can actually control whether or not your chakra shows while channeling it. It can be invisible and silent or visible and loud. It is easiest to do so with the wind, fire, and lightning natures though. I wouldn't try it with earth. Oh, don't worry, Fuko reassured the girl. My Doton is big time. I'm probably not even going to try channeling earth chakra through the blade, let alone use it in a fight. I see, Tenten smiled. Well, I'm glad you like it. Come back if anything appears to be wrong, I would be happy to fix it up for free. I'll keep that in mind. Naruto grumbled in her seat. At the moment, she was in the classroom at the academy, taking a test that was easier than learning how to PS. How did she end up here, you ask? Well, let's recap. It was a quiet morning. The sun was shining brightly and the birds were chirping in harmony to Naruto's rather monotonous alarm. It had been humming for about an hour, but she couldn't bring herself to drag her tired form out of the comfort of the sheets. The previous day had been a particularly grueling training session, as it was the last day she had to truly beat her muscles until they were sore. She needed at least a day of recovery in order to fight at full power, after all. She rolled over and cast a lethargic look to the exuberant alarm clock. 7:30. She grumbled. Just 5 more minutes. Bang bang bang. Naruto leapt out of bed from the sudden noise and fell onto the floor in an unsightly mess of sheets and limbs. She stood up, unsteady, and wearily made her way to her door. She forgot to look through the peephole and simply opened the door. Hell dash. Where have you been, Naruto? Iruka was using his famous big head no jutsu, and if Naruto wasn't awake before, she certainly was now. She had completely forgotten about academy. She replied intelligently, trying to find an excuse. Classified? Of course, that excuse hadn't worked, which really esigi because she wasn't even lying, and she was promptly dragged to the classroom as soon as she was dressed and ready. Apparently there was a quiz that day and it was on chakra control. Great, Naruto thought bitterly. Stupid test. Maybe I should just answer all of the question correctly so he'll leave me alone. Or would that result in something even worse? She shivered at the thought of being placed on the same team as Ino or Kiba if she was unable to stay the dead last. Sure, Ino was a great girl, and Kiba meant well. She just didn't know if she could take nagging that was essentially Sakura's nagging but on steroids, and Kiba sometimes smelled like dog shit. Getting a 100% on a single test probably wouldn't affect her placement as the dead last too much, right? Plus, it'd get Iruka off of her case. And if worse comes to worse, she could just ask the Hokage to make certain she stayed as the dead last. She decided that she should play it safe. Iruka-sensei? Naruto raised her hand. She had an honest question. Iruka's lower eyelid twitched. He was clearly still aggravated. Yes, Naruto? Can we speak outside for a minute? The hand that held his book dropped slightly. What for Naruto? Matters of a personal nature that need to be discussed. He blinked. Only 1 minute. Class, please continue reading the rest of the page. The two walked outside of the classroom and Iruka crossed his arms. His foot was tapping incessantly, showing his clear ire. Well, I was just wondering, Naruto began, about 2 things. 1, what would happen if I failed today's quiz? You would be scheduled for a makeup and a detention after class. You've missed a whole month of class. Just what have you been doing that has kept you away from class for so long? Iruka's face showed a mixture of emotions, anger, irritation, and worry. Mostly the first 2. But, well, I'll tell you later. Anyway, she hurriedly continued before Iruka spoke again. 2, What percentage of our overall grades do quizzes and tests count for? What about the final exam that determines whether or not we become genin? Irika placed his hands on his hips and huffed. Well, generally speaking, the final exam has no impact on one's grade. A student's grade is simply a matter of measuring their ability throughout the 4 years, whereas the final exam is to see if there was anything missed. The purpose of the final exam is to determine whether or not a student is ready to become a ninja, and everything prior determines a student's placement. Hence, Irika's speech was sibilant with anger but no malice. You are the dead last right now, Naruto. All right. Naruto clapped her hands once and smiled, much to Irika's surprise. So, if I got 100% on all of the tests from now to graduation, could you make absolutely certain that no one found out, and that I would be secure in the position as dead last? Meaning, could you ensure that I get placed on the team with the top kunoichi and top shinobi? Irika gaped. Academy students were not supposed to know about the way how teams were delegated, and he would have figured that Naruto would be shouting down the halls about how he would be the top shinobi of his class. He actually wanted to be the dead last? His eyes narrowed. What do you mean, if I got 100% on all of the tests? And how did you find out about the dead last, top kunoichi and top shinobi delegation? Well, if I get 100% on all of the tests from now on, you won't have any problem with me missing out in class, right? Irika gaped. I don't mind getting 100% as long as you don't let anyone find out. And I mean anyone. Well, except Gigi, you'll probably need his help on this anyway, but dash. Wait, Irika pinched the bridge of his nose and grimaced. He felt a migraine coming on. How would you get 100%? You've missed all of the classes. And Gigi? Who is Gigi? Naruto pouted. To answer your previous question about how I knew about the team delegation, I've known for a while. I mean, if you look in past graduation records, there has always been a team that had the 2 reputed top female and male shinobi, and then the dead last of the class. I just asked Gigi the Hokage for verification, and he informed me. Irika didn't simply gape this time, his jaw hit the floor. As for how I would get 100%, like I said, I've known about the team placements for a while now. It was in my plan to be the dead last and graduate with the top kunoichi and top shinobi and be placed on their team. That was a lie. Up until a month ago she was her old, stupid self that didn't know anything. Irika didn't need to know that, though. And why do you want to be on the team with the top kunoichi and shinobi? Irika was still shocked, but he was steadily getting over it. He would scold Naruto on his misuse of the Hokage's title later. He still didn't know whether or not to believe that Naruto could get 100% either. Do you even know the reason for dead last being teamed up with them? Yes. Naruto's reply left Irika somewhat taken aback. It is meant to motivate the dead last by placing him or her on a supposedly strong and stellar team. Irika didn't miss the emphasis on supposedly. I know what you're thinking, Irika. If I'm not as stupid as I seem, then I won't be the dead last. I'll be robbing the position from someone else who would benefit from being on a team with the 2 top students of the class. But you know what I think. Naruto's tone grew severe and she looked at her teacher with an unwavering gaze. That method of placement is absolute bullshit. Irika gasped. Naruto dash. Let me finish, Naruto ground out. Sure, the top kunoichi and shinobi are great. Amazing even. But ultimately, they're all still children. Children who don't know the horrors of war, who don't have blood on their hands, who don't understand the frailty of life and don't have the training to take it away. All that the delegation of dead last, top shinobi and top kunoichi manages to do is make a team with little to no teamwork. The dead last wouldn't even be considered a teammate by his peers because of his or her history as the dead last. The top shinobi and kunoichi, they are still children. They will feel entitled to ignoring the dead last, no matter how much their sensei stresses teamwork. Naruto motioned to the closed classroom door. I know I am somewhat biased, but I am speaking of the 2 who will most likely be this year's top shinobi and top kunoichi. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. She turned back to Irika. Tell me, do you really think that the Uchiha survivor, bent on revenge, would make an effort to befriend and work together with his team, let alone a true dead last? And Haruno? Naruto sighed. She's a fangirl of the Uchiha, through and through. She would be willing to go with anything he says. And she's book smart. Civilian. The cold truths of war and carnage have never even touched her. She's read about it in books, sure, but she has no street smarts. So, tell me, Irika-sensei, Naruto looked at Irika with a sorrow that he couldn't place. Do you really think that method of team delegation is so appropriate? Do you really want to tell me that I can't have the position of dead last? I'm telling you this now, I have a very good reason for my goal, even more so than what I have already revealed. So, she looked at the clock in the hallway, realizing she had about 8 minutes to finish the quiz. Can you promise me that I will be the dead last, no matter what? If you can, then I'd like to get back to the quiz and show you proof of what I can do. That is, if I have your word. The gears in Irika's brain were turning at a sedate pace and stuck in a rut as though rusted over. Was this really Naruto? I am me, Irika-sensei. You can ask the Hokage for proof. But he won't tell you any more than I've told you. Apparently he spoke his question out loud. Irika coughed. I will need to think about it for a little while. But for now, you have my tentative word. I will speak to the Hokage for verification. The two walked into the classroom and Naruto took her seat and promptly started writing on the test. She finished with 3 minutes to spare, flipped her test over and waved over to Irika. I gotta go now, Irika-sensei. Have fun talking to Gigi. And with that, she was gone, leaving a classroom of confused students and one extremely tired teacher. I don't get paid enough for this. Wow. Irika looked at the pristine paper in front of him, unmarred by red marks except the sole percentage at the top. What is the matter, Irika-san? Another teacher, a woman, called out to him from her desk. Suzume-sen. Irika leaned back into his chair and sighed. He was about to speak but remembered Naruto's words about secrecy. It's nothing really. I'm just lucky to have the top shinobi in my class, I suppose. Uchiha Sasuke? Suzume chuckled. You are both fortunate and unfortunate at the same time. I hear that your female students are not exactly easy to handle. Irika stood up and collected his papers. Yeah, they are somewhat difficult to deal with, but at the very least they do try. I need to go speak to Hokage-sama. Have a good day, Suzume-san. With a nod, he left the office and headed to the Hokage's office. There was much he needed to speak about. Nay, Sasuke. The boy in question whipped his head around, only to be greeted by the blonde-haired and blue-eyed boy, clad in the usual orange jumpsuit. Sasuke immediately schooled his features and went back into his brooding pose. Naruto rolled her eyes. Clearly she wasn't going to get an actual response out of him, so she had to do it herself. She looked around the classroom. All of the girls were somewhat distracted, looking through their textbooks, talking amongst each other. Sasuke, as per the usual, still had their attention but they were not boring a hole through his face. Dobe. Naruto flinched. She wasn't expecting him to actually speak. How did you get back here? I didn't detect your presence. The girls were all looking at Sasuke now, seemingly straining their hearing to listen. Naruto smirked. Perfect, she thought. Even better. She jumped back as though surprised, and in an exaggerated motion she threw her hands back. Sasuke looked at her incredulously. What? She yelled. You don't like the delicate, prim and pretty girls? The room fell silent. Naruto could feel the assessing stares of the female population in their year, the incredulous looks from the male population, and the rather real irritation emanating from the broody Uchiha. Dobe, just wa dash. Naruto made another exaggerated motion. Wait? You like the strong, well-rounded kunoichi type? The ones that can rival you? Amazing. I never would have taken you for the type to go for strength before beauty. Naruto heard the sound of pencils on paper and smirked. She didn't even need to turn around to know just what was being written down. Sasuke's left eye twitched. Dobe, you better shut up or dash. I understand. Naruto spoke over him and nodded her head in understanding. She could do this as a favor to him, since he was the metaphorical tool she was using to her advantage. The fangirl types are rather annoying, I must concur. The sounds of pencils momentarily stopped before resuming. You like the types that don't follow you around and prefer to focus on their training. Very noble of you, Uchiha. She took one quick glance around the room, noting the wide eyes of Sasuke and Shikamaru. The two had figured out the ploy, finally, the rather concentrated visage of the female students and the still confused looks of the male students. She nodded to herself. This year's kunoichi would be much stronger this time around. Well, it was nice talking to you, Sasuke team, but I gotta go. Bye. Just like last time, she disappeared without a trace. Sasuke grunted, somewhat grateful despite Naruto's generally annoying self. Hiruzen simply stared, awaiting Iruka's reason for the visit. Come on, Iruka, just say it. Tell him what you just spoke to Naruto about, he inwardly urged. But where do I start? This is all so crazy. The Hokage won't believe me. You are here about Uzumaki Naruto, I assume. The Sandame's voice cut through Iruka's inner turmoil, and the man sighed in relief. It seemed the Hokage had been expecting him. I am. The Hokage leaned back in his chair, but his gaze did not shift. And what exactly seems to be the problem? He had a few ideas about what hell Naruto had incurred, but he wasn't certain. Well, Iruka took a deep breath. Naruto had missed an entire month of classes, so I, as his teacher, went to drag him back to the academy. There was a quiz today, and Naruto requested that we speak outside of the classroom. He talked about getting 100% on all of the tests and quizzes from now on if I could guarantee that he was the dead last placed on the usual team delegation after graduation, and I was shocked, needless to say, about his knowledge about that particular team placement. He told me about how it is an inappropriate method of team placements, telling me how he believed he should be placed on the same team as Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, and said that he needed this for a good reason, and then he told me to come to you for verification. He breathed and hazarded a glance to the Hokage. He seemed completely calm, and not at all taken aback by the events. Iruka felt himself break out into a cold sweat. I apologize for wasting your tea time, Hokage. It is quite all right, Iruka. It is not a waste of my time at all. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and set it down. He had read Inoichi's report, and it was evident that Naruto had been the dead last previously, placed on Team 7 under Hatake Kakashi's supervision along with Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen was taken out of his thoughts by Iruka's nervous stutter. I apologize. I was simply thinking to myself. Yes, I can verify that Naruto has a legitimate reason. It is per my instruction that he be placed on a team with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura after the graduation exam. He caught his slip. Iruka stood. But Hokage-sama, with all due respect, Naruto is . How did Naruto score on the quiz? The Chunin blinked. Pardon? The quiz. Hiruzen motioned to the stack of papers in Iruka's hand. How did Naruto fare? Iruka sat back down. He got 100%. Hiruzen could not help the smile that crossed his face. His little Naruto-chan had truly grown. He had once thought that she would never pay any mind to her studies. What is the problem, then? He has proven his aptitude, has he not? Why yes, but I am still unsure. There is not enough proof. As Naruto himself said, they are all but children. I cannot accurately judge him without seeing his other abilities. Iruka was indignant despite himself, and Hiruzen nodded, to his surprise. I am glad you think this way, Iruka. Most academy teachers would have been elated at the chance to liberate themselves from dealing with Naruto on a daily basis. Had you answered any differently? Iruka gulped. Well, that does not matter. You answered as I had hoped. These quizzes and tests, they include taijutsu and ninjutsu evaluations, do they not? Oh. Iruka's eyes widened in realization and he sheepishly nodded. Yeah, they do. Hiruzen smiled. Then there should be no problem. I only ask that you conduct Naruto's in private. As he said, there are reasons for why he need be placed on a team with Haruno and Uchiha. It is the same reason why his evaluations should be conducted in private. In public, Please treat Naruto as though he is still the dead last, and do not allow anyone to hear of his true prowess. Irika shuddered, an ominous thought occurring to him. Naruto, none of this has to do with? No, Hiruzen's reply was curt and severe. It does not. In fact, there is no reason to worry about that particular extremity from now on. Irika cast a confused glance and Hiruzen shook his head. If that is all, I have paperwork to attend to. Irika shot up out of his chair and bowed. Yes, Hokage-sama. I apologize for taking your time, I will be going back now. He walked out of the Hokage's office, still rather confused. Today was the day of Fuko's Jounin evaluation. And yet, her proctor was late. Fuko and Hiruzen stood in the middle of Training Ground 7, still awaiting the arrival of the proctor. She turned to the Hokage, and though her face was obscured by her mask, he could feel her hesitance. Her stomach was churning and her mind was stuck on the possibility of her evaluator being a particular Jounin. Proctor. It isn't? Hiruzen shook his head and smiled. You shall see. Fuko groaned. If it was who she thought it was, then her evaluation was going to be rather interesting. Suddenly, in a swirl of leaves, he appeared. And Fuko inwardly cringed. It is him. He assessed the potential Jounin with a lazy gaze and spoke. So you're the Jounin to be? Ryu was it? Fuko nodded. Yes, Ryu was my ANBU alias. I am Namikaze Fuko. The man twitched at the name and Fuko glanced at Hiruzen. He apparently did not even divulge her name. I see. The man placed his book in his pocket and reached out to shake Fuko's hand. Hatake Kakashi, your proctor for the day. Fuko reciprocated the gesture. I am in your care. So. Kakashi scratched his chin in a casual gesture, but was immediately upon Fuko with a kick to her left side. She expertly blocked it and returned the blow with a punch to his gut, which was also blocked. She whirled around with a kick to his head and grazed his hair. The two leapt backwards, neither falling into a stance. Phew, Kakashi brushed his shoulder as though brushing away dirt. Didn't think you'd be able to block that surprise attack. He looked at her as though expecting a retort of some form. What, not going to comply dash? Suddenly, Fuko was behind him, delivering a rather sharp jab to his spine. Kakashi cringed before whirling around and trying to grab for his assailant. Unfortunately, she moved with him and delivered a low-powered burst of wind chakra to his side. Kakashi went flying across the field and slammed into a tree, rather beaten. He stood up, a little unsteady. You'll need to use your Sharingan if you hope to assess me properly, Kakashi-san. Kakashi twitched before shrugging and reaching to lift his headband. Very astute of you, Namikaze-san. How exactly did you pull off that jutsu, if you don't mind me asking? Fuko lifted her hand and gave a cocky, bring it, motion which made Kakashi's eye twitch. She smirked behind her mask. Questions can be asked later. Kakashi gripped his arm and Fuko watched as lightning chakra gathered in his palm. Wow, he really is pulling out all of the stops, she thought humorously. In that case, Fuko began channeling her wind chakra. She did not have a name for the technique yet, but it was something that would prove rather effective against Kakashi's Raikiri. Suddenly the man leapt forward, Raikiri complete and ready to take Fuko out. However, just as he reached out towards her, his attack was halted. Fuko had disappeared from his front and she appeared to his side, grabbed his arm and he watched as his lightning chakra immediately disappeared. Wadash! Fuko swung his arm around and kneed him in the gut, sending him flying into the air. Before he could try and weave through seals, he was delivered a powerful kick to his back, sending him hurtling back to the ground. However, he suddenly found himself standing in front of the Hokage. A red blade pressed his jugular and his hands behind his back, being restrained with wind chakra. He hadn't even felt her execute the shunshin. He sighed. I yield. Fuko released her grip and the man sat on the ground after readjusting his forehead protector. Well, I believe she is more than ready for Jounin rank. I must ask, Hokage-sama, just where did this girl come from? I believe I will let Fuko-chan answer that question herself. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the familiar tone. Fuko sat down across from Kakashi. Can I at least see the face of the one who bested me? He asked in a rather sarcastic tone. Don't be so depressed, Kakashi-san. Had you not underestimated me, you probably would have beaten me. In fact, I'm certain you would have. She was not exaggerating in the least. Though she had the mind and cunning of someone much older, she was still physically an 11-year-old. If the Jounin had come at her with the seriousness that she had, she would have lost her advantage and ended up in the hospital. Her reply was his deadpan stare, and she sighed. Well then, if I'm done? No, Kakashi replied tersely. Who are you? Fuko pet her head to the side innocently. I believe I answered that question already. Your background. Why have I never heard about you before now? You are far too powerful to have simply flown under the radar all this time. The silver-haired Jounin narrowed his single eye. The Hokage frowned. He opened his mouth to say something, but Fuko glanced in his direction. Don't worry, Gigi, I'll handle it. I understand that your suspicion is valid, Kakashi-san, but I would appreciate that you did not scrutinize me as though I were a ticking time bomb, she stated plainly. I have Hokage-sama's trust, and I can guarantee that my heart and loyalty lies with Konoha. But that doesn't dash, Kakashi resumed speaking, only to be cut off. I was not finished. Fuko gave no hints to her emotions, her body held no cues, and her voice was as steady as a stilled lake. I have operated under Hokage-sama for 12 years, more than half my life. I am indebted to him, my family, and Konoha. Family? Kakashi questioned, suspicion still evident in his tone. Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. They are both my relatives, and they had taken me in for 2 years when I was but 4. Minato saved me from bandits that had killed my parents, and I was lead to Konoha where I met Kushina, a distant relative. A small silence fell amongst the three before Kakashi asked another question. But where have you been all of this time? Fuko sighed. She was getting tired of this interrogation game. They took me in when I was 4, I left when I was 6. That was when all of you went on the Canopy Bridge mission. At this, Kakashi flinched. I left because I didn't want to be any more of a burden, and they had taught me enough to stay alive. I came back after I heard that they had died. It was at that point that Hokage-sama took me under his protection, and I entered ANBU after showing exemplary skills. However, I was kept out of the roster, for fear of certain individuals finding out about my connection to the Yonde Minato, aka the Yellow Flash. I then went on a mission I cannot disclose that took 8 years. Most of the secrecy was for my safety, though I reached a point of power to defend myself a long time ago. Kakashi crossed his arms and looked at the grass between them, deep in thought. How old are you? I am 20 at the moment, she answered plainly. Have I answered all of your questions? Do you believe me? The silver-haired Jounin combed a hand through his gravity-defying spikes and sighed. I suppose that is enough. And this? Fuko relaxed and stood up to stretch. Ugh, I've been sitting for too long. But now I want to eat. She turned to the Hokage. Gigi, let's go eat some ramen. If he didn't have his mask to cover his face, Kakashi's jaw would have hit the floor. The young woman's sudden change in demeanor had caught him off guard, and she was acting so casual with the Hokage that she could actually convince another that she truly was his granddaughter. Hiruzen chuckled. Certainly. Fuko turned to Kakashi and held out a hand, motioning for him to take it. Want to come, Kakashi? The Jounin snorted. You're pretty bold. No more, Kakashi-san. Fuko waved a hand dismissively. No need. A single silver eyebrow was raised. Oh, and why not? Because, Fuko began dragging the two towards her favorite ramen stand. You are probably one of the closest things to a living relative I have right now, aside from Gigi, she thought quietly. Because? Kakashi repeated, no longer fighting the blonde's grip on his wrist. She turned to him and he peered into azure eyes through the holes of the mask, holding inscrutable emotion. He realized that she was probably smiling. Fuko nodded. Because? When Irika walked into his classroom, he was expecting its usual noisy yelling and screaming, something that was normal in a classroom of children. What he hadn't expected was to see only half of his students, and an eerie silence. Irika noted that all but one of the female students were gone, that one being Hyuga Hinata, and the boys were silently watching something going on outside of the classroom. Irika coughed and everyone immediately scrambled to their seats, causing the man to raise an eyebrow. Can anyone explain to me why almost none of the female students are here today? He placed his books down at his podium and crossed his arms. Nara Shikamaru was the one who decided to answer. They're here, just outside. All of them are training. Irika blinked. Training? Yeah, Chuji was the next to speak up. They've decided to work a lot harder to become strong kunoichi. Irika blinked again and then smiled. He was glad that they had finally put their affections for the Uchiha aside and decided to take their training seriously. But still, this was a rather drastic change. It worried Irika, just what had occurred to change their minds? Naruto, Shikamaru supplied, apparently reading the Chunin's worry. Naruto tricked the female students. He pretended he was talking to Uchiha about what kind of girls he liked. He said, strong kunoichi, and not fangirls. It worked. The Nara shrugged and Irika gaped. It was that easy. The Chunin thought to himself. And then he sighed, resigned to the fact that the girls hadn't matured. They simply found another way to get closer to the Uchiha. Oh well, he thought. At least they were motivated, and it would help him in the long run. They would mature sooner or later, and all Irika could do was try his best to prepare them as much as possible for the future. Can one of you call them in? I would like to start. Class. So, can you do it? Naruto sat in her mindscape, arms crossed and staring expectantly at Kurama. His eyes narrowed. And why, pray tell, do you have the need to contact Shikaku? Just what are you planning? Naruto shrugged. I'm not planning anything. I mean, I probably should be, seeing as the badger. Tanuki. Tanuki, whatever. Seeing as the Tanuki is probably going to try to rip my head off the first chance he gets. Kurama grunted. That still doesn't answer my question. Naruto waved a hand dismissively and smiled. Don't worry about it. It's nothing bad, I promise. Just going to try and make another ally, is all. She watched as the fox's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. You are going to tell them? Oh no, I'm not going to tell them anything. She grinned at Kurama's slightly more relaxed slouch. I'm just going to give Shikaku his memories back. Kurama's head shot up from his lying position and he looked at Naruto as if she had grown a second head. His memories? Are you insane? How did you even get his never mind? That was probably the old man. You do realize that our memories can be transferred to the Gedomazo, right? Do you want to give the Akatsuki an upper hand? Naruto huffed lightly. Who said I was going to let the Akatsuki get Shikaku? What happened to conserving the timeline? Kurama ground out. I thought that you had steeled your resolve and managed to put your emotions aside, but now you want to jeopardize the advantage you currently hold? Naruto rolled her eyes. I came back to the past to change things, and I was never intending on letting them get Gaara. Never was, never will. Besides, you were the one who encouraged me to make more friends, remember that? Kurama dropped his head to his hands and let out a groan. I think I preferred when you were just a bright, bumbling idiot. A lot easier to get you to shut up. So, can you? Naruto tilted her head to the side, awaiting the fox's reply with bated breath. Kurama contemplated the idea and then shook his head, to Naruto's dismay. Technically, yes, I can contact Shikaku. But only to communicate. If his memories are stored as mine were, then it is not possible to get him to remember utilizing our method. What we tailed beasts use is a simple communication channel through a link that we inherently have due to our origins as one being. It can work between Bijou and Jinchuriki, but it would be a strained, secondary connection. Something like that would barely allow you to communicate clearly, let alone transfer memories. A stronger connection is required. Naruto's eye twitched and she pinched the bridge of her nose. I don't think I like where this is going. Shikaku would need to enter your mind in order to retrieve his memories. She groaned. Apparently, she'd have to take that into consideration in her meeting with the Hokage. Without further ado, she turned her attention outwards and felt the warmth of the sun's rays seep into Her skin. She stood up to make a joint-popping stretch before she hinged into Fuko and leapt off in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Konoha was, as usual, bursting with life and energy. People roamed the streets here and there, shop owners called out in the effort to draw in business. Fellow shinobi could be seen leaping across the rooftops and blending into the sparse shadows of the bright village. Konoha was not a lifeless expanse of dilapidated buildings and rotten corpses. It was exactly as it was supposed to be. And yet, in order to keep Konoha in this state, there were things she had to do. Things she had to change as the unaccounted factor in Madara's plan. She had her own agenda, sure, and she had a plan for the distant future. But what was she to do now? She hadn't changed a lot, thus far. She didn't want to change anything at this point. The only particularly major change she could have made was to fail the graduation exam. And wouldn't that throw a wrench into her plans? No, there wasn't a lot to be changed prior to the Genin test, prior to Team 7. Heck, prior to the Chunin exams, even. I do need to give Shikaku his memories now, however, she thought absently. He needs to have his memories so that we will be able to form a tentative partnership. Maybe I can get Gaara to calm down easier during the exams, this time around. Less casualties. Less time spent recovering. Less chances of being ill-prepared, should Madara adjust his own plans to the minute changes I've already incurred. When she arrived at the Hokage Tower, she walked through the building's doors and gave the receptionist a smile. She was hinged as Fuko to make it effective. As Naruto she would have been given a sneer in return, and waited for the Hokage to allow her his audience. I already said that you cannot transfer memories through the link we share. How are you planning on getting Shikaku his memories? You can't exactly walk into Suna to do so. Kurama had been stewing over the concept apparently, and Naruto couldn't help but grin. She had his support. I can and I will. How? Kurama questioned lazily. Well, obviously I would need to accept a mission near Suna as Fuko provided the Hokage accepts my proposal and I could infiltrate Suna as a normal civilian. Befriend Gar, get close to his seal, talk to Shikaku and then I'm out. That's provided the boy doesn't tear you limb from limb, Kurama added. Ah. She had forgotten that Gaara was a bloodthirsty psychopath at this point. Any suggestions? Stay in Konoha. She repressed the urge to roll her eyes. Any suggestions on ways to talk to Shikaku? When Kurama didn't answer, she sighed. Never mind, I'll think on that when we cross that bridge. First step is to see if Gigi will even allow Fuko to take missions so soon. I don't know if I have the trust of the council yet, and if I don't it will cause unwanted consequences. Whether or not Gigi is willing to deal with them, I don't know. It was then that a young Chunin woman walked up to Naruto, snapping her back to reality. Namikaze Fuko-san? The Hokage may see you now. Fuko nodded and walked with her to the Hokage's office, mentally reviewing her words. She had a few things to tell him about the Akatsuki, about Tobi, Madara, the Jubi, and her plans. The two walked to the Hokage's office and the woman departed with a quick bow. Hokage-sama. She knelt to the ground in a formal gesture to the aged man. Hiruzen looked up from his paperwork and gave a small smile to Fuko. Hello, Fuko-san. What is it that you need? Firstly, I would like to request a private audience. The Hokage wordlessly sent his ANBU out and activated the dimension seal. What is it that you need to speak about, Naruto-chan? Naruto dropped her henge and smiled as the henge mask dissipated. It's good to see you, Gigi. What I need to speak to you about? It's about my plan for the next couple of years. She pulled out a chair and settled into it. May as well make myself comfortable. Hiruzen placed his pipe down in a tray. Whatever she had to say was going to be something of note, and he would prefer to not be sent to the hospital because he somehow choked on his pipe. Go on. Well, the blonde combed a hand through her unruly hair. She really need to grow it out and let gravity tame it. I take it you recall what Inoichi-san told you about Orochimaru being your killer. Yes. Hiruzen stiffened before giving a small nod. That is correct. He did not reveal when or how it happened, however. In the report, it is simply stated that my killer is to be Orochimaru. A slight frown formed on Naruto's features. Yeah, Sorry, I still can't give you any useful details for obvious reasons. But don't worry, I won't let the possibility of death loom over you. It doesn't happen for at least another year and a half. She shook her head. Not that I'll let you die anyway. But that's not the point. I need you to give Namikaze Fuko as many A and S rank missions, preferably ones that take place outside of Konoha. Near Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa. Maybe a few near Suna as well. Any assassination missions on their shinobi are a no-go, but essentially anything else is perfectly fine. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Naruchan, do you realize how dangerous that would be? Especially near Kumo and Iwa. They don't particularly have pleasant past with your father. I know Gigi, she smiled though her eyes did not meet his. But this is important. A small silence drifted between the two before Hiruzen spoke again. Can I ask why you refuse any assassination missions? His eyes narrowed. Have you not yet had your first kill? Naruto shook her head vehemently, taken aback by the Sandame's mix of worry and pity. I have definitely. I have. She snorted. It's not anything to brag about, but my hands might even be one of the bloodiest pairs in Konoha, at the moment. Had I really though? Thought mindlessly. Yes, she had bloodied her hands, stained with the blood of those who resisted after the war had ended. But that was all in the genjutsu. The reality was that the war hadn't ended in their favor, and everyone died. She had taken assassination missions in the genjutsu and demolished any remaining forces and supporters of Madara's with her own 2 hands before she took the title of Hokage. But even then she wasn't fazed too much. No, what mattered to her was the fact that she was the killer of all of her precious people because she had failed them. She had allowed them to fall to the eternal Tsukuyomi and failed to bring down Kaguya. So yes, she had killed. And in the worst way possible too. Hiruzen sent her a sympathetic look, which she caught. She groaned. I digress. The reason why I refuse any assassination missions is because it would only create stronger animosity between Konoha and the other shinobi villages. I can't say much, but what I can say is that we need to form strong alliances with the other major villages if we want to even stand a chance against the one I am hunting. Orochimaru. The Hokage choked out. Was his student truly so far gone? No, Naruto grit her teeth. Even worse than Orochimaru, if you can believe that. Though he has not committed as many atrocities. He is responsible for the death of all of my loved ones. She pressed a finger to her temple and closed her eyes. He is the instigator of their deaths. But I was the one who failed them. Failed to protect them. Hiruzen stared at the young girl in front of him. Who is the one who did this? Naruto remained silent, contemplating whether or not she should tell him. After a minute she reached a decision and pinned the Hokage with a steely gaze. You must not tell anyone about this. Should his name begin to circulate, he will become cautious. And he will eventually trace it back to me. He is a cunning, wary man, with an eternity on his hands. If he caught wind of my interference, he would surely go into hiding until I died. Or kill me off himself. It would be a waiting game, one that he would win. She breathed in before muttering the cursed name. Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen's eyes widened and his hands curled into tight fists. But he can't be alive. He was killed at. He wasn't, Naruto interrupted. Though, you may be right about him being dead now. In fact, I'm certain the BSRD is dead. At this, the Hokage's face contorted in confusion. I'm not quite sure I follow. He has an accomplice. Another Uchiha who was supposed to be dead. Another Uchiha who is currently working behind the scenes as Uchiha Madara, and the one I am worried about catching wind of my interference. He is as much a threat as Madara himself, even with the limitation of seeing from one perspective. Another Uchiha who was supposed to be dead. A single perspective? Hiruzen grumbled. His eyes widened in realization. You don't mean? Naruto held her head in her right hand, elbow positioned on her knee. It depends on who it is that you're thinking about. She was truly curious to see if Hiruzen came to the right conclusion. An Uchiha with a single perspective, Perhaps only one eye? If that's the case, there was only one Uchiha that could match that description. Minato's student? Obito? Naruto nodded, and Hiruzen fell into his real age, as though winded from a powerful blow. He appeared weary and his usually powerful countenance was not apparent. He sat back in his chair and stared at Naruto, eyes blank. The two were silent. So many, the Sandaime began, causing Naruto to look up. So many that have gone astray. All under my watch, my care. How many times must I? Naruto interrupted his dazed depression. Gigi, it is not your fault. It is a fault of circumstance, and you were simply the unlucky one to be present throughout most of it. Another momentary silence blanketed the room until Hiruzen regained himself. His eyes were serious and held threatening promise. So, your plan? Naruto straightened immediately. A little background information, first. Tobi Obito's alias is Madara's acting replacement, as I mentioned. He is the leader in the shadows of the Akatsuki, a criminal organization of S-ranked criminals. Tobi plans on reviving Madara utilizing the Rinnegan they hold in their grasp. But first, Tobi's current task is to collect all of the tailed beasts, Ichibi, Nibi, all the way up to the Kyuubi, the one sealed within me. But why is he collecting tailed beasts? Is he seeking power? Hiruzen questioned. Well, in a way, yes. It isn't strictly power that he seeks, however. He seeks the power of the tailed beasts combined into one, so that he could assume the role of a pseudo-god. Hiruzen raised a single eyebrow. God? How do the tailed beasts play into such a plan? They are powerful, but a god. More background information. Naruto resumed her previous explanation. All of the tailed beasts were once a single beast, the Jubi. The Jubi was the main key for Madara to complete his plan, his mission, Tsuki no Mi, the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara wished to place the entire world in an eternal Tsukuyomi where all living beings would integrate into one mind, one will. She scoffed. It was all in the name of peace, according to him. He wished to become a god. That is why, no matter what, we cannot let Tobi and Madara gain control of all of the tailed beasts. If they manage to gather all of them, the Jubi will be resurrected, and it's all downhill from there. She sat back in her chair and crossed her fingers. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, was the Jinchuriki of the Sanbai, and I am certain he is already dead or under the control of Tobi. Either way, he is already a lost cause. Fu of Takigakure was the Jinchuriki of the Nanabai and is already dead. Han of Iwagakure was the Jinchuriki of the Gobi and is also dead. While the Sanbai is not yet in the hands of the Akatsuki, the other two are. Yujito ni, Rashi, and Utakata, the Jinchuriki of Nibi, Yanbi, and Rokubi respectively, are all alive and well at the moment. Each will eventually be captured by the Akatsuki, in said order, after I come back from my training trip with Jiraiya. She looked up at the Hokage. That was in the report as well, correct? My training with Jiraiya. Hiruzen struggled to comprehend all of the information thrown at him. He had many questions, but suddenly he found he was unable to voice any of them. He simply nodded in affirmation to Naruto's own. Actually, I forgot something, she began. One of the first Jinchuriki to face death is Sabaku no Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, and the future Kazekage. The Sandaime could sense the sadness and turmoil in her voice at the statement. The Jinchuriki of the Ichibi and the future Kazekage. He recalled the report Inoichi had given him, how the boy was lying in the grass, dead, with Naruto screaming in agony at the loss of a friend. That reminds me, Naruto's eyes widened. The first mission for Fuko. I need it to be one that takes place near Suna. I have a few things to do. The Suna Jinchuriki? Hiruzen questioned. Naruto nodded and he began writing a note. Take this, he handed the note to Naruto, to the missions desk, and you will be given a mission of your choosing. She sent him a grateful smile as she tucked the paper away into her flak jacket pocket. Anyway, back to the topic, Naruto coughed. What I need is for Namikaze Fuko to gain a reputation, along with Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, need to gain a reputation of strength so that Tobi will think to go after me first out of the rest of the Jinchuriki. I should go after that one before he becomes too strong, That is thought I hope to instill in the man's mind. Fuko will act as a deterrent for the Akatsuki, hopefully giving them the idea that she needs to be dealt with first before they act on Naruto or Konoha. I know I will be able to hold my own against Tobi at this point, and I have need to speak with him anyway. I just want to try and minimize casualties. Alas, some of the Jinchuriki may have to die anyway, Rashi, Han and Yujito being 3 prime examples. Even if my little distraction works, I still have Konoha behind me. I may prove to be more trouble than I am worth at this point, and Jinchuriki without connections to a village would be the prime targets to the Akatsuki. Yujito is almost constantly away from Kumo, which is probably why she was one of the first handful to be caught. She shrugged. I don't know, honestly, it depends on when my opportunity to strike down Tobi arises. I am not certain that he will show his face until after their deaths. Once I, Naruto, graduate, and am placed on Kakashi-sensei's team, I need to draw sufficient attention to myself and Fuko. It's a little unstable, but it is the most flexible plan if changes need to be made. Let the enemy come find me. Naruto glanced at the man sitting across from her and gave a small smile. The reason for me stressing friendship with the other villages, forming alliances with the foreign nations is not simply an intimidation tactic. We truly need to strengthen ties with the other major shinobi villages. The only way we can defeat Madara and protect our citizens is by working together. She gave a light snort. The ultimate test of teamwork, no? Just placed on a much, much larger scale than usual. The Sandaime nodded slowly, digesting all of the information thrown at him. I see. So I assume that, aside from me giving you to the specified A and S rank missions, everything is handled and under control. A small part of Naruto chided the Hokage's trust in her. He was the leader of a shinobi village, and yet, he was so willing to give her free rein? To allow her to do as she saw fit? She had proven that she was indeed Uzumaki Naruto, and that she was not a threat to Konoha. That did not mean that he could or should place such unadulterated trust in her in regards to the safety of the entire shinobi world. Of course, she was entirely grateful that he was so trusting. The freedom he gave her was optimal for her plans, and she honestly wouldn't have been able to do much without his aid. It was just... Not just in principle either, and not just because she was technically 11 years old physically. Though, that did affect her outlook on the matter slightly. With a small shake of her head, she snapped herself out of her musings. Yes. Hiruzen looked thoughtful. Can you humor me with an answer to one question? Naruto pet her head and pursed her lips. That depends on what it is. Why go through the trouble of keeping the integrity of the timeline, as you know it? You likely have as much information on our enemies as needed. This may be the past to you, but with your arrival we have already diverged from the world you knew. Why not just change everything you can, without the need for tiptoeing around? Naruto gave a wry smile. Because, I have long since learned that I can't always be reckless. Sure, I have a vast knowledge of the enemy, a large repertoire of techniques. But why discard my other trump card, the knowledge of major events? Some key events will happen regardless, that much I am certain of. But the dates can change, there is a possibility of even more people dying, and I cannot take that chance. I refuse to. There will be some necessary sacrifices, but those sacrifices will not be lives. Not if I can help it. Silence fell between the two as Hiruzen considered her words. You've changed, Naruto. It was left open-ended, but Naruto couldn't help but add, I'm disappointed, to the end of his statement. Her right hand clenched into a fist and she placed it firmly over her heart. This, she glanced to the fist on her chest, indicating her heart. Tends to die a little every time you see someone important die, Gigi. You know that, I know that. So what do you think happens when you wake up to find that everyone is gone? Her eyes drifted to the floor and her head hung slightly. Such a nightmare is bound to change anyone. Chikage Bunshin no Jutsu, she whispered. A single clone poofed into existence and stared at its creator. You are going to be here for the next week as Uzumaki Naruto, she stated as she hinged into Fuko. When you notice that your chakra is running low, you have my permission to gather nature chakra. But only if you cannot do without it. And not too much, don't even think about attempting Sage Mode. The clone nodded. Oh, and you are to refrain from training. Understand? The clone shot her a horrified look. Wait, but boss, what am I supposed to do for a whole week then? What do I do? Fuko bit her lip. It was kinda pathetic that training had become such a large part of her life, in all honesty. Just walk around the town. Enjoy the fact that you're no longer the last person on the face of the earth. Make friends, talk to Irika-sensei, attend the academy, poke the broody boy, try and get Sakura to not be a banshee, prank the fangirls, hell I don't know. Just make friends. The clone ped her head to the side. Wouldn't that ruin the timeline's stability though? If I were to make friends, that would interfere, right? I mean, there are key events that have to do with some of my friendships, and if I befriend them early. A palm instinctively flew to Fuko's face and she groaned. Was she really so uncertain about all of this? She opened her mouth to explain that, even if she was uncertain, she came back for a reason and shunning her friends wouldn't help but was promptly cut off, because the clone started laughing. Laughing? Her Dmed clone actually had the nerve to jokingly question her, and Fuko believed it. She sent a threatening glare to the clone. You're in butt. Hey, I'm only doing what you would have done in my place, the clone riposted with her arms held up in a placating manner, and you should probably stop talking to yourself. Your sanity is already questionable as it is. Fuko's mouth opened and closed a few times before she settled for pinching the bridge of her nose to try and alleviate the makings of her migraine. I really need to socialize more. The clone nodded sagely. Yes, you really do. Fuko rolled her eyes and turned to the door. She picked up her mask and the scroll she had packed earlier with her essentials, and disappeared in a gold and black flash. When she reached the main gate of the village, she sighed. Mutiny. Naruto. The clone's head shot up, drool on the side of her mouth and eyes dazed. She quickly wiped away the evidence of sleep and stared at the one who addressed her. Yes, Irika-sensei? Snickers and insults could be heard. A vein on Irika's forehead was visible and he cleared his throat. Answer the question. What are tenketsu, and how are they related to chakra? He looked expectantly at Naruto, eyes boring into her skull. She kicked her legs up onto the desk and rested her arms behind her head, supporting the weight. She took a dramatic gulp of air. Tenketsu, or chakra points, are nodes from which chakra can be released. There are 361 total tenketsu in the body, each one being a checkpoint on the chakra pathway system. The chakra pathway system is the term for the channels within the body through which our chakra is transferred from point to point. Tenketsu points are important because they release chakra throughout the body and out, influencing each and every cell in our bodies. She crossed her arms and blew a stray golden lock from her face. She absently noted that she would need to use a henge soon. Simply put, the two together are like a water system with multiple release points, a river with distributaries. The ecosystem relies on these distributaries, and should they be blocked off, certain parts of the ecosystem would be unable to function properly because the natural flow is disturbed. A still silence fell and Naruto could see the shocked stares of everyone in the room. Ino and Sakura didn't even realize that their jaws were hanging. Shikamaru's eyes widened before narrowing, and the boy had a suspicious glint in his eyes. Chuji stopped eating. Kiba and Akamaru looked confused. Akamaru seemed to be trying to discern whether or not she was really Naruto. Hinata's eyes widened before she settled into a small smile. Sasuke's eyes were wide and he probably didn't realize that he was gaping slightly. Shino's eyebrows seemed to disappear beyond his hairline. A few seconds passed and Naruto started to worry that everyone was shocked to death, but then she waved away the worry. It was still a little disconcerting. Irika was the first individual in the classroom to recover. Yes, that is correct, Naruto. Thank you for the analogy as well. Naruto gave a foxy smirk. Of course, Irika-sensei. After years of age, maturing, handling diplomatic matters, and reigning in her natural reactions, she had become a master of holding her tongue and weaving words, molding them to placate her opponents, but not without the smallest hint of hidden venom. She became a common diplomat's worst nightmare with her innate ability to quickly and easily direct conversations into her playing field, all in her favor. Once she was added to the grand scheme, everything was over for her opponents. Years of solitude well after the fact had made her accustomed to not speaking at all, and yelling out loud as her younger counterpart would have done was a habit gone to the wayside. All in all, she had become a rather calculating and quiet individual. Or so she thought. It was hot. Horrendously so. Turned out that was all she needed to revert to her old habits, as she was, currently, cursing out the sun and the shifting sands with vim and vigor. Colorful expletives, loud, booming voice, killing intent and all. Kit. Krama. Groused, beyond irate from half an hour of unrelenting yelling from his tetchy container. For the last time, shut the F up. No. Naruto spat back. She had dropped her henge when she was several miles out from Konoha. I know I'm wasting energy, I know I should probably shut up, but my chakra reserves are boiling from unspent energy and dinite. I wish the sun would stop being so sunny, Tibeo. The verbal tick was another supposedly discarded trait that had resurfaced, apparently. Then train, Kurama growled. Work on Suetun or something, use your unspent energy in a useful way. I'm tired of hearing your petulant whining, you insufferable brat. After a few tense moments, Naruto's sense came crashing back to earth at the reasonable suggestion. She chuckled awkwardly as a light red tinted her cheeks. Heh, I guess that's a good idea. She started channeling her chakra, trying to draw in the sparse flecks of moisture in the arid desert atmosphere. She could feel the inspiration for a new technique forming. You're welcome. By the time Naruto reached Suna, she was exhausted. It had only taken her about 43 hours travel time. She ran at least half of the way, but she had been training for most of the way. At the very least, she had managed to stretch out her chakra reserves further, and her mastery over wind and water affinities increased. Her newest jutsu was a combination of the two. She did not have a name for it, but it was useful as heck for desert weather. It was a form of her wind chakra mode cloak. She coated herself in a wind and water-based cloak, and adjusted the temperature to one that was comfortable for her. It was like traveling with her own biome, and it was awesome. Misuse of high-level jutsu aside, she had made it to Suna and henged herself with longer hair in pigtails, and with an absence of her peculiar whisker mark characteristic. It was easy enough to slip through the security of Suna and blend in as a normal citizen. She would have to inform future Gaara of the southeastern wall's lack of proper defense. Naruto made her way through the town to a homely inn for a place to stay. It was frightful how affordable it was. The economic decline was apparent. She settled herself into her room. It was going to be her home for the next 4 nights after all, and sat on her bed, looking at the darkened desert sky. At the very least, she could give the desert that. Its sunsets and nighttime view were beautiful. Billions of light sources littering the sky in an artistically uneven yet balanced manner, differing levels of brightness and slightly different hues. She absently wondered how her clone was doing. Clone Naruto was lying on top of the Hokage monument, stargazing, wondering what the boss was doing. She sighed. Making friends wasn't as easy as it was supposed to be. Or at least, how she remembered it. Earlier, she had tried to befriend Sakura and Ino, and that ended terribly. The former snubbed her after sneering, leaving Naruto confused until she remembered that she had once pretended to have a crush on the Pinkette. When that light bulb had turned on, she made an utterly disgusted face which Ino noticed, and reciprocated. The Yamanaka must have thought it was aimed at them, not at Naruto's younger self's old habits. She had tried to explain, and when the two girls waited for said explanation expectantly, she found that no words came out. She couldn't tell them that she was from the future where they were close friends and that she was living her childhood all over again. One-way ticket to Tandai? No thanks. Instead, she opted to say, "Sorry, I'm not good at this." It was the honest truth, and she could swear she saw a flicker of understanding in their eyes. That was, until Kiba opened his fang mouth. "USCK at picking up girls, Narubaka?" At this exclamation, Ino and Sakura immediately went on the defensive and glared at Naruto. Apparently, They had believed that Naruto was dared or something to try and pick up Ino and Sakura. Really, Kiba, really? At that point, the two had stormed out of the classroom and Naruto left not 5 seconds later, out of a classroom of stunned students and a thoroughly beaten-up Kiba. She smiled. Prior to that, though, she had befriended the mutt. It was the whole reason why he was even acting in such a familiar way, to be honest. Similar to how it went down in the past, the two had bonded through pranks. Kiba was still the bigger idiot between the two, but thanks to Naruto's wit they had pulled off a rather nefarious prank on Mizuki. The once blue-haired man would be a hot pinkette for the next week or so. Suddenly, she detected a presence nearby and tensed. At first she did not recognize it and could not tell if it was a muted presence or truly that small, but once she identified it she relaxed. It was one she recognized, and it was not hostile in the slightest. The source would probably opt to lie down and sleep before attacking her. The chakra signature approached her until it stood but a yard away from where she lay. "What do you want, Shika?" she asked plainly. She was truly curious, however. Naruto hadn't expected the notoriously lazy Nara to approach her. She saw him shrug as he walked closer. "Nothing really." She raised a single eyebrow at this but inwardly shrugged off the nagging questions that arose through curiosity. He sat down next to her and the two were silent, watching the stars. Until Naruto snickered, which earned her a skeptical glance from Shikamaru. "You don't find this as entertaining as cloud watching, do you?" she questioned, shoulders still with a slight tremble due to her snickering. Shikamaru snorted. "Not really." Oh, Shikamaru, he never changed. While it was amusing and nostalgic, however, Naruto realized something that she tended to realize each time she spoke with the Nara heir. The conversation was going nowhere. She bolted up and stretched, feeling her clone body realign itself. After being sedentary for hours. "Well, how about a game of shogi sometime?" She watched as Shikamaru's eyes shone like stars and she struggled to not burst into uncontrollable laughter. He immediately schooled his enthusiasm when he noticed her telltale trembling. "Are you any good? Wanna have a match now?" he inquired. Naruto smirked. "I guess we'll see? But I'll have to take a rain check on that. It's pretty late, and you have academy tomorrow." Shikamaru raised a single eyebrow. "You have academy too. You just choose to be absent." Naruto shrugged and Shikamaru sighed. "How about after academy tomorrow? Chuji can come too and the three of us will hang out." Naruto tapped her chin, looking as though she were contemplating the idea. She already had her answer. I dunno. Maybe if you treat both Chuji and I to Ichirakus." Shikamaru paled and slapped a hand to his face. A low, troublesome could be heard. The blonde smiled at her first reacquainted friend, happiness practically rolling off of her in waves. In the morning, Naruto's eyes popped open. Not for the normal reasons, however. She had planned to allow her body to rest until late morning because of her exhausted reserves. And yet, she woke up at 8 a.m., and that was not what she had planned. She had wanted to give her body at least 10 hours of rest this time. She usually woke to the sound of her alarm clock or whatever internal clock she had set, but this time was not the same. No, this time she woke up to a frightful sound. Screaming. She immediately leapt out of bed and cast her henge over herself before leaving. A quick inventory check and she out of the window headed towards the screaming, already knowing the source, the cause of the racket. The chakra signature was one that she would never forget, and Kurama seemed to agree, if his bristling was indication enough. Naruto neared the location with narrowed eyes and her heart clenched as she felt the insidious yet familiar chakra signature of her friend. "Monster! Run away, it will kill us all." The blonde watched as civilians ran away, panic and fear in their every movement and gesture. Her running slowed down and she pushed against the raging crowd, her heart rate steadily increasing. Her breathing was carefully controlled but her mind was in a state of distress. Memories of the redhead she battled against, battled alongside, befriended, came to know as family. The memories threatened to push past her mental barrier. The crowd had dispersed entirely and Naruto was but 5 meters away from a young boy on the ground, bleeding and beaten. "Child." Her words caused the young boy to flinch. He turned to her, eyes wide and watering. Run! She didn't need to repeat herself. The boy ran off past Naruto, away from the monster that had almost ended his life. Her eyes drifted back to the only other person in the vicinity and locked with virescent aquamarine. Gaara. The redhead's face was contorted in a malicious grin, his eyes bloodshot and dead. You let mother's prey escape, he hissed. The grin did not fade. Naruto pet her head to the side. You will be a decent replacement. Naruto had barely a second to note that Shikaku's own voice bled through Gaara's before his sand was upon her, ready to tear her apart limb from limb. But when the sand was but a few inches from her, it stopped. It was trembling as though trying to attack, trying to tear into Naruto's body and turn her into a bloodied mess. But it didn't. She relaxed with a slightly weary sigh. Her theory was correct. Prior to arriving in sand, prior to arriving in the past, she had created an S-ranked seal, a bijou suppressor. Its purpose was with the Jubi in mind, truth be told. It was a precursor towards her more powerful seal, one that would separate the Jubi into multiple fragments once again, but she never had the chance to test it out. She couldn't risk awakening Kaguya, and interfering with the Jubi was certain to do so. The way the bijou suppressor seal worked was it froze and absorbed bijou chakra and purged it of the malicious killing intent, converting it to usable chakra. Powerful and all, but she didn't know if it would work this time around. Not that Shikaku was a supremely powerful foe that it would fail against. The Ichibi was but a fragment of the Jubi, and while she was uncertain if her seal would work against the Jubi, she was more than certain that it would work against a single-tailed beast. The gamble in what she had done was that she never knew whether or not Gaara ever had control of his sand while under Shikaku's influence. If Gaara's had an ounce of will, his own will to see her dead, then it would not work. The sand controlled by Gaara would have proceeded to skewer her, bijou suppressor's seal be dead. She looked at the redhead and smiled. This meant that, should Shikaku's malignant feelings be purged, Gaara would have little to no problem with adjusting back to some semblance of a normal life. Her focus was brought back to the real world when Gaara's strained voice broke through her thoughts. Who are you? Naruto looked at Gaara. Actually looked. She noted the look of horror and shock that marred his face and frowned. She was used to stone-faced Gaara or the small and rare smiles he used to grace her. She found that she missed those minuscule smiles with a fervent passion. She walked up to Gaara, golden pigtails swaying with each movement. Gaara flinched back in defense, prepared for an attack. When she was at arm's reach, she held out her hand and smiled a true smile, a smile she hadn't felt in many, many years. A smile that she graced all of her friends when she saw them, a smile that showed her love and care for the bonds she had formed. Bonds that she would need to reforge from scratch, because almost no one she loved existed here. She didn't like the fact that, to these people, she was just another nameless face. They didn't know Uzumaki Naruto and they would never know her, not the way her precious people knew her, not in the way that mattered. The words that she spoke next acted as poisoned spears to her already bruised heart. Hi. My name is Fuko, what is your name? Boring. Boring, 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 boring. That was all she had to say about Academy. Actually, she did have something else to say about it. It was worse than paperwork. Yeah, she said it, it was worse than paperwork. Paperwork, the rumored biggest enemy of Kage. Even sitting in her office and doing paperwork, or rather, boss would make a bunch of us clones to alleviate the load, seemed like it would have been less boring than sitting in the classroom, waiting for lunch to come around. At least she could openly beach and about it as she wanted. She would get detention for disrupting the class. It was an odd irony to think of a trained Hokage being put in detention. But seriously, it was painfully boring. Maybe, just maybe, if she didn't already know everything being taught, she might have found it fun. Just a little. After all, she had learned how to enjoy studying and absorbing knowledge, courtesy of years of Fuinjutsu practice and Sakura and Tsunade beating her over the head with knowledge required for Hokage candidates. But no, she knew all of this. It was all so simple, and Naruto could only wish that she had decided to just stay home for the day. It wasn't as if she had to come that day either. There weren't any tests or quizzes that were being given out. Suddenly, Irika's lecture in the shinobi rules was interrupted, thank God, Naruto couldn't help but think, she wouldn't have been able to last another minute listening to those stupid rules, and he was led out of the classroom by a young woman that Naruto recognized as another teacher. Words about Hokage and meeting were heard, and the two left after Irika called out self-study. Immediately, Sasuke was beset by a crowd of loud fangirls, and Naruto clone couldn't help but snicker at her soon-to-be teammates' rather obvious displeasure. Obvious to her, at least. A twitch of the eye and tightening of the fists meant only the most severe of emotions in Uchiha speak. She decided to ignore her unfortunate friend and instead opted to sit by the now empty seats behind Shikamaru and Chuji. She poked the two to get their attention. "Yo," she stated with a small wave. "What are you two gonna do with this self-study?" Shikamaru shrugged and Chuji looked between Naruto and his bag of chips. She snorted. You two could pass the Uchiha body language test with that reply. She watched as Chuji choked on a chip and Shikamaru smirked. "That's right. Forgot to tell you, Chuji, but Naruto's coming over today." He pointed a thumb in Naruto's general direction as he spoke to his longtime best friend. "We're gonna have a shogi match." Chuji lifted an eyebrow and gave an uncertain look in Naruto's direction, causing her to smile. "That's not nice, Chuji, just because I don't look like it doesn't mean that I will SCK horribly at shogi, Databeo." She leaned over and delivered a light flick to the Akimichi heir's forehead, causing him to scowl slightly. "You of all people should know that looks can be deceiving." Shikamaru's eyes widened. Was that panic? And Chuji's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. In the past, the future past, Naruto had come to know the Akimichi heir rather well, especially in the genjutsu. But even though most of what she had learned was in the genjutsu, some things about Chuji only seemed to make sense. In her past, the boy was sharp, more so than what people gave him credit for. It made sense, actually. He and Shikamaru were best friends. He wasn't near a Nara's standard for genius, but he was certainly sharper than what other people perceived him as. It was definitely one of the reasons why he and Shikamaru got along so well, and they were both like protective older brothers of Ino. Both cunning, one a born genius that could counter almost any strategy, the other with the physical abilities and quick thinking to adapt to a change of strategy, allowing him to keep up with Shikamaru's schemes. A dashing duo, she had called them once, to their shock and Ino's horror. She had never seen so many frown lines on the platinum blonde's face. If anything, Chuji's only true weakness was the fact that he was extremely defensive of his weight and appearance. As he grew older and people realized just how formidable and how much of a powerhouse he was, the insults naturally died off. Still, Naruto was slightly disappointed in herself for never noticing the inner turmoil the boy had about his appearance, not until he was well past that stage. Even though she was still somewhat late, she would at the very least make the Akimichi heir realize just how powerful he truly was, and kill off those remaining insecurities he still had at this age. Chuji took another handful of chips and continued scrutinizing Naruto as he lost himself in his thoughts. Shikamaru had said that Naruto was cool, but Chuji wasn't certain where to place the blonde. Not yet. There were the normal people who didn't pay much attention to Chuji, they didn't bother him at all. There were the annoying groups that would pester him and make fun of his weight, saying that he would never make it as a shinobi. Those people grated on Chuji's nerves, and he wished they would just go away. Sometimes there were some who were more discreet about it, but Chuji knew better. He could see the side glances and the pitying expressions, the ones that thought he would get himself killed because of his weight. They viewed him and his weight as a disadvantage. Then, there were the rare few who understood him and accepted him as a friend. Shikamaru was one of them. Kiba and Ino were kinda like that. But where did that put Naruto? The weird blonde boy that seemed to want attention and praise not long ago, who suddenly became quiet and reflective. Also stopped coming to the academy, and for whatever reason, Irika didn't chase him down for it. It was weird. After Naruto stated, "You of all people should know that looks can be deceiving," Chuji felt the urge to write that statement off as a coincidence. But maybe Naruto understood? Maybe he would be someone like Shika? Maybe he really understood? Maybe Naruto belonged in the understanding group, and not the first one. Maybe, just maybe, they could be friends. What do you mean by that? He decided to question. It couldn't hurt to ask, and if Shika decided to place his trust in the weird blonde, then Chuji could spare his own too. At least, until the blonde did something he didn't like. If that happened, he knew Shika would defend him over Naruto, anyway. He watched as Naruto smiled. He couldn't tell if it was malicious or kind, so he instinctively coiled, preparing for an insult. Tell me, Chuji, why do you think you eat so much? Chuji's brows furrowed. Was this a ploy? Was Naruto trying to get him to say something so he could retort with an insult? He spoke carefully and slow. Because food is good. Naruto laughed and Chuji scowled. He was certain Naruto was gonna insult him. Of course food is good. But let me tell you this much, while you're right, you're also wrong. The Akimichi heir allowed confusion to show on his face. What the hell was the blonde weirdo playing at? He glanced at Shika, who was smiling. Why was he smiling? Chuji, your dad is an amazing shinobi. Chuji spun back to Naruto, eyes wide. It wasn't often that people praised his father for being an amazing shinobi. He was even bigger than Chuji. Naruto seemed amused by his shock, and he quickly replaced the expression with a carefully blank look, one he realized made him look more constipated than blank. His Baika no Jutsu is amazing, Tibeo. I don't claim to know much about your family's Haiden, but most physically altering jutsu are classed as A and S rank because they prove to be extremely dangerous. The way that your family utilizes your physical composition and metabolism is freakishly awesome, and it also serves as a way to get your foes to underestimate you guys. Chuji felt a small smile form on his face. He remembered how Shikamaru, Shikaku, and his own dad would say similar things, but it was odd hearing them from someone outside of the Ino Shikacho. A classmate his age. Naruto reciprocated the smile. Chuji, am I right to assume that your weight is a delicate matter for you? Immediately his smile vanished, and he stared warily at Naruto. The barrier was up again. He didn't know what Naruto was planning. However, he saw that Naruto's smile did not waver, and there seemed to be no ill intent in the blonde's smile. Chuji gave a hesitant nod after looking away, not wanting Naruto to see the conflicting emotions no doubt waging war in his eyes. He was shocked when he felt a hand pat his shoulder, and he looked up at Naruto, who gave him a reassuring look. The blonde's face was set in an eerily serious countenance, completely different from his usual shining and boisterous attitude. Look, like I said, I don't know much about your family's Haiden, but I am certain that you wouldn't be able to perform the Baika no Jutsu without harming yourself if you were stick thin. I mean, he gestured to the gaggle of fangirls hovering around Sasuke. Can you imagine any of those stick-thin harpies successfully performing it? They'd probably die from the strain. Your size is your strength, Chuji, not a detriment. Don't let other people tell you otherwise. The blonde sat back in his seat and punched the inside of his hand with his right fist in a threatening manner. A mischievous grin formed on his face. If they do, show them a little of the Akimichi strength. I dare you, Databeo. Chuji looked at Shikamaru, who gave him a mirthful smile. He knew. Chuji laughed, truly laughed. And what a surprise, it was on the topic that he was most sensitive about. He looked at Naruto and gave the biggest smile he had ever felt cross his face. Thanks, Naruto. He thought he saw a flicker of sorrow form on his newest friend's face, but it was immediately replaced with a grin. Chuji was glad that he decided to give the blonde his tentative trust, because now, the blonde had his full trust and his friendship. Sand swirled by their feet as she held her hand out. Gaara simply stared at the offered appendage, seemingly wondering why said appendage was still attached to her. He looked back up to her and his eyes narrowed slightly. He did not take her hand. Sabaku no Gaara. The temporarily dubbed Foko allowed her arm to fall back to her sides with a shrug. Nice to meet you, Didash. Why won't my sand attack you? Why are you still alive? His cold tone caused Foko to falter ever so slightly, but she recovered. I don't know. She shrugged off the questions. Hey, do you want to hang out? I'm kinda new here, and I'll probably get lost easily. No reply. Naruto heaved a small sigh within her mind, trying to stave off the memories that threatened to surface. She grabbed his hand, ignoring his immediate tensing. Let's just go. Fuko started walking in a random direction, dragging the Ichibi Jinchuriki behind her while chattering uselessly. She inwardly groaned. This was going to take a while. For the past 30 or so minutes, Gaara allowed himself to be pulled around by the strange blonde girl attached to his wrist. She was strange, to say the least. Physically, she looked to be no older than Gaara himself, maybe even younger. Her long, golden hair looked brighter than the sun, and her strangely blue eyes looked clearer than water. Her emotions were plain as day. Which is why Gaara was at such a loss. When she walked up to him, there was not even an ounce of fear in those eyes. Most people froze in fear simply by seeing him, even if he was not on his near-daily killing sprees. That was evident by the fearful yet confused glances the two of them were getting at the moment. They must have been wondering, why hasn't he killed the girl? It was a question he wanted the answer to as well. Why hadn't his sand killed her? Did Mother not want this girl dead? No, that wasn't right. Mother had wanted the strange girl's blood. Mother wanted it, yearned for it. As soon as Gaara had laid eyes on the strange girl, his mother had howled and screamed, commanding him to send his sand in her direction, forcing him to wrench his attention away from his original prey, to focus on the newcomer, and to make her blood spill. But as soon as he had let loose his sand, it stopped. It didn't kill the girl, it stopped. He could still feel the immense urge to color the streets in the girl's blood, but his sand would not obey. And then Mother went silent. No more whisperings, small promises, or commands to kill. Gaara felt unstable, yet calm, ever since Mother had gone quiet. He also felt a strange dread. The peace surely wouldn't last. The strange girl did something even weirder and offered her hand after introducing herself. Fuko, she called herself. She even asked him to hang out. Wasn't that what friends did? He and the weird girl were not friends. He had no friends, he was a monster. Sabaku no Gaara, the monster. And yet, the strange girl insisted that they hang out. He could feel her increasing exhaustion, however. They had been wandering around Suna for the past half hour and the drain was apparent. He recalled that there was a park nearby. Children went there for fun, if he recalled correctly. Gaara stopped abruptly, deciding this was the way to get the strange girl's attention. Well, it did, but instead of her stopping with him, his sudden halt caused her to faceplant into the dirt, her hands still gripping his own. He stared. After a few moments of complete silence, she stood up and dusted herself off, not looking at him in the face. He noticed the distinct red color blooming on the tips of her ears as she mumbled incoherently about emotionally stunted brats and stone-faced idiots. He wondered what she meant. She turned to him after a few moments, only a faint tint of red present on her cheeks, her face holding an indignant pout. "Why did you stop suddenly?" she questioned. Gaara turned his head to the direction of the park he knew of. "There is a park." The two stood in a tense silence for a few moments. Gaara wondered about her sudden silence. She was loud and noisy just a few minutes ago, and suddenly she became strangely quiet. He turned back to her, wondering what was taking so long for her to comprehend the notion, and saw that her free hand was held over her mouth, her eyes glistening with an unidentifiable emotion. She made an odd squeakish noise. Gaara simply stared at her, and that seemed to have caused her to lose her control. She broke out into a fit of giggles, startling the redhead slightly. "You're so I can't breathe." She struggled to speak through her laughter, and Gaara's brow furrowed. Why was she laughing? Sorry, she apologized, albeit unconvincingly. Something told Gaara that she was having fun. And it was at his expense. "Let's go and lead the way." For a few moments, Gaara stared at her, trying to find anything that indicated that she was not serious. She only stared back at him expectantly, waiting for him to show her to the park. He gave a hesitant nod and began walking, mindlessly noting that her footfalls were slightly lighter than his. Naruto clone knocked on the large doors, chest heaving and eyes alight with excitement. In all honesty, the excitement hadn't hit her until she got home and fully reviewed the implications of what Shikamaru had done. She was going to have her first playdate. Okay, that kinda put a damper on her spirits. She wasn't actually a child and that made her feel like some creepy old pervert with a defunct brain. But still, When she was this age, she had never hung out with her friends. Heck, she never had friends at this age. It was a nice change, going over to someone's house, deciding to hang out and be stupid together. Sure, she had done so in the genjutsu. But it was a genjutsu. And most of the time, they weren't as free or happy. Many were for diplomacy's sake and were a battle of words over stale tea. And prior to the genjutsu, she didn't have time. She was constantly training to try and protect her loved ones. She never had the time to actually sit down and really spend some time with her loved ones. But here she was, happily anticipating her first ever informal gathering with her first two friends in this past. The large doors of the Nara complex opened, revealing a Nara boy only slightly older than her. He cast her a lazy look. "Yes. I'm Uzumaki Naruto," she exclaimed happily. "I'm here for a dinner with Nara Shikamaru, his family, and the Akimichi heir." The Nara boy nodded his head and allowed her in, leading her to Shikamaru's house. She looked around the Nara estate. It wasn't nearly as large as the Hyuga or Uchiha compounds, but it was still rather large in its own right. There were a lot more people in the Nara clan than she would have figured, considering she had never seen another Nara prior to then. Or perhaps she just didn't pay close enough attention. They arrived at Shikamaru's house and the Nara boy left, leaving Naruto to gather her courage. It was a worrying feeling, in all honesty. Shikaku had died along with Inoichi, leaving Chuza as the remaining member of the senior Ino Shikacho formation. While she did not have a particularly strong bond with them, her friends did. Shikaku was Shikamaru's father, Inoichi was Ino's. She could still remember the grief that the two had repressed as they continued fighting in the war, and to say she didn't like it would be an understatement. She breathed. They were alive now, and the least changed from what she remembered. It would be difficult, but she had to grow a Dmed spine so she could actually protect them this time around. The sound of a door opening brought her out of her musing. She was greeted by a pair of two onyx. That was a glimmer of amusement. It definitely was eyes. "You gonna come in and say hi, or are you just gonna stay out here and be the Nara clan's new blonde statue?" Naruto grinned at Shikamaru as she walked past him. "Don't mind me then. Where's Cho?" Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "I don't think Chuji's gonna like that nickname. He's with Cousin, half helping her make dinner, half trying to get a few early bites." "He'll deal." She grinned. "Wanna play shogi while we wait?" Shikamaru grinned back. "I'm not gonna go easy on you. Something tells me you can probably take it." "Probably." "Well, that something is right." Shikamaru gaped. Chuji looked strangely at his best friend. Naruto smirked deviously. "I lost," Shikamaru stated quietly. Chuji's jaw immediately dropped and he scrambled over to the board, original task forgotten. Naruto let out a yell of victory in her mind. In the future past, and even in the eternal Tsukuyomi, she had never been able to completely best the Nara genius. He was always making up new strategies and such, which made it difficult for her to adjust. She had beaten him a measly 4 times versus his 300 and counting wins. In truth, she stole a few strategies from future Shika in her match against her new friend, but it couldn't hurt, right? "You actually beat Shikamaru," Chuji exclaimed at the top of his lungs, his disbelief evident in each syllable. Naruto laughed sheepishly. Shikamaru began resetting the board and Naruto raised a single eyebrow. "Again?" "What?" Naruto whined. "That match took 2 hours. It's past 8 and we haven't even eaten dinner yet." Shikamaru shook his head. "Dinner can wait. We need to have another match now." Naruto groaned in exasperation. Sure, she liked playing shogi against the genius. The feeling of winning against him was like no other, and she knew that her advantage over him would fade eventually. But she hadn't accounted for his obsession should she beat him after their first game in this particular point in time. "Now, Shikamaru, your friend doesn't seem to be willing to play." The 3 students turned their heads and saw the Nara head and his wife walk up to them. "How about I have a match with you instead?" Shikamaru groaned. "I don't want to have a match against you, though. It isn't fun to always lose." "Well, no one is getting a match right now anyway. Dinner is ready." Yoshino walked past her husband to stare at the blonde and the board. She gave an appraising eye and whistled. "Wow, you really did beat him." No one has ever managed to beat our little Shika, she stated, clearly impressed. Dinner's ready, right? Shikamaru ignored his mother's little Shika comment to the best of his ability and looked over to Naruto and Chuji. Let's go. The three boys filtered out of the room, followed by Yoshino. Shikaku's eyes lingered over the board for a second before he departed as well. It was another hot and sunny day in Suna, and Fuko had hunted down Gaara for another day to hang out, and they ended up getting a small rice treat. Gaara stared at his with a furrowed brow, wondering how he had ended up in this situation. Hey, Gaara. He noticed the lack of honorific and frowned. What do you do on days that you don't have anything to do? He ignored her question. Why do you call me that? The strange girl had been calling him Gaara ever since they had first met, and it was unnerving to him. He didn't mind the absence of an honorific much, the begrudging sama that some of his father's associates would address him by sometimes spurred his itch to kill. He didn't know why. Much like how he didn't know why the strange girl simply called him Gaara, and why it didn't bother him in the slightest. She turned to him and raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? He locked eyes with the blonde. Gaara, you don't add an honorific like most people. And you don't call me a monster, was the unspoken continuation. She smiled. Because you're my friend, silly. She went back to eating her food, not paying particular attention to the fact that Gaara's eyes were about twice as large as usual. A friend? A friend? Yes, she said, a friend. He was her friend? But they just met. Could they be friends even though they just met yesterday? But we just met yesterday. She flinched before lowering her treat to her lap. She turned her head to him, though her eyes were on the ground in front of her, and spoke slowly. Perhaps, but it is possible for two people to become friends from the very moment they meet. I liked you, so I decided that you were my friend. At the last statement, she let her eyes drift up to the cloudless sky and went back to enjoying her food. She liked him? What? Gaara's brow creased. Could they be friends if only she thought of him as one, and not the other way around? But do I not consider her a friend? He looked at his own treat that Fuko had gotten him earlier. What is a friend? He inspected the odd confection for a moment before taking a small bite. He remembered Fuko calling it dango. It was sweet, but somewhat bland, like the rice it was made out of. A friend. A sharp, burning sensation snapped Gaara out of his reverie, and he fell to the ground, alerting Fuko. His body instinctively lurched and he coughed, only worsening the burning sensation. His throat felt like it was on fire, a blazing inferno incinerating him from the inside out. He vaguely registered the feeling of Fuko's hands patting his back before she retracted. Murmurs and whispers surrounded him, and the muddled sound of Fuko's worried voice barely reached his ears. And then the world went very dark. Naruto stared at the unconscious form of her red-headed friend. Kit. Krama. Spoke in a low tone. She placed a single hand on his still back. He was still breathing, but he was eerily still. His chakra was dwindling and she could feel his chakra network fluctuating, even as it diminished. His nervous system was compromised, she could tell as much by the reactions. Gaara was poisoned. Poisoned. Kit, Kurama called with more urgency. Poisoned by the very people he had fought for, lived for, had once sacrificed his life for. Kit, calm down. She breathed. I am calm. No, you're not. Look at the people around you. She did as he said, and noticed the frightened bystanders that looked on at the spectacle. Oops, she thought sardonically, a caustic tone in her thoughts. Apparently she had let loose some killing intent. Silently, she picked up her unconscious friend. He was light, far too light, and leveled a glare at no specific person. You people are sick, she spat out, causing some of the onlookers to flinch. I bet you think this boy is the Ichibi. A monster. But did you know? If you had treated him like a human instead of a weapon, if someone had shown him love, no strings attached, he wouldn't have turned out as he has. He could have become the most benevolent, loyal Suna shinobi ever to be born in this prison. And yet, you all continue to treat him as a weapon. He is a product of your mistakes, not his own. You are the ones who created a monster. She looked at Gaara, lowering the potency of her killing intent slightly. He is the victim of your prejudices, you foolish, foolish idiots. In a flicker of yellow and red, the two were gone. She stood over her friend, staring worriedly at his unconscious form on the bed. Her hand was clenched tightly over his, trembling from nervousness and fear. Kurama, is he going to be okay? He'll be fine, Kit. Shikaku is doing his job. But what if it isn't enough? Naruto's thoughts were desperate. What if Gaara wasn't poisoned like this in the past? He had no reason to eat dango in the past. I pretty much forced him this time around, the fool I was. What if Shikaku can't flush the poison out of his system? What if he can't neutralize it? What then? Kurama growled. Then speak to the Demed demon. That was our objective here anyway, and you had better complete it soon. I can try helping with the boy's healing if Shikaku agrees to it, but it'll only be possible if you speak to Shikaku. Naruto flinched. She was acting stupid, and she had to snap out of it. I'll prepare the seal now. She fumbled around in her bag to set up her materials, brush, inkstone, and kunai for blood. She dipped her brush in the blood-infused ink, and with several quick and fluent strokes just above Gaara's seal, she was done. It was a single-layered seal of mid-level complexity, but it was all she needed to complete her task. This'll be enough. A surge of chakra into her freshly written seal, and she found her consciousness dwindling. She watched as the world faded to black and felt the pull of the Ichibi seal attempting to absorb her. She fought back and found herself unceremoniously dumped into a pitch-black room, unable to discern anything. Hello. She called out as she walked forward, trying to find her way through the room. Kit, stop moving. She turned to the source of the voice and smiled. Kurama shone like a beacon and she rushed over to him, glad to have some source of light in the darkness. I didn't know that you would follow me into the seal, she commented. His eyes narrowed as he looked into the darkness. I'll have to help you with my wayward brother. The redhead brat seal is not like mine, and if you die, I die as well. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying that there are absolutely no limit a dash? She was cut short. Kurama, what are you doing here? How dare you trespass here? Naruto whirled around and saw the looming form of Shikaku glaring at Kurama and herself. He was being rather liberal with his killing intent. I'm here to kindly ask you to stop being a total and to join forces. Kinda. Shikaku's eyes widened and he stared at Naruto for a few tense moments before he broke into derisive laughter. You think I'll join forces with a puny human? Who do you dash? You're Shikaku, the Ichibi, one of the self-proclaimed sons of Hagoromo, yada yada we know. She ignored the slight loosening of the Ichibi's jaw. Look, I need you to reach into my mind and pull out the memories that the Rikudou Sennin sent me here with. We don't have all day, we need to save Gaara. Do. Shikaku's voice was contemplative but still threatening. You claim to know dash. And can you stop shouting? I can barely hear myself think. Shikaku sent a wry glance to Kurama who shrugged. With narrowed eyes, Shikaku spoke again. You claim to know of Hagoromo? And what memories? Your memories. They are somewhere stored in my mind. Now hurry up, I came back into the past to save my friends, not to watch them die again. You speak in a presumptuous manner, foolish who dash. I was technically on your good graces before I came back, that's why. Now let's hurry the F up please. Kurama snorted at Naruto's behavior and Shikaku glared at the duo. Fine. Come over here, he commanded. His mouth formed a malevolent grin, all of his teeth visible. If I don't like what I see, I can just kill you afterwards. Naruto sent a wary glance to Kurama who nodded slowly. She walked over to Shikaku and he extended his arm in her direction. His smile grew even wider. This'll hurt. The blonde stiffened. Well sure dash. She screamed. The pain lasted for but a few seconds, but it felt as though he had split her head open and extracted her brain. And then, diced her brain into little bits, only to pour liquid flame on them, and then stuffed the gross mixture back into her head. And cauterized it shut. Needless to say, it finally hurt. Naruto stumbled back to the safety of Kurama's chakra cloak and pointed a shaky finger at Shikaku. Oh, I know that didn't have to hurt as much as it did. Why the food dash? Kit, just be quiet for a bit, Kurama spoke lowly. It actually did have to hurt as much as did, since he ripped out the memories as opposed to what I did. He's currently going over them, so try and stay quiet, unless you want him to go through the whole process again. Naruto cringed at the idea of having to go through that again. Wait, why did it have to hurt? What did you do to get your memories back? Kurama seemed to contemplate his answer for a few moments before speaking. I simply unlocked the memories and allowed them to slowly enter my mind from yours. That is why I did not remember everything all at once. I remembered the more recent memories first. Naruto grinned cheekily at the fox. Ah, so you wanted to save me the pain? How sweet. The fox rolled his eyes. That wasn't the only reason. It's much easier on my own mind to have my memories surface one at a time. You don't deny it. Don't push it. I love you too, Kurachan. Before Kurama could reply, their small banter was cut off by the booming and noticeably less malicious laughter of Shikaku. Kurachan? You allow your human to call you Kurachan? You're even worse than you were during the war. Kurama grumbled and Naruto smiled. Welcome back, Shikaku. It's good to see you again. The Ichibi attempted to compose himself, but he was still snickering slightly to Kurama's consternation. Yes, of course it is. So, you've traveled back into the past. Naruto nodded. What is your plan? She grinned. She hadn't expected Shikaku to be so receptive to helping her, but it seemed he cared enough for both her and Gaara to be willing and relatively compliant. I need you to behave the same for the most part. Please, don't torment him as much as your past self would have, but don't suddenly stop altogether. It would cause some unwanted suspicion. Shikaku raised a non-existent eyebrow. You do not wish for him to know the truth? To have his memories? Naruto shook her head, ignoring the hopeful feeling that had surfaced. No. I want Gaara to be normal, to be happy. It may only prove as harmful if he knows the truth. She trailed off, fully digesting what the Tanuki said. Wait, his memories? What do you mean? I only have my memories, but our memories are somewhat merged. He glanced at Kurama. I would have thought you knew of this, human. Naruto crossed her arms and stared at the ground in front of her. I think Kurama has told me about that. They are his memories, but they are the memories he has seen through his eyes. Does it not work the same way for you? Shikaku grunted. You are the seal master. Our seals are different, and mine allows me to watch the world through Gaara's eyes. The blonde's eyes widened. She honestly hadn't thought of that, and she felt a little silly for it. My answer remains the same. I'd prefer for Gaara to not have his memories back. It may only hurt him. Kit. Kurama chided. She shook her head, knowing what he was going to say. I'm not shoving my friends away this time, Kurama. You don't know how much I want him to have his memories back, and I will still be his friend. I'd like to spare him the pain, thank you. You didn't say that he had to, only that you preferred, Shikaku pointed out. Naruto nodded mutely before snapping her head back up to Shikaku. But if you don't tell him, you have to at least tell him you aren't his mother. I mean, goddamn Shikaku, what kind of weird notion motivated you to pretend to be his mother? Kurama snickered at Shikaku's exasperation. At the time, it seemed like a good idea. Motivate the motherless, yearning child by making him think I was an ally. I didn't think he'd cling to the idea that I was his mother. Naruto giggled before coughing into her hand, trying to bring the conversation back to the topic at hand. Anyway, back to the present. We need to heal Gaara. Can you do that, Shikaku? Do you need help? The Tanuki snorted. Yes, I can. It'll take a few days to completely neutralize it since it's a new poison. Definitely not Suna made, but it'll happen. Anything I can help with? Naruto questioned. His whole body is compromised at the moment, but he will wake up in about 2 days. Make sure to have food ready for him, he'll need it. Water especially. Naruto nodded and turned to ready for departure. She hesitated for a moment before looking over her shoulder. Be sure to take care of your son, Shikaku-kachan. She vaguely heard the enraged yelling of the Tanuki before she cut the connection off. It had been a good day. To her. Naruto had woken up and continued with her daily routine, with the addition of "wonder what boss is up" to for about 10 minutes while on the way to the academy. When she reached the academy with her customary tardiness and all of its glory, she zoned out during the lectures and snoozed a bit. She conversed with Shikamaru, Chuji, Kiba, and a few other classmates. Pulled a few pranks. Got scolded for said pranks. All was as per the usual. That is, until a wolf-masked ANBU appeared at their classroom's door and requested her presence. Of course, the first thing that she thought of was whether or not she was in trouble. For all of 3 seconds she panicked before schooling her heart rate with logic. There was no reason why she should have been in trouble, as she had proven well enough that she was not a threat to Konoha. The Hokage had most likely wanted to speak to her. But for what? At that point, she felt panic arise once again, as she wondered about what it was that he wished to discuss with her. What was so important that he couldn't wait until she was alone and wouldn't garner attention? It wasn't until she entered the Sandaime's office that she had a vague idea of what was going on. In the office sat the Sandaime Hokage, his expression grim and rather troubled, though it wasn't the "someone just died" or "something that could harm Konoha is afoot" look. It was more, "I've encountered something extremely troubling, and even if it doesn't seem important, it is very annoying." It was similar to the looks he gave whenever he scolded her for her pranks, or when a civilian came to rant about Kakashi's reading habits. In front of the Hokage's desk stood a rather familiar blonde. Yamanaka Inoichi, the man who had performed the mind walk on her and helped her to confirm her identity, stood with a slight slouch, seemingly relaxed, with the exception of the small twitch in his hands. So, there Naruto stood, puzzling over why she had been summoned. There was the possibility that he had come to check up on her future self, and that the Hokage requested her to come. Oh shit, was that the reason why he looked so stressed? Was she supposed to come as her older self? But wait, if that was the case, he should have let her know through his ANBU, or at least sent Inoichi out so she could henge herself. So what was the reason? Gigi? She glanced over to Inoichi. His face was undecipherable. "Why was I called here?" The aged Hokage breathed out a long, resigned sigh. "Uzumaki Naruto, the Yamanaka clan has requested that you be placed under their guardianship." What? Yes, it certainly had been a good day. When Inoichi had made the decision to become Naruto's legal guardian, he knew the child would be guarded about the whole idea. After the mind walk that he had performed on her future counterpart, the young girl had been on his mind constantly. Naruto, the current, was Ino's age, and yet, she had suffered through such intense hatred, unbidden acts of violence, and she never retaliated. He had never paid particular heed to the young blonde until he had seen her memories. And when he had, he could not get said memories to relinquish their hold on his mind. He had realized that, if he wanted peace of mind, he had to do something. He had to make up for his past mistakes and could not turn a blind eye to the girl anymore. He had the ability to help her, to guide her, to save her from her grief, and yet he hadn't thought to do so until he saw experience just what horrors she had and would go through. Inoichi was ashamed of the village, the civilians. But most of all, he was ashamed of himself. She was the QB container, and yet, she was also a child. A child that knew nothing of the world, nothing of the harsh realities of being a shinobi. Nothing of the love and affection of parents, of siblings, peers, friends, of villagers that should have treated her as a hero as opposed to the pariah that she had become. 11 years of living in a village that looked upon her with scorn had clearly molded her into a distrusting one, but she still showed nothing but smiles and her fiery personality. She was like the sun itself, no amount of water could douse her flames. But her cheer was mostly on the surface, and she was still an impressionable child. A child who needed protection, love and care. It was not too late for her to experience familial life and to be protected from the unwarranted glares she received from the bitter villagers. So, yes, Inoichi expected her to be against the whole idea of him being her guardian, but he knew it was for the best. He knew that she needed this, even if it was an arrangement that would last for a single year until she became a ninja, and by default, a legal adult. She needed it, and he was more than willing to provide it. It was the least he could do for his old friend. What he didn't expect was her blatant derision to the idea and her rather terse reply. "Hell, no. Her stance was daunting and oppressive, and Inoichi blinked. For the briefest of moments he didn't see a child standing in front of him, but a warrior with the most severe of countenances, a leader with unyielding resolve. She turned to leave. There Inoichi stood, dumbfounded at her reply. But no, he couldn't simply let her walk out of there. He had made his decision, and he was going to help her whether she wanted him to or not. She was a child, and she needed guidance. Naruto-chan, I know you are probably unsure about this, but I assure you that this will be benefi-. She whipped around, her short blonde locks swaying slightly. No means no. Her mouth clamped shut and her eyes widened for a second before she schooled her features back to one of reticence. The oppressive air about her dissipated, and Inoichi was betwixt sighing from relief and pitying the girl that seemed to lack the usual childish innocence that accompanied others her age. I'm fine. I've been fine. Oh, I don't even know you. I know, Inoichi spoke in a calm, quiet tone. I apologize that this is how we must meet. My name is Yamanaka Inoichi, and I am to be your dash. You aren't to be my anything, Yamanaka-san, she snapped. I don't want to be adopted or anything. I'm perfectly fine on my own. Her heated glare directed at the Hokage was not overlooked by the Yamanaka. Inoichi sighed. I am not adopting you, Naruto-chan. I'm just. And don't call me that, please. I'd rather not dwell on the fact that you somehow know my secret. Her head ducked down and he could not see her expression, but he could feel her unease. Right? Inoichi gave an apologetic smile. Naruto-san, I'm not adopting you, but you are being placed under the guardianship of my clan. Even if I had wanted to adopt you, I wouldn't have been able to due to certain circumstances. I understand that you have been living on your own for quite a while now and that is the norm for you, now. But it isn't wise to leave you out on your own, and this arrangement will have you living with us for at most a year, until you graduate and become a certified ninja. Naruto's head snapped up to face the Hokage again. Living with? What the hell dash? She heaved a deep sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose. Inoichi felt a small twitch in his left eye at the unabashed display of ire. Gigi, can we please speak for a moment? In private. Inoichi turned to the Hokage and noticed the rather amused look he had donned. The male blonde raised an eyebrow at the elder's nonchalance at the situation. After you spend some time with Inoichi-san and come to an agreement, yes. Naruto looked like she was about to protest, but the Hokage raised a hand up to silence her. Please, Naruto-chan, this is for your sake. Humor me. Inoichi could feel the almost tangible tension as the blonde and the Hokage had their staring contest, wherein unspoken words that Inoichi did not know were exchanged. After a few nerve-wracking moments the tension dissipated and Naruto let out a long sigh. Fine. I apologize for my behavior, Hokage-sama, but I hope that you will think to inform me prior, the next time something like this occurs. Inoichi gaped. Whether it was at her blatant disrespect for the Hokage, she always acted disrespectful apparently, but something was different this time, or the intelligence? Maturity? No, it wasn't that, but instead of acting like a petulant child being forced to do something against her will, she seemed more like an abrasive senior being told to babysit a child. Inoichi did not know what to think of the situation he had gotten himself into. Inoichi-san? Did you get that? Mentions of his name snapped him out of his thoughts, and he looked between the Hokage and the blonde. A sheepish smile crept onto his face. Yes? I apologize, I was lost in thought. The Hokage chuckled. You will spend the afternoon with Naruto so that the two of you can come to an agreement. Whether or not this arrangement goes through is up to her. He glanced at the clock. The academy students will be released soon. Why not introduce Naruto to your daughter? I'm sure the two could make great friends. Inoichi blinked. That could be a good idea. A child like Naruto would do well with companionship. But his daughter wasn't exactly the sweet and caring type. She was judgmental, superficial, a little selfish. Hokage-sama, am I allowed to divulge Naruto-san's true gender? No, Hiruzen quickly replied. Unless Naruto herself reveals this secret, then it will stay just that, a secret. I understand. He glanced to his temporary charge before leveling his gaze at the Hokage. I meant to ask sooner, but how has Fuko-san, I believe that is her name, how has she been doing? Unbeknownst to Inoichi, Naruto bit down on her tongue to resist the urge to facepalm right then and there. The man, for all of his knowledge and experience as an interrogator handling information and the delicate human mind, was sorely in need of practice in the art of subtlety. Hiruzen was also withholding the chuckle that threatened to burst from his lungs. Fuko-san is in good health. I am certain she understands your worries, but she is perfectly capable of handling herself. The elder took a puff from his pipe. May I ask why you are inquiring? Inoichi inwardly cursed. Why was he inquiring? Because she was the future of the girl beside him, that's why. Shikaku had heard that a new jounin was added to our ranks, and being one of the first few to meet her, he asked me about what I knew. He has actually been trying to contact her, but she seems to be rather elusive. Is she out on a mission? Yes, she is actually, the Hokage replied plainly. Once again, Naruto's mind was swimming unbeknownst to Inoichi. Crap, she thought, I forgot about that. Shika's dad is the jounin commander. Of course he's going to want a headcount of all the Konoha jounin. I'll have to try and think of a plan while the boss is away so that we'll be better prepared. Well then, Inoichi turned to Naruto and grinned. Shall we get going, Naruto-san? She nodded, and the two bade farewell to the Hokage. As they walked out of the building, Naruto tugged on his Haori, causing him to stop. Sorry about earlier. You can just call me Naruto, I don't really care for honorifics. Inoichi smiled. Well, you can just call me Inoichi in that case. I'm not much for honorifics either. He watched as the younger blonde grinned at him, and he felt a pained warmth swell within him. He wouldn't turn a blind eye to the young girl in front of him anymore. He couldn't deny her existence anymore. He couldn't deny her past, her future, or her heritage. He wouldn't allow Minato's legacy be left alone, not if he could help it. When Gaara woke, 2 days later, as Shikaku had predicted, Naruto practically tackled the redhead. She could feel his muscles tense at the sudden contact, but she couldn't care less. She had lost him twice before already, like hell she was going to lose him a third time. I'm glad you're awake, Gaara. She sighed contentedly and withdrew from the rather one-sided embrace. Gaara gave her an incredulous stare to which she replied with a bright smile. Are you hungry? I have some food, I'm sure you're probably famished right now. Not waiting for a reply, she grabbed a small bento box she had purchased earlier and placed it in front of Gaara. His eyes widened as he opened it, and she had no doubt that it was because one of his favorite foods was included, gizzard. Naruto made no effort to hide her cringe. She had tried the rather different meat before, and it definitely wasn't high on her favorite foods list, if there at all. Despite herself, she smiled as the thin boy dove into the food without restraint. Though he was rather starved and practically inhaling his food, his attention appeared to stay on her, as though he thought she would attack him at a moment's notice if he weren't careful. It was different, and it was difficult. She hardly remembered the time when she and the Sand siblings were at odds. She barely remembered Gaara's old self, his murderous, Shikaku-influenced mannerisms. The Gaara she knew was the strong, unyielding, loving, benevolent Kazekage of Suna. The boy, the man who had managed to win the hearts of his citizens despite his past, the man who had thanked her. The man who was, in a sense, her brother. He was her brother, and though he had often said that she was his role model, she believed it to be the other way around. Her hands clenched into the cloth of her kimono. If one wanted to go into the logistics, he was the only one who truly managed to win the hearts of the citizens in his village. She never achieved that, she had let them die. Shoving her pessimistic thoughts aside, she looked up at Gaara to find that he had finished and was assessing her with a wary gaze. I see you like the food. She smiled as she reached for the empty bento box and stood up. You know, you've been asleep for 2 days. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning, so I'm afraid you can't stay here any longer. Luckily, most of the poison has left your system by now, so you'll be back at 100% by dash. Why? His tone was terse and it cut through her words like a knife. Naruto simply placed the empty bento box on the table, her back to Gaara. Why what? Why did you help me? Why didn't you leave me to die? Oh, Gaara, she thought silently with a sigh. If you knew what I knew, then my reason would be plainer than day. Naruto turned around and sat on the foot of the bed, facing the adjoining wall. Why wouldn't I? She heard a soft sigh. We are not friends. There is no reason why you should help me. Her head whipped around and she leveled a glare at Gaara, sufficiently surprising the redhead. Gar, even if you don't consider me a friend, I already gave you my take on this. Whether you accept it or not, I consider you a friend. She puffed out her chest in an indignant fashion and crossed her arms. Naruto watched as Gaara mulled over her words. Why do you like me? Her brow furrowed and she pet her head to the side. Gaara furrowed his own brow in response. You said that you liked me the other day. You said that was why you considered me a friend, despite the fact that we had just met. Naruto's mouth formed an O shape as realization dawned on her. She smirked at the boy and allowed her arms to fall back to her sides. Why do I like you? I guess I have a good feeling about you. Call it a hunch. Gaara's brow furrowed further. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. I have a good feeling about you, and I am certain we will be good friends as soon as you accept the inevitable. The creases in the redhead's brow smoothed and his face went blank. You chose to be my friend, based on a feeling. He deadpanned. Yep. Naruto beamed. Gaara's eyes wandered to her kunai holster. You are a shinobi, and yet, you give your trust so readily. The blonde tapped her chin. No, I'm not one yet. But I will be. You will be killed. Unless it's you who does it, I doubt it. And what makes you think I won't? Naruto broke into a full smile. Same reason for why I like you, why I consider you a friend. A feeling and I trust you. She was about to say more. She had known for years that Gaara was not the type to accept such an explanation, because, even though he had learned to love and knew about love, he was still pragmatic at heart and probed problems for logical, scientific reasons, but found herself at a loss for words when she watched the telltale twitch of his mouth. Immediately she was upon him, trying to get a closer look at the smirk smile that was about to form. But his face was back to a cool facade, and she let out a small whine. You were gonna smile. I saw that. His expression was as plain as ever. No. Yes, you definitely were. I know what I saw. She leaned in closer. No, Gaara reached out and pushed her face away from his own blank face. A brief flicker of mirth shone in his eyes. I do not smile. Naruto gave a cheeky grin. She had not thought it possible for Gaara to relax so soon, but she supposed that Shikaku's lack of manipulation was key. She could already see Gaara's stern yet loving personality shining through, and the fact that he hadn't outwardly shown the urge to bathe the walls in her blood was proof as much as any other. Perhaps she would never see her Gaara ever again, but she was definitely going to protect this one. With that in mind, she poked him in the shoulder, happily noting that he hadn't flinched away this time. I'll make you smile at some point, Gaara. No, as if billboard brow. Shut up, Ino pig. Inoichi groaned, and Naruto sighed. The 3 academy students plus 1 jounin sat in a booth at a tea house as per the guardian's suggestion. Sakura and Ino were in a heated argument that had gone from talking about waistlines and love handles, really, to Sasuke, then to calories, then to who had a prettier nose, and then to their hair. At the moment, they were talking about who had longer, more lustrous hair. Naruto simply sipped at her tea, a small cup of matcha, rather lackluster compared to the weird concoctions the other 2 ordered, while nursing her growing headache. She didn't even know clones could get headaches until then, and even though she had grown to be the type to appreciate information of all forms, she had a feeling that she could have lived without this particular tidbit of information. Where did she even go wrong? When the Hokage had told her that she had to spend some time with Inoichi, she thought it'd be fine. She had latent respect for the man, of which she hadn't realized until her Ino began regaling everyone and their mothers about her father's prowess. That had been a weird stage for the platinum blonde, but Naruto supposed that was due to the grief from loss. But back to the topic. Naruto didn't think that it would be a bad idea to spend some time with the Yamanaka head, and she appreciated his goodwill. Of course, She was planning on adamantly refusing the idea of being placed under the guardianship of the Yamanaka clan regardless, unless it somehow allowed her all of the freedoms she had previously, without the potential threat of ruining the clan's reputation. Worst comes to worst, she could have Fuko adopt her to resolve whatever guilt-ridden issue the elder blonde had. A high-pitched screech broke through Naruto's thoughts, and she winced as she watched Sakura claw at Ino's hair. In all honesty, she had not planned on befriending the two girls at the moment. She was fully content on waiting for when Team 7 had their first meeting before she formally met Sasuke and Sakura. The only events in the timeline she intended on changing were the deaths, not how soon she met and/or befriended her past future friends. Not to mention, everyone else from the Rookie 9 Konoha 11 really needed the time to mature. To shed those remaining bits of childhood immaturity. Sorry. Naruto was mid-sip when Inoichi spoke and her gaze shifted over to him, an eyebrow raised. He sheepishly scratched his cheek. I didn't think my daughter and Sakura-san would be so volatile? Explosive? Tempestuous? Naruto supplied. Because I think all of the above are apt descriptions of the two here. They don't even know we're talking. Inoichi stared incredulously for a few moments before coughing into his fist. Yes. A few moments were spent watching the two rivals try to rip each other's eyes out. You know, you're not at all what I had expected. Naruto smirked. In what way? I'm sure there are many things about me that caught you by surprise. Inoichi steadied his gaze on Naruto and she stared back. Naruto, I do want you to know that I am here to help. I have changed my view on you a few times already, and it is my own fault for misjudging you. But I want you to know that it is fully my intention to be someone you can rely on, someone who can be a pillar of support. I want you to trust me. Naruto had to say she was surprised. She did not think that she had done much to gain such unyielding loyalty from the man, even if he did meet her future self. It was heartening, really, that she had another ally. An ally from someone that she wouldn't have expected otherwise. In response to his words, she smiled. I appreciate it, Inoichi. I really do. But I truly am fine as I am. Inoichi snorted. Oh no, don't get me wrong, I am more than certain you are fine. You show maturity and cunning at a level that surpasses some of the seasoned shinobi possess. His words caused Naruto to raise an eyebrow. I admit it is mostly for my benefit. It soothes my conscience much more to know that I have offered my help and the aid of my clan. Have wronged you, and I want to know that you will reach out to us should you ever feel the need to. Never again will the Yamanaka clan turn a blind eye to you. Ah, Naruto thought silently. So that's where the loyalty comes from. She had always figured that Minato and Kushina held strong ties with the other shinobi of their age group. The two were so vibrant in personality, mannerisms, status, and hair. Bright red and golden blonde were kinda hard to miss in a sea of mostly monochrome and shades of brown. Of course they would have garnered attention from the higher individuals of Konoha, Yamanaka clan included. Naruto only wished that she had known this the first time around, wished that she could have had this support when she truly needed it. But, then again, how was she to know that her parents' friends hadn't simply abandoned her? How was she to know that, to gain the love and support she had needed, she only needed to be a bit open about her feelings of loneliness? Heck, she never even knew who her parents were, and even that information didn't come to her until Konoha was leveled to the ground. And that information was not given to her so much as forced out of necessity. It's okay, Inoichi. I'm sure. They don't mind. I know I don't, and I'm happy that I have your support. The elder blonde's eyes widened and his voice fell below a whisper. You know? Naruto nodded. Yeah. From W-. What are you guys talking about? Naruto and Inoichi immediately looked across the table to Ino and Sakura, who had apparently stopped fighting. They both had looks of confusion, and it was Ino who had spoken. Oh, nothing, Naruto supplied evenly. Your father just wants to adopt me. Silly, right? A look of absolute horror crossed Ino's face. Tugun, you can't be serious. I can't live with Naruto Baka. Inoichi shrunk into himself and tried to placate his furious daughter. Ino, It's not exactly that. Naruto here would be placed under the protection of the Yamanaka clan, and would only sometimes need to stay over dash. Naruto watched amusedly as Ino screamed bloody murder at her father for a few moments, but she decided that she ought to save the poor man. Ino, don't worry. I'm not going to accept the arrangement, since I already have someone that wants to be my guardian, somewhat. Ino stared at Naruto for a few tense seconds before nodding and muttering a small, fine. Inoichi turned to Naruto, a questioning look on his face. Oh, I don't believe the Hokage had informed me about this. Naruto shrugged. You were talking about her. His eyes widened. Fudash. Kinda. Naruto quickly interrupted him. Nothing has been set in stone, however, and she is simply my mentor for now. Sakura's face pinched slightly. What are you talking about, Naruto-baka? The blonde in question waved off the question. Not anything important, really. It's all kinda boring. Instead, why don't you tell me why you are such heated rivals? It was a quick and easy transition of topics. Sakura immediately scowled in Ino's direction, and the act was reciprocated with equal vehemence. Because billboard brow Ino pig is stupid. No, I mean, what was the reason why you two first started fighting? Just because someone is stupid doesn't mean that it will spark a rivalry, especially not one as strong as the one you two share. She was goading them and she could feel her headache worsening. However, if she was going to sit there dealing with the two anyway, then Naruto decided that she may as well try and diffuse some of their girlish crush-motivated dreams. Because Sasuke-kun is mine. They both yelled simultaneously. No, he's mine. Fin. Stop yelling the same thing. Fin. And at the same time. And again. Naruto sighed. Let me get this straight. Your rivalry is based on your individual crushes on an uptight JRK that has no interest in you, girls, love in general, whatsoever. Sasuke-kun isn't a J. Sakura yelled, and Naruto raised an eyebrow to make her skepticism known. The two rivals exchanged a look. Well, when you put it that way, of course it doesn't sound very good. They at least had the decency to act a little embarrassed. So, Naruto continued, the two of you are in the academy, striving to become kunoichi, so you can be recognized by your crush? So he will turn your way and give you his love. She tried to say that with as little incredulity and sarcasm as possible. She did a rather good job, she had to say. Yes. The two girls squeaked. If they weren't such annoying, fangirl harpies at this age, Naruto would have thought it was cute. What cute, innocent little puppies with. God, she was feeling like a grandmother already. You'll get killed, she deadpanned. The two girls gasped. At this point, it's fine to a certain extent. That is, until you graduate, and you end up with a C-turn B rank mission and have to fight a high-leveled shinobi. And then, you realize that your abilities, while passable for graduation, aren't nearly honed enough to defend against an enemy going after your head. You come to the realization that your time that was spent fangirling over a broody boy in academy would have been more useful had you used it for training. The two girls looked like Naruto kicked a puppy. Naruto was glad that she was getting through to them, but she had to admit that she was a little worried to look to the side. Experiencing exactly how much of a doting father Inoichi could be was not an idea she was fond of. Look, as a shinobi or kunoichi, you don't know when your last breath will be. You don't know who will be the one to end your life. You don't know how you'll die, and most people hope to be claimed by age instead of a Nin looking for extra Rio in his pocket. Most don't have that wish granted. She reached over and flicked the two in the forehead, causing them to drop their dejected looks and glower at her. I don't know about you, but if I were to die, I'd rather die thinking that I did my best and that I had come as far as I could. Not, oh no, now I'll never be with Sasuke-kun. She gagged at the honorific. The only honorific, unconventional, though it was, she had ever given the Bihu was, team. Here's my suggestion. Get a better reason to become a kunoichi. For the good of Konoha, to protect Konoha, to become the best kunoichi, it doesn't matter. Anything would be better than, for my puppy love. Naruto leaned back in her seat and allowed the two to digest her words. She glanced at Inoichi and was relieved to see approval as opposed to a countenance promising death. When a minute had passed and silence still hung heavily, Naruto decided enough was enough and stood up to leave. Naruto? Inoichi questioned. Where are you going? Naruto shrugged. I've said my piece. I still need to talk to Gigi about some things, and we've already wrapped up the whole deal with the Yamanaka clan, right? We can just have a sort of gentleman's agreement. We'll come to each other's aid if needed, but I'd rather not have any legal workings that could be used against either of us. Also, you can probably get the details of my mentorship with Fuko-san from Gigi. All right, Inoichi nodded, albeit somewhat defeatedly. Ino, stop sulking and say goodbye to Naruto. Ino shot a glare to her father, no doubt angry that he was treating her like a child. She opened her mouth to, no doubt, yell some choice words at her father, but was cut short when someone else spoke. I'll think about your words. Naruto. 3 pairs of eyes landed on Sakura, who fidgeted from the sudden attention. Ino begrudgingly nodded. Yeah, me too. I'll think about it, I guess. Naruto beamed at the two, thinking about their formidable future counterparts. Good to know. I'll see you at the academy sometime, Ino, Sakura. She left the tea house without another word. Tu-chan. Inoichi glanced at his daughter. Yes, Ino. Ino shared a look with Sakura and her brows knit together. What happened to Narutobaka? The elder Yamanaka raised an eyebrow. He's changed, Sakura supplied. He isn't the same. Inoichi chuckled, to the ire of the 2 young girls. I suggest you befriend Naruto. I'm sure he isn't nearly as bad as you two think he is, and I'm sure after that little talk you had, you've realized this too. They nodded as they shared another look. Perhaps they could be a little nicer to the obnoxious blonde. Just a little. Gigi. Naruto hauled herself into the Hokage's office via window and tackled the elderly man from behind, holding him in a tight hug. I do believe an explanation is in order. Hiruzen chuckled and pat her on the head. Why, whatever do you mean, Naru-chan? Naruto's eyes narrowed as she stood up and walked around the desk to face his front. Why did you even consider the idea of me being placed under the protection of the Yamanaka clan? Now I need to pretend that I have some kind of mentorship with Fuko. Do you know how weird that will be to have to pretend to have a constructive spar between me and Fuko? To converse and act friendly with Fuko? I may be a little crazy, but I'm not bound for the padded room. Hiruzen gave a mirthful smile. I'm sure you'll be fine, Naru-chan. But I have good reasons for doing what I did. I truly do. Oh. Naruto crossed her arms and gave an indignant pout. Well, let's hear them. You've been having problems connecting with your friends. It wasn't a question, and Naruto stiffened. Yes, Naruto, I know that you have been struggling in that regard. You've become distant, even going as far as avoiding the academy as much as possible. Naruto looked affronted. What dash? No, I've still been talking to Shikamaru and dash. Hiruzen's gaze turned serious and he cut her off. I know that you believe or are trying to believe that they are entirely different people. I understand your fear, but you must not push your friends away, Naruto, because for one in your position, friends and bonds are the most important. Even more so than a vast repertoire of A and S rank ninjutsu or immense strength. Because your friends are your strength. He took a puff from his pipe. Do you understand, Naruto? Naruto stared at him for a few moments before face-palming. I should have known. Of course that's what this was about. Hiruzen's demeanor turned positive again. So, have you become friends with Ino-chan and Sakura-chan? Well, Naruto scratched the back of her head. I don't really know. We're not at a stalemate anymore, if that's what you're worried about, so, I guess. Thanks, Gigi. You are very welcome, Naruto. Naruto tapped her chin. So, you are going to help me with this, right? What exactly should I say? What should my relationship to Fuko be? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. I figured you would have already decided to enact your original plan. Fuko was to be a mentor to all of Team 7, was she not? Why not start earlier, with you as her apprentice? It would be similar to the configuration that your father had with Hatake Kakashi. Why, you ask? Naruto rubbed her temples. I guess that wouldn't be too bad. I just didn't want to have an edge over my teammates. They could both be rather jealous, and I didn't want a chance drawing attention to myself before the academy graduation. Kami knows I don't need the attention right now, since all the students in my year aren't certified shinobi yet and would only be in danger. Konoha isn't ready for a siege led by Tobi, and honestly, neither am I. The Sandaime smiled. Well, this would only help towards your plan. If Fuko has a closer connection to you, the assumption would be that she protects you. She would end up being a primary target of Tobi and the organization, just as you wanted. Naruto pondered his words. You know what, yeah, you're right. She wanted to facepalm. Perhaps this arrangement wasn't as bad as she thought. Not to mention, she would have a foolproof plan in case anyone ever asked her where she got her abilities in the not-so-distant future. She rolled her eyes at the decidedly triumphant smirk that the Sandaime shot her way. It had been 4 days since he met her, and yet, he could feel that something was different. Very, very different. And he didn't know if it was good or not. After he had left Fuko, he had spent the night mulling over what he knew about the blonde. She seemed to be upbeat and trusting, warm like the sun, yet not to a severe degree like Suna's sun, and even her chakra was calming, friendly, inviting. There was something about her that Gaara couldn't place, something familiar. Something that made it easy for him to forget about his past and the hatred that he had clung to for the majority of his life. The feeling had been there ever since he first met her, though he had been too focused on seeing her dead to really notice it. Something that he had realized immediately upon waking up after the poison escapade was that the feeling had increased exponentially. Most of all, no matter how much he searched, he could not find even an ounce of Mother's aura. Her hatred. She was still there, that much he could tell, but no longer did she send waves of bitter resentment through his coils, commanding him to search for prey to kill. Prey to turn into red pools of blood to dampen the dry sands of the desert. Perhaps it was the way that she looked at him, her eyes which said that she understood him, that she felt his pain, and that she was his friend. It was an odd concept to him, still, and he wasn't sure where this unadulterated trust was coming from. It was confusing, and rather grating that he couldn't understand. He was quite certain that he didn't care for her and didn't think of her as a friend, and yet, there was something. Something that allowed her to get close. Something that allowed her to be herself without resulting in her death. Gaara. A cheerful voice called out to him, and he calmly turned his head to acknowledge the new presence. You're here, I didn't think you'd see me off. Gaara simply inclined his head, and the blonde grinned. It was nice staying here and getting to know you, I can't wait to see you next time. Next time? Gaara questioned. He felt an odd sensation of hope, causing his brow to furrow. Fuko nodded. I'm certain that we'll see each other again, probably in about a year. Where did you come from? Gaara abruptly inquired. Fuko's eyes widened. Huh. It was a question that had piqued Gaara's interest for a while. The girl had made it clear that she was not from Suna, and he wondered what kind of village would raise someone so. Your home. Where is your home? She scratched her cheek. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to say. I'm from Konoha. Gaara looked at her for a few moments, noting her shifting feet and nervous demeanor. He nodded. I see. Fuko blinked. Is that all you have to say? You're not going to question? He shook his head. He had already realized that she was a kunoichi from her chakra coils, which were dangerously developed, and though she suppressed her chakra, he could still feel the raw strength the girl emitted and the way she carried herself. Her hailing from Konoha was not something difficult to imagine, as the village itself was reputed for its more kindly mannerisms in raising its shinobi. Well, Fuko began, snapping Gaara out of his thoughts. Yeah. I'll see you next time. Maybe you'll be visiting me instead. Before the redhead could reply, he found himself being strand-hugged by the blonde, and he froze, unused to the act. She quickly withdrew and gave him a toothy smile before spinning on her heel and dashing towards the gate. Before she passed through, she halted and turned her head to the side. I won't let you be unhappy, Gaara. You will be happy. Gaara ped his head to the side as he watched her retreating form. He was certain he was not supposed to hear those words, but they confused him all the more. A weird, warm feeling flickered in his chest, and he silently nodded before turning back towards the village. Naruto, henged as Fuko, cursed in colorful tones and with vim and vigor as she leapt across the rooftops in the evening sky. There wasn't any sort of emergency. She hadn't made some irreparable mistake that tied a metaphorical noose around her neck. No, she wasn't in any sort of trouble or dire situation, though the same couldn't be said about her earlier. The entire day had been trying on her patience, and she was frustrated, tired, insulted, and quite frankly, she wanted to just forget the day had ever happened. It all began mid-morning when she came home from her week-long mission in Suna. Clone Naruto was walking through Konoha, admiring the lively and bustling air that the village exuded. It was easy enough to ignore the scornful looks, because the point was much more important. The point? Konoha was here. Everyone was alive. And Naruto was content, knowing that her home was safe and far from the dangers she knew existed in the world. The dangers that had ripped happiness from her bare hands once before. Her reverie and the calm in the village was abruptly destroyed when a shrill scream pierced through the murmurs and conversation like a blade. It was over almost as soon as it began, however, and Naruto dove into the quickly forming crowd to find the source. There, in the center of the circle of onlookers, was Mitarashi Anko. She was collapsed on the floor, face twisted in pain and chest heaving. "You know," she drawled, pointing her now-clean stick in Naruto's direction, "if you keep eating ramen like you do, you'll get fat." Naruto scoffed as she finished her 23rd bowl. "You know, if you keep eating dango like you do, you'll get fat." Anko placed her hands on her hips and bit down on another stick of dango. "Don't fail me wa fudu." A fist collided with the back of her head and she leveled a weak glare at the blonde, mentally cursing her existence. "You know it's true. I know that, because of my metabolism and daily training, I won't be putting on the pounds as soon as you will. Not to mention, you're older than me and already on the decline," the blonde stated matter-of-factly, while eyeing the veritable mountain of clean wooden skewers. The purple-haired Kunoichi let out a shriek of rage. "Should be bowing down to me, god damn it. Yes, I'm older than you, so you should show some dmed respect." Naruto shrugged. "I do. But instead it's more like respect for an idiot older sibling, instead of respect for a teacher." She pointed her hashi at the enraged snake mistress. "Do you understand, Anko-nichan?" Anko gave a wry smirk. "You cheeky little beach. You're lucky you're the #1 candidate for Hokage, otherwise you'd be a rather unattractive red splatter on the walls instead." "I learn from the best." Naruto giggled at the memory. Outwardly, their relationship wouldn't have been said to be good. Most of the time, the two were trading insults and X-rated banter that would have made B and A look like little angels, but even then, the two were thick as thieves. Anko was someone that, while rough around the edges and somewhat lacking in tact, Naruto could get along with easily. Two hot-headed kunoichi with power to back up their claims, that's what they were. Their status as orphans and their not-so-happy pasts only helped to solidify their sibling relationship, and Naruto truly respected the woman. So, to see the person she viewed as her older sister on the ground, clutching her neck and writhing in pain, made Naruto feel a particular rage bubble up within her. The seal. That dmed seal, she thought venomously as she went to Anko's side. "I'll have to remove it, and soon. Can't do it now, though, not enough chakra. Can't chance doing it as Naruto, thither. Not until the Chunin exams, but I won't wait that long." "Kunoichi-sen," Naruto called, inconspicuously reaching towards Anko's seal to soothe the pain. "Are you all right?" "Kunoichi-san." Suddenly, Anko's hand shot out and grabbed the blonde's hand that touched the seal and growled at Naruto. "Who the hell are you, brat? What do you think you're doing?" To anyone else, she would have sounded intimidating. However, Anko was not at the top of her game, and Naruto had seen her fearsome strength when at her best. She simply rolled her eyes. "Kunoichi-sen, I can help to ease the pain on your shoulder if you give me permission." She glanced at the crowd. "And if we go someplace that doesn't have as many spectators?" Anko sneered angrily, beads of sweat rolling down her face. "Ha, very funny kid. You're not even a genin yet, what the hell do you think you can do?" The blonde felt a vain pulse on her forehead. Yes, the woman in front of her was definitely Anko, as she was one of the very few people who could rile her in the years after the war. One of the very few who could still get under her skin and irritate her to death, and definitely one of the very few that could do so while in excruciating pain. Without any prior warning, Naruto's arm shot out and slapped Anko's seal, causing the snake mistress to hiss and lash out. Naruto landed on the stone a few feet away with a soft oof as Anko scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with panic. "What the F did you just do?" She yelled out, gripping her neck. Naruto stood up slowly and dusted herself off before placing her hands on her hip. The pain should be subsiding now, yes? She was a little miffed. Had Anko cooperated, Naruto could have preserved some chakra. As it stood, she had wasted unnecessary chakra because of the snake mistress' stubborn pride. Typical snake summoners. Anko's eyes widened as she rubbed her neck. She looked confusedly at Naruto, her hand hovering over the seal. "How did you?" "I'll take that as confirmation. I should probably go now, I have so dash." "Answer me, brat. How did you do that?" Anko held Naruto by the collar and shook the blonde, who was struggling to keep from dispelling. Shaking. "Me." "Oh." The purple-haired woman relinquished her hold on Naruto and grinned somewhat sheepishly. "So, you gonna tell me how in the F a brat like you did that? And what you did, exactly?" Naruto rubbed her own neck as she contemplated. "Like I said, someplace with fewer prying eyes." "Oh, I know just the place." Anko's eyes practically sparkled. It really shouldn't have been any surprise that Naruto found herself sitting at a dango stand all but 5 minutes later, watching the purple-headed kunoichi devour a mountain of dango. She knew that Anko loved dango, that she could never forget. She just hadn't realized the rather copious amounts of the stuff the woman consumed. Naruto cringed as she watched the pile of empty skewers grow with each passing second. "So," Anko began, chewing on her treat, "talk." Naruto sighed. "I used a seal on you to balance out the conflicting chakra within the seal. The seal itself is rather unstable, so all I did was balance it. The pain you felt was a loss of equilibrium." "A seal?" Anko frowned. "How'd a kid like you learn fuinjutsu?" "My teacher," Naruto supplied lamely. "I only started recently, but this kind of seal isn't too difficult to manage. It's only a temporary effect and with basic fuinjutsu theory." Already, Naruto could pick out the holes in her own story. If Anko knew anything about fuinjutsu aside from the usual, you use a brush to paint swirly designs on a piece of paper, slap said pieces of paper on a target, channel chakra into the seal and bim fuinjutsu, then she would have been screwed. Anyone that had lessons in fuinjutsu knew that, for the first couple of years, the apprentice is stuck with a plain mixture of ink and a typical brush to practice calligraphy. All the while, scrolls upon scrolls of fuinjutsu theory are heaped upon the apprentice to read, learn, absorb, eat, and cheat. Actual fuinjutsu didn't come into play until the user had a steady hand and discerning eye that could peel apart some of the mildly difficult seals any sooner, and the user risked losing an appendage, or worse, their life, in a fiery explosion. However, the Anko she knew had never studied any form of fuinjutsu aside from the basic exploding tags, and even then the snake mistress didn't know how to actually make them. How this was the case, Naruto didn't know. Orochimaru was supposedly an adept at fuinjutsu, so it was rather strange that Anko knew nothing of the art. But looking a gift horse in the mouth was not advisable. "Temporary?" Anko questioned, watching the blonde for any shifts in demeanor. After all, even if she knew next to nothing about fuinjutsu, she was still a Tokubetsu jounin of Konoha and knew better than to take words at face value. "But does it run out of juice or something?" "No. If you noticed, there is no physical seal on your skin aside from the one that you already had," Naruto answered. Anko quirked an eyebrow. "I can't see my neck." Naruto snorted. "No, but you can feel it. What I did was use a seal of pure chakra, originating from me. The seal itself is technically within me, but its effect was transferred to you." "That sounds complicated," Anko commented, scratching her head. "You sure that's only basic fuinjutsu stuff?" It wasn't. Fuinjutsu typically worked on the surface it was placed on, and complete transferal of effects was something that Naruto had theorized on herself. Creating a seal out of pure chakra was also a theory she had created herself, and DMN she should get a patent or something. Self-made theories and custom works in Fuinjutsu were just as celebrated as signature ninjutsu, and on occasion, Haiden. Only certified masters of the art were usually able to create their own theories, apply them, and create working, stable seals. Naruto herself hadn't dared to experiment with transferal or chakrawoven seals until she was about 6 years into the field, and even that was considered early. Fuinjutsu was as dangerous an art as it was useful, and if one treaded into unknown territory of the technique, they risked consequences that could leave them crippled mentally and physically. The good news was that Fuinjutsu had a lot to do with theory and application, making it something that Naruto could use almost as soon as she was shot into the past. While her body needed conditioning and training to work up to the level of taijutsu, kenjutsu, and ninjutsu that she had before, her level of Fuinjutsu had declined the least, allowing her to keep most of her repertoire of overpowered seals and vast knowledge of the subject. Anko didn't need to know any of that, though. She didn't want to lie, so she settled with a half-truth. Well, kinda, but my teacher is really good. Your teacher? Who? Anko pursed her lips. Actually, now that I think about it, who are you, kid? Naruto shrugged, happy to ignore the first question. People typically introduce themselves first. Anko's eye twitched and she gave a malicious grin. I'm Mitarashi Anko. And I hate precocious little brats like you. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the precocious brat who helped you. Anko's eye twitched again before she broke out into raucous laughter. I'll give you that much, kid, you're interesting. And I suppose I do owe you one for helping me with that little scene. This effed up thing, she pointed to her seal, was giving me absolute hell. Naruto waved a hand dismissively. If you want to thank me, don't tell anyone about what happened today, or about my abilities. Anko blinked. Wait, seriously? That's it? You're not even going to ask me where this seal came from, or what it does? She pouted somewhat. I take it back, you're not interesting. You're boring like an old man. Naruto chuckled. It's none of my business where that seal came from. I don't know if I want to know where such a malignant thing came from. Her gaze went cold and Anko froze. But I'm serious. Don't tell anyone. The two had a rather one-sided staring contest for all of a minute before Anko scratched her cheek and gave a half-hearted smirk. Well, if you really dash. I do, Naruto interrupted. Anko turned her gaze to the sky, on her last stick of dango. So, who's your teacher? The blonde heaved an internal sigh before standing up and stretching. She was not going to be a victim to Anko's usual custom. Well, it was nice meeting you, Anko-nichan, but I gotta go. See ya. She leapt onto the roof of the dango stall and dashed away from the stunned snake Kunoichi. What? Ne-chan? Anko bit down on the dango skewer and leapt onto her feet. But get back here, you sneaky little prick. I dragged you with me because I'm not paying for all of this. Yeah, she had been stuck with the bill once before. It was customary of her surrogate sister to do this, leave the bill with a newly acquainted friend on the first outing for dango. Don't ask, she didn't know why. All she knew was that the woman did it even when she was technically in debt to the demed person she planned on sticking with the bill. Naruto had come to the past, and she knew that she was going to keep certain events from changing. Some were important events that should be left alone. Paying for her sister figure's dango bill was not one of them. Namikaze Fuko, I have an A-rank mission for you. Hiruzen handed her the mission folder, and she looked it over carefully. Little to no mission details were provided, and it was a solo mission. The only information provided was the fact that she was requested specifically for the mission, and that she was to report to Yumino Irika. A chunin. She rose a single golden eyebrow at this, and he could probably tell despite the mask she wore. Huh, she lifted her gaze to the Hokage. It's not often that a shinobi is handed a mission directly from the Hokage himself. What's the occasion? She didn't like it. Something was up, and it wasn't just the sky. A mischievous glint in Hiruzen's eyes made a shiver run down Fuko's spine. Don't worry, it is nothing life-threatening. In fact, I think it will serve to be a great distraction from the trying nature of most A-rank missions. You will report to Yumino Irika at noon today. He should be at the academy. Fuko sighed as she tucked the folder under her arm. She had a feeling that, whatever the mission was, it wasn't going to be an easy one. She had hoped to go home and rest, as she had been out of the village for a week and was in dire need of a shower. Such a wish wasn't to be granted, it seemed. One other thing, Fuko-chan. She looked back at the Hokage, confusion evident on her face. He usually only added "chan" after Fuko's name when he was planning something. I need you to go visit Nara Shikaku as soon as you can, preferably before the end of the day. Her brow furrowed. Why? Hiruzen chuckled, to her annoyance. We'll see. It is important that you do so soon, however. Fuko gave a tentative nod. She didn't really know the man previously and her intel on the man was pitiful. Other than the fact that he was Shikamaru's father, a true Nara, intelligence, laziness and all, loved shogi, and died before his son did, she really didn't know much. Meeting him as a friend to his son was one thing, but how was she to act around him as a subordinate? She wasn't sure how that would go. In all honesty, Naruto had never truly exercised the respect for those higher-than-you graces because, well, when she had been a genin, she was too absorbed in her dream. Tunnel vision, you could say. In the genjutsu, all she did was continue striving for peace, striving to protect her friends and family. Then, she reached ANBU captain, and then Hokage. As an ANBU subordinate, she learned some of the mannerisms subordinates adopted, but it wasn't long after her induction into ANBU that she was promoted. In all honesty, though, at least half of the reason for her promotion was due to her natural aptitude to lead, and her rather poor skills at being led. She was considered the most unpredictable ninja for a reason, after all. She gave an internal sigh. It wasn't going to be fun being thrown all the way back to genin, the bottom of the food chain. She was bad before, but with the knowledge, experience, cunning, and most of all the pride of a Hokage. I got you, you pissy little brat. Naruto laughed. Anko had done a pretty good job keeping up, considering she wasn't a tracker. When she was truly 11, none of the ANBU had ever been able to catch her, and now as an adult in her child body, she was that much more evasive. Anko was good, and was probably the only non-ANBU that had ever been able to keep up, aside from IRU. Naruto. Crap. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Naruto's face vaulted out of the tree she had been perched on and felt two approaching chakra signatures, both familiar. She was lifted up by her collar and she gave the scarred Chunin a half-hearted glare. What do you want, Irika-sensei? She whined, imitating her younger self's mannerisms. There wasn't a test today. Anko walked into the area and paused. Naruto gave a snicker at the confused look the snake mistress made. I told you. Today there's a jounin visiting today who can answer any questions you guys might have. Naruto's eyes widened. A jounin? Do you know who? Irika smirked as he began dragging Naruto with him in the direction of the academy. We'll see. I hear she's quite an interesting character, and quite a few people have been trying to get a hold of her to see what kind of person she is. Wait a mid-second, Dolphin. Irika halted and turned around, an eyebrow raised. The brat there owes me. You can't just come here and take him away like that. Irika looked at Naruto, a questioning gaze in place. Naruto? What did you do to Mitarashi-san? What? Naruto crossed her arms, insulted. I didn't do anything. In fact, I actually helped her. Oh really? Irika's eyes narrowed at her, and Naruto gulped. You didn't pull another prank, did you? Naruto spluttered indignantly, and Anko suddenly burst into laughter. Irika looked at her as though she was crazy, which, by the way, was still debatable. I was joking. We were just playing, Dolphin Boy. The brat here really did help me, we were just playing a friendly little game of tag. Tag, she says. Naruto looked at her incredulously. She pulled some moves that were more dangerous than some of the techniques ANBU pulled on me. Oh, is that so? Irika asked, obviously still confused. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and sent Naruto a semi-apologetic nod. Anko crossed her arms. Well, not entirely, I guess. The brat here wouldn't tell me who his teacher was. Irika raised an eyebrow. I'm his teacher, Mitarashi-san. The purple-haired Kunoichi waved a hand dismissively. No, not that kind of teacher. Like a shirsho, a mentor. Irika's eyes widened and he looked down at Naruto, whose collar he was still gripping. What? Naruto, I didn't know about that. Who's your shirsho? Naruto thought about her options, however few. If she denied the claim, she'd seem suspicious, and a suspicious Jinchuriki was the last thing she needed to be known as. She hadn't planned on making a connection between her and Fuko, known this early on, but Namikaze Fuko, she supplied, and she watched as their eyes widened. Whether it was because of the surname or they had already heard about her through the Hokage, Kakashi, or in Noichi, she didn't know. She released a small amount of killing intent while her gaze went frigid. This is an S-rank secret, however, and only the Hokage, a few Jounin and I know. So don't go throwing this information around. Not true, but insurance is always good. Anko gaped and Irika was smirking. Naruto frowned. She didn't like that look on the man, she decided. Well, it was nice seeing you, Mitarashi-san, but I really do need to get Naruto back to class. Today is an important day after all. He resumed, dragging the blonde to the academy. We should hang out again sometime, brat. Anko called out as soon as she recovered, a devious grin stretched out on her face. Next time, you're paying for my dango. Naruto simply smiled at the Kunoichi. Energetic Anko truly was the best, and she wanted to do as much as she could for her sister figure. She made a mental note to prepare her counter-seal for the cursed seal of heaven that night. Perhaps she could present it to the Hokage tomorrow? She definitely wanted to get the tainted thing off of the snake mistress as soon as possible. She wasn't going to allow Anko to suffer the physical and emotional pain the stigma of the seal forced her to bear. Like hell she would. Class, this is Namikaze Fuko-san, who is here as a visiting Jounin. Please be polite. Fuko nodded to Irika and gave a small wave to the class. She saw the stunned expression of her clone and sighed. I can't believe I got roped into this. She had walked to the academy to find out exactly what she was supposed to do, and honestly, she was none too happy about it. Namikaze-san, Hokama told me that you would be the one to help out, the Chunin stated happily. Fuko restrained a grimace. Did he now? What exactly am I helping with? She felt creeping suspicions rise up in her stomach. Irika lead her out of the office and into the halls of the academy. Well, you are going to be a visiting Jounin, and you're going to answer questions for an hour or so. Give the students an idea of what it's like being a Jounin. She inwardly cursed. Not life-threatening indeed. But my sanity, that's another issue. She really didn't want to deal with a bunch of noisy, chattering, immature kids. From two perspectives. Her clone was already in a class. One perspective was enough, thank you very much. I see. What does it entail? She inquired, already resigned to her task. Irika stopped in front of a familiar door and Fuko mentally shuddered. It was her class. I'll let you know as we go along, but for the most part you will be supervising and telling them about life as a Jounin. Anyway, he slid the door open and Fuko braced herself. Let's go, shall we? Yep, that's how she ended up getting roped into a glorified babysitting mission on her first day back to Konoha. As soon as she stepped through the doors of the Hokage's office, she was beset with this mission, and told that it would be a good way to relax after her week-long one. Great way to unwind, sure. A part of her held the urge to yell, what the hell gave Gigi the inclination to label this A rank? While another part said, A rank isn't even close to the amount of stress this will give me. Regardless, she smiled pleasantly to the ogling students. Hello class. As Irika-san said, my name is Namikaze Fuko. I am a visiting Jounin and I'm here to supervise and answer any questions you may have. Namikaze-san, can I ask a question? Unsurprisingly, it was Sakura whose hand shot up. Fuko went to stand by the podium and nodded at the pinkette. Yes, Haruno-san? Sakura gaped and Fuko inwardly chuckled. She could at least have a little fun. How do you know my name? Magic, maybe? Fuko shrugged her shoulders and let a small smile creep onto her face. Was that your question? Oh, The young girl blushed faintly. Why do you wear that mask? Jounin don't usually wear ANBU masks, do they? Fuko tapped the chin of her mask as though contemplating and then gave a small shrug. I'm just used to it is all. Sakura fidgeted at the half-hearted answer. Well, how does a person become a Jounin? Fuko bit her lip. Honestly speaking, she actually didn't know the normal route to becoming Jounin, since she never actually became one. Even in the eternal Tsukuyomi, she went from Genin to Enbyu, and then Hokage. However, well, one way that I know of is getting a recommendation. Generally speaking, the more well-known and experienced the individual is, the higher the chance that he or she will get appointed. Of course, it mostly depends on your own ability. There is also a Jounin exam, but I'm afraid I don't know the specifics. How did you become Jounin then? It was Kiba who spoke this time. Fuko snorted. If you're asking out of curiosity, then it's fine, but my case is rather special. I wouldn't count on taking the same route. I was approved by the Hokage after a one-on-one spar with an opponent of his choosing. Shino's hand rose and Fuko nodded in his direction. Who did you spar against? A mischievous glint flashed through Fuko's eyes. Only one of the biggest perverts in Konoha. He reads some rather choice material in public, he is always late, he hides his face and probably has a hare lip, and he likes to pick on poor, unsuspecting Genin. Sasuke scoffed. He sounds weak. Fuko blinked a few times before grinning maliciously. Oh, so the boy who styles his hair in the fashion of a waterfowl actually speaks, she commented offhandedly, earning a glare from said Uchiha. Her clone sent her a glance and smirked. Nah, duck but only makes guttural sounds unless he's feeling particularly ostentatious. 'Cause he's a pride freak, the clone commented. So what if she's getting her digs in because of a past future grudge? Don't judge. Sakura was about to say something but Fuko cut in, shaking her head. You know, there are a lot of people like that in the shinobi world. She sent a level glare towards the Uchiha. People who end up dead. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees and Fuko continued. By principle, shinobi work together. We need to work together, because there is no such thing as a fair fight. We operate in the shadows, we have no code of honor like samurai. We do what we must to survive. To let something as menial as pride get in the way of a clear mind is the same as letting your enemies slice off your limbs and eviscerate you for the world to see. Teamwork is stressed in Konoha for a reason, and no lone wolf ever gets very far in life. Typically because that very life is cut short. With a final glance at Sasuke, she nodded, and the mood seemingly lifted. Some of the students were shaking and even Sasuke seemed to be, begrudgingly, considering her words. Slightly. Demon prickly Uchihas. Fuko shrugged. I am sorry if that seemed harsh, but my purpose here is to give you a taste of what it's like to be Jounin. Though, what I just told you is something that is hopefully learned and understood by the time you are Genin. Teamwork is vital to any group, and any of the past Hokage would have told you the same. All eyes turned to the Hyuga heiress, and with a quiet eep, she shrank further into her seat. Fuko chuckled. Yes, Hyuga-san? Please don't be shy, I'm here to answer questions. If you have one, ask away. It helped. Why your name is one Namikaze Fuko? I is your last name spelled T the same as N Namikaze Minato's, the Yondaime. Collective gasps were heard in the room and Fuko repressed the urge to sigh. You'd think that that would be the first thing people would wonder about when they heard the name. Namikaze-san, I would very much like to hear the answer to that as well, Irika began. I heard you arrived in Konoha not too long ago, what is your connection? She nodded in Hinata's direction. Yes, I am related to Minato. He's my mother's cousin, my first cousin once removed. Wow. You're related to the Yondaime Hokage, that's so awesome. Kiba practically leapt out of his seat and Fuko smiled under her mask. If only you knew, if only you knew. Ino interjected. Wait, So, if you're his relative, how come we never knew about you before? And Sensei said that you arrived in Konoha recently? Fuko gave a small nod, still smiling behind the mask. Sorry, but that is private. I'm here to answer questions, certainly, but I'm not here to give my life story. Let's just say that my clan doesn't exactly exist anymore, which is why I had come here looking for a possible relative. But I'm sure many of you understand clan dynamics and the importance of familial ties, yes? I can see quite a few heirs in the room. Suddenly, the room exploded and each heir or heiress began speaking, eventually shouting about their clans and lifestyle, all except a certain Hyuga heiress and moody Uchiha. Irika coughed, trying to get the classroom to settle down, but it was to no avail. A vein pulsed on his forehead and he yelled with authority like no other. Calm down, all of you. All the students immediately calmed down and Fuko turned to Irika. Thank you. He gave a shy nod. Yes, so. Fuko tapped her chin. Yamanaka, Hyuga, Uchiha, Inazuka, Akimichi, Nara, Aburame, Sarobi? Can anyone name the last major clan? One that specializes in seals. She received confused looks, causing her to grimace slightly. Seriously? None of you know about the clan that originated from the east? At the blank looks she received, she turned to Irika, who visibly flinched. The man scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It's not specifically in the curriculum. When Fuko thought about it, she didn't recall anything about the Uzumaki clan being taught. In the academy, she had once attributed it to her less-than-desirable antics as a student, but apparently it wasn't just that. Knowledge about the Uzumaki clan had been wiped as clean as the clan itself, it seemed. I see, she shrugged and turned to the rest of the class. Well, does the name Yuzushiogakure sound familiar to anyone? Sakura raised her hand, to no one's surprise. Yuzushiogakure, the land of whirlpools. Wasn't that place eradicated during the war? Fuko nodded. Yes, it was. Well then, does it really matter? If the village is gone and there were no survivors, then it's kinda pointless. Fuko blinked. She figured that, of all people, Sakura would have understood that knowledge is still knowledge, even if it was from an extinct civilization. An odd mix of disappointment and offense bubbled within her, but she did not have a chance to politely scold the girl. Actually, it does matter. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and Sakura yelled. No one asked you. Clone Naruto sent a glare laced with killing intent at the Pinkette, who flinched. So what if no one asked me? You are talking about my clan, which, by the way, isn't extinct. Not yet. Ino scoffed and glowered at the shorter blonde. What? Your clan? As if, a dobe like you wouldn't have a clan. And what's so surprising about that? Naruto snapped. Fuko stood back with a single golden eyebrow raised. She knew that, had she been placed in that situation, she would have remained silent. Or at the very least, would have harationed out of the room, thinking that it wasn't worth the time to stay in the classroom. The clone was, most likely, feeling the strain of chakra exhaustion and was about to dispel. Call it a researcher's interest, but for now, she'd let her clone act out however it wished. A student she didn't recognize snorted. You're a liar. But even if you were from a clan, what use would it be with you as the sole survivor? Now that's got to be one pathetic clan. I can see how it got wiped out. Other students chimed in, adding their 2 cents about the concept of Naruto having a clan. Dobe this, dead last that, useless idiot. Irika looked ready to start a war. Fuko felt a quiet rage bubble but was able to withhold her anger. Her clone wasn't as controlled. Shut up. Everyone went silent and wide-eyed. How dare you disrespect my clan? You guys, of all people, should understand how important familial ties are. Even I, an orphan that has nothing but my name, understands this much. My clan, the Uzumaki clan, was one of the most prominent clans, with extensive knowledge on Fuinjutsu. They were so powerful and knowledgeable that they were destroyed because they were feared, their power was feared, their strength was feared. Did you know that Yuzushiogakure was called the Village of Longevity? Well, that's because people from my clan had long lifespans and incredible power. The clone slammed its hands on the desk and stood abruptly, glaring at the ones who belittled her clan. Fuko whistled quietly. Don't act like you're all so much better, because you really aren't. With one final glare at the instigators, the clone vanished in a cloudless poof. Everyone stared at the empty space where Naruto was just moments before, some with looks of incredulity, others with confusion, and few with quiet understanding. Fuko quietly mulled over the vast amounts of information that her clone provided her with and sighed. Idiot clone used a seal and gathered nature chakra. It explained the tension the clone was feeling, at least. She decided that she ought to abate some of the hard feelings her clone left, to try and rectify the situation somewhat with facts. Do you know why there is a particular swirl design on the flak jackets of the Konoha uniform? On the buildings around the village? On random paraphernalia? All attention immediately snapped to her. She leaned back against the podium and crossed her arms. It's a symbol of friendship. This earned confused looks from many students. What do you mean, Namikaze-san? A random student ventured to ask. She gestured to Irika's shoulder. Put simply, it is a symbol of friendship between the most prominent clan of Uzushio-gakure and Konoha-gakure. The swirl? It's the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. This earned small gasps and widened eyes around the room. Fuko continued speaking. Did you know? The Uzumaki clan are blood relatives to the Senju clan. Senju Hashirama married Uzumaki Mito, who was royalty of Uzushio. She was the one who made it possible for Hashirama to battle the nine-tailed fox, the one who ensured his victory. Do you know how? Her jaw tensed slightly. Fuinjutsu. Not fancy ninjutsu, not some blood limit, not Hashirama's Mokudan. Mito's Fuinjutsu is what made it possible for Hashirama to defeat the beast. She allowed a moment for this information to sink in. Do you know why the leaf symbol on our forehead protectors has a swirl? She tapped the headband on her forehead, eliciting a spark of surprise from Shikamaru. He figured it out. That's also... He began. Fuko nodded. Even our village insignia is fashioned with the Uzumaki spiral. History says that it was the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan that founded Konoha, but you know, if you went into the nitty-gritty details, it was the Senju clan and the two Uzumaki clan, not the Hyuga clan, not the Akimichi clan, not any other clan but the Uzumaki clan, who founded Konohagakure. It was something that wasn't taught in the academy due to the apparent censorship of the Uzumaki clan. Yes, Konoha was founded on the alliance between Hashirama and Madara, between the Senju and the Uchiha. Yes, Konoha had started off as a village composed of mostly Senju and Uchiha. But Naruto still remembered something that Tsunade had told her before the Fourth Shinobi World War. She had said that Mito was practically the third founder of the village, and not as Hashirama's wife but as a delegate of Uzushio. Uzushio, the Uzumaki clan in particular, contributed so much and yet received no recognition for it. There were more gasps and looks of astonishment. Just because I am the last living Namikaze, does that make my clan any less important? Sakura spluttered. Wano, of course, she started, but Fuko cut her off. I've seen how many of you ogle the Uchiha boy over there. Just because he is the last of his clan, does that make his clan any less notable? Does it make him any more pathetic? More protests came, but she didn't let anyone speak above her. Do any of you realize what it is that you just said? The one you just forced out of the classroom, the one who you just shunned, is in a position no different from many other survivors of clans. He is a survivor of a proud clan, just like any other. He knows his roots, and he tries especially hard to hold fast to them because he is the last. And yet, you all did nothing but insult and bruise that connection that he clings to for dear life. She did not notice, but Sasuke gave an imperceptible nod of understanding. Fuko shook her head and turned to the door, walking with a brisk pace. She halted just as she reached the threshold and spun on her heel to face the classroom. Hopefully you all have learned something today. Look underneath the underneath. Not all is as it seems. You all have potential, but you must learn to grow past what is well beneath you. You are all citizens of the same village. Just as you are classmates of that boy you ousted. I mentioned earlier that teamwork is of utmost importance. She turned around, facing away from the students. If you cannot even work together with people on such a minute scale, then you truly have a vast amount of work ahead of you. She gave a small smile to Irika, who cast her a slightly apologetic look. Then she, too, disappeared in a soundless, cloudless flash, leaving a classroom of stunned students. Naruto stood atop the yandame's head, looking off into the blue expanse of the sky. Her hands hung loosely by her sides, and she realized that she missed the feel of her robes. She missed her long hair, her flak jacket, her height, her friends. Everything that made her who she was, the Uzumaki Naruto, that she had familiarized herself, was gone. Hey, Kurama. It was time to confront this, one way or another. Do you think I'm a coward? The fox shifted in the seal and let out a huff. Does it matter? Naruto deflated slightly. So you do. Ninit brat, the fox let out an irritated sigh. That isn't what I said. It does matter. But why does it matter? Kurama spoke in an exasperated, irate tone. Because, Naruto stated, equally exasperated, what if I'm not doing the right thing? What if everything goes to hell? What if I'm not able to save everyone? You had 7 years to think the sheet over, and you're questioning it now. Naruto gave a small pout. I didn't have anyone to speak to. It was just me and my thoughts. And trust me, after a while I had to stop that altogether because leaving me to my thoughts? Not pretty. Apparently. Kurama rolled his eyes. But that didn't answer my question. Whether or not you are a coward shouldn't matter. You will choose what you think is right, and you will stick to it like the stubborn cockroach you have always been. Just because I think something is right doesn't mean that it actually is or even considered socially acceptable. You know what happened to Kakashi's father. She shuddered. That was one of the gifted memories that she really wished she hadn't received from the Rikudou Sennin. I didn't say that you would be indubitably right. You were the one who was chosen for this task, however, so just do whatever you want. A small silence fell between the two, and Naruto buried her head into her two hands. My clone acted stupidly back there. I noticed. Just a little strain, and it acted like a child. You always do. She groaned. Give me a straight answer, Kurama. Do you think I'm acting like a coward? Am I running away? Kurama snorted. I think you're acting like you're broody but Uchiha. Do you think you're acting like a coward? Stop, Kurama. I wouldn't be asking if I didn't think so. He grunted. Well then you are. This is about your attitude towards your friends, isn't it? Naruto's mouth formed a thin line and her hands clenched. She decided to sit down. Yes. You still refuse to accept them, even though you had vowed that you would change everything. You seem to forget that you are not the Uchiha brat and that you are not a loner, nor should you be. You need to accept your friends, because they are the source of your strength. But I promised, she began, I promised myself that I would make friends with everyone. I know that they are not the same. I already told myself that, no matter how much I may want it to be so, everyone I made bonds with is gone. They don't know me, and I'll never see them again. But I told myself that it was a good thing, because they shouldn't end up the same. They shouldn't find themselves in the middle of an all-out war. They shouldn't die before their time. Kurama nodded. Then what is the problem? You know what to do, so just stop avoiding them now. Stop building a mental wall between you and them. They're alive, go be stupid with your kind. Naruto inspected her gloved hands as though they were the most interesting things in the world. I don't want to accept the changes. I don't want to look at them and face the reality that the people I knew are never coming back. I don't want to befriend them, only to watch them die for the second time. She bit her lip. All of these reasons, they are true. That's why I'm a coward. I know they are different, but what they say still hurts. A lot. And to be seen as an annoyance, some random classmate, the pariah of the village. To have them look at me with such disgust and annoyance and with those faces that are painfully similar to them. She winced as she realized her hands were trembling slightly. Heck, Gigi had to actually trick me just to get me to speak to Sakura and Ino. I probably wouldn't have spoken to them, not until I got assigned to Team 7 and the Chunin exams arrived. Her tenant didn't reply for a few minutes and she grew worried. Kurama dash. Just be yourself. Even if you have changed, you are still Uzumaki Naruto, the idiot that never gave up. Even when it came to befriending me, the great Kyuubi, the most powerful of all the Bijou. Naruto chuckled half-heartedly. You know, it's easier said than done. No, it isn't. Just talk to them. You can't aim to avoid them before you even get the chance to see who they are. You're overthinking this enough as it is, and it isn't like you. The blonde chewed her lip and considered their conversation. Man. Even if it was probably worse than under the table, I just got some counseling from the Kyuubi. Dimin. Kurama snorted and Naruto laughed, but this time it was with true mirth. Just don't expect this from me often, because it isn't going to happen again. I bet, Naruto mused, mood somewhat lighter. Sorry, I was just on edge, honestly. The words the sage told me before I came back to the past were kinda left to the wayside for a while, but my mind wandered to my friends and the similarities of this world and the genjutsu. It made me remember his prophecy. Kinda stressful. Naruto felt Kurama's ears perk up at the information and she giggled. Words? A prophecy? What did he say? Her face scrunched as she tried to remember his exact words. Something about preconceptions of dreams, and how dreams can be more truthful than reality. Honestly, it doesn't make much sense, but it still gets my hopes up sometimes. Regardless, there is no way that a genjutsu could have held solid credibility, or could it? She hummed as she continued. Maybe the genjutsu could tell the future or something. I wouldn't be surprised if time travel is possible. The fox stiffened immediately and Naruto's small smile faded quickly. Her eyebrows knit together and she frowned, trying to reason out the fox's unease. Kurama? What's wrong? Nothing, he supplied quickly, perhaps a little too eagerly. Just considering a few things. That wasn't like the fox. He was never the type to stew on things. If it concerned someone's emotions, he would be as blunt as ever. Heck, if it concerned some kind of plan or vile secret, he would still be blunt. Or talk around the issue cleverly, because he was rather sharp for his old age. Though he would never admit it, he was a rather cunning master of speech and knew the intricacies and tricks to making a conversation go one's way. Like an Uchiha. Masters of deception, with intelligence and sharp wit to accompany. Kurama, when he wasn't feeling particularly lazy, could rival Madara no, a Nara Hagoromo in intelligence mind games. No, Kurama wouldn't try and dodge a question with something as cavalier and amateur as nothing. He would make it believable. Hence, Naruto's warranted apprehension at the strange consideration the beast was showing. Kurama, you and I both know that whatever it is you are stewing over isn't nothing. Spit it out. Kurama growled. It's nothing, kid. Somehow I saw some of your memories. Of the old man. I don't want to talk about it. She raised an eyebrow. Kurama was getting emotional? Kurama? The Kyuubi. The reputedly strongest of all of the tailed beasts. Naruto grinned deviously. So, when were you gonna tell me you were such a daddy's boy? Her question held the faintest of sarcasm and a hell of a lot of humor. Kurama clutched his head and groaned, causing the corners of Naruto's mouth to curl further. If you are quite done, I seem to recall you thinking something about reviewing your memories. Earlier, Kurama growled. Naruto blinked a few times before groaning. When her clone had popped, she had only skimmed over her memories before setting them aside to speak to the class. It wouldn't have taken long to do so, but at the time she didn't feel like doing so. She closed her eyes and spent a minute reviewing over her clone's memories. Visiting Shika and Chuji. Inoichi wanting to adopt the F-. Meeting Enko. Irika. Her eyes widened. That explained Irika's reaction to the mention of Namikaze's Fuko. What a weird feeling it was to merge two minds that held such vast amounts of different information. Naruto reviewed over the information about Shikaku and realized why the Hokage wanted Fuko to meet him. She could do that, Tony. Oh shit, she muttered. I'll have to visit him soon. What? I have to visit Nara Shikaku as Fuko. Gigi asked me to do so soon, probably because Fuko is a jounin under his command, that he hasn't met yet. I'll have to apologize to him for not going to see him sooner. Ignoring protocol like that is a rather large offense. But there's also the counter seal I wanted to make, and I wanted to finish that tonight as well. It's probably, 1700 hours right now? I don't have a lot of time. Someone is approaching, Kurama growled. And fast. Naruto quickly went through the hand seals for Chihenge and forced her body to relax as she stood facing the direction of the setting sun. She knew the approaching chakra signature, and she did not want him meeting Uzumaki Naruto yet. She couldn't simply run away though. In the time she spent thinking about it, he had already detected her presence. She would just have to wait to see what he wanted, and politely tell him that she had more important matters to get to. Yo! A deep voice drawled as the presence drew closer. Fuko nodded but didn't turn to face him. What are you doing out here? She turned around and spoke in a low tone. I was just thinking. And I was also just about to leave, Kakashi. The silver-haired Jounin gave an eye smile. Oh, I do hope you aren't avoiding me. Fuko-chan. Fuko felt her eye twitch as her face took on a what the fuck look. Thank Kami she was wearing her mask. Not at all. I just have things I need to get done. Kakashi hummed as he strolled closer to the blonde, who eyed him warily. He halted when he was standing next to her, facing the setting sun. Fuko's fists clenched. What is it that you want? Kakashi turned to her with a supposedly innocent look. Whatever do you mean, Fuko-chan? The two locked eyes and held a small staring contest for a moment. It was broken off by Kakashi, who sighed and turned back to the setting sun. The roles are switched this time. Fuko blinked. What? The roles, Kakashi drawled, are switched. When I fought you, I was the guarded one, and you were the one who prodded. Now, though, you're the one guarded. The blonde reached to pinch the bridge of her nose and frowned when she remembered she was wearing her mask. Instead, she settled for crossing her arms and sighing exasperatedly. Look, Kakashi, if you don't need anything, then I'm leaving. My time is better spent elsewhere. Oh. Kakashi leaned down to look her in the eyes. And where is elsewhere? Fuko pushed his face away and turned around, wondering if she should walk, shunshin, or use Hiration. I need to formally introduce myself to the Jounin commander. I kinda forgot, she muttered. She barely had a second to register what was going on before she felt the ground depart from her feet. Fuko blinked. At least 20 pairs of eyes were on her, and she barely recognized more than a few. It was noisy but a minute ago, and as soon as she had stepped through the threshold the chatter ceased immediately. She smiled sheepishly, despite her mask, and raised a hand to give a small two-finger wave. Hi. She noticed a few people jolt at the sudden break in the silence. My name is Namikaze Fuko. Nice to meet Dash. They were Jounin, alright. Within the blink of an eye, everyone seemed to converge on Fuko, and she suddenly felt smaller than a flea. She was 5'6", a height she didn't consider short, considering all the women she knew at her age were usually 5 feet 3 inches or shorter, and yet she felt like Hinata, what with how overpowered she was feeling. You're Namikaze Fuko? Why are you wearing a mask? What's with the weird flak jacket? Is it true you beat the Hatake? How strong are you? She held out her hand to push away a few of the invaders of space and spoke in a quiet tone. Calm down and I'll tell you. That seemed to do the trick, as a unanimous flinch made its way through the group as they backed away, some with apologetic stares. Geez, I told you guys to be less nosy. What are you, Chunin? A familiar voice chided. You guys never learn. Fuko looked in the direction of the voice and saw Enko, giving her a questionable grin. Hatake, you should have stepped in to help her. Kakashi shrugged, not bothering to look up from his book. She beat me. She can defend herself, he riposted, going over to an empty couch to sit down. Fuko followed and took an empty seat, ignoring how all of the Jounin there were eyeing her like a piece of meat. Yes, the place that Kakashi took her to was the Jounin HQ. Naruto had heard of the place, but for obvious reasons had never actually gone. As a genin, she was barred. As an ANBU, it would have been considered rude or an abuse of power. As Hokage, the Jounin came to her. So, are you really Namikaze Fuko? Why are you wearing a mask? What's with the flak jacket and how strong are you? Fuko looked to her right to see a bandana-wearing brunette, with brown eyes and a sunbon between his teeth. Shiranui Ginma, if she recalled correctly. Yes, I am Namikaze Fuko. I'm used to it, it's useful and I'm used to it, and I would say. She shrugged. Adequate. Ginma quirked a smile. I'm Shiranui Ginma. The old man that dragged you in here is Hatake Kakashi, but you probably already knew that. He pointed to a short-haired man with a wheel-like scar running across the bridge of his nose and down his left cheek. That's Namishi Rado. He's kinda prickly sometimes, but he's a good guy. He ignored the indignant splutters from said man and pointed to a spiky-haired man wearing red-rimmed sunglasses. Yamashiro Aoba. He can be a little prickly too, but he's usually pretty laid back like yours truly. He was about to point more but his hand was stopped. Both he and Fuko looked up at the man responsible. I'm Gecko Hayate, he coughed, and I think it may be worth noting that all of us are Tokubetsu Jounin. Fuko blinked twice before nodding. Everyone here is a Tokubetsu Jounin? Well, except Kakashi and Hayama over there, Ginma supplied. A few others hanging around too. Most of us here, currently, are Tokubetsu though. Hayama turned around and sent a cold glare Ginma's way before smiling briefly at Fuko. She nodded in response. What rank are you? Some people have said Tokubetsu, but I get a feeling that you're Jounin, Aoba commented. And I also get the feeling that adequate doesn't begin to describe your strength. Oi, I'm supposed to be the flirt here, Ginma scolded the dark-haired Tokubetsu Jounin, who chuckled in response. Fuko smiled at the display. So, Anko walked over and plopped herself right in front of Fuko, eyeing the blonde. Answer the question. I'm pretty curious myself. Well, I'm a Jounin, yes. Anko quirked an eyebrow. And? Fuko grinned, though no one could see it. That was the only question that was asked. The snake mistress' brow furrowed in confusion for a moment, but her eyebrows shot up into her hairline when realization hit. Bah! Anko yelled frustratedly. I swear, what is with cheeky blondes today? You're too fun to tease, Anko-san, Fuko commented. The snake mistress gaped at the blonde before turning a deep shade of red. You set the little brat on me, didn't you? You told him to be a cheeky little... No, I didn't tell him to do anything. Fuko tried placating the woman. The other Jounin and Tokubetsu Jounin leaned in, trying to figure out what they were talking about. What brat? Ginma questioned. Anko froze and paled, looking between Ginma and Fuko, who shook her head. Oh, it's nothing, Ginma-san. I'd rather not talk about it, and I'm pretty certain Anko-san agrees. She turned to the purple-headed Kunoichi. Right. Her response was a rather vigorous nod. She wondered about that, but decided that it wasn't of any particular importance. What? Ginma-san? Anko-san? Everyone turned to Kakashi, who gave a fake pout, and honestly, it just didn't look right on the famed copy name. Why do they get honorifics? Fuko waved her hand dismissively. Because they just do. And you just don't. There was a pause. Oh. Gunma wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. You said that the lady was your friend, Kakashi, but is it possible that she is your lady fry? No. Fuko interrupted, inwardly cringing at the idea. She loved Kakashi, yes, but more like an older brother, maybe an uncle, and she was not into NCST. Aoba exaggerated a cringe as he pat the silver-haired Jounin on the shoulder. You were shot down hard, Kakashi. So, Fuko decided to move on from the rather awkward topic. The thought of love had never crossed her mind, and the thought of her being shoved together with her teacher was just. Who are the rest of the Jounin here? Hate was the one to speak. Well, there's Takuno Kenden in the corner over there with Hayama. There's also... Suddenly, the air constricted and everyone froze. Fuko knew the familiar sensation. It wasn't very powerful, the user was most likely holding back, but it was still there. Killing intent. Everyone turned to the door and in walked Nara Shikaku, his eyes directly on Fuko. Without flinching, she stood up and nodded her head. She owed the man an apology for not introducing herself sooner, and any anger he had was warranted, she could bet her life that the paperwork that he probably had to deal with, courtesy of her, wasn't pretty. Jounin Commander. I apologize for not coming to greet you personally before now. She stared straight into his eyes, undaunted. My name is Namikaze Fuko. I'm pleased to meet your acquaintance. She didn't bow. Oh, she knew what the man was capable of, and she knew that he was formidable. But she wasn't supposed to know, not yet, and like with most high-ranking officials she met while Hokage, she refused to bow to anyone that had yet to prove themselves in her eyes. In the eyes of many she probably seemed like a foolish rookie with a large bravado, but she refused to discard her traditions simply to conform to social norms. The two had something of a staring contest, assessing the other. The Jounin and Tokubetsu around them fidgeted and sweat from the intensity of their silent battle. Eventually, Shikaku broke into a smirk. I see. Nara Shikaku. He walked closer and took an empty seat, causing some of the nearby Jounin to flinch at the proximity. Fuko raised an eyebrow at this. The man had a strong hold on his Jounin when needed, she had to give him that. So, let's get to the point. I'm going to ask you a few questions and you will answer. The blonde narrowed her eyes. She couldn't tell if he was still measuring her to see if she was someone to be trusted, or if he was assessing her of her rank. That is acceptable. Shikaku folded his fingers. So, I've heard that you wandered into Konoha at the age of 9. Is that correct? Yes, Fuko replied. So, Gigi gave him the cover story? She mused. He's probably looking for holes then. He doesn't trust me. How old are you right now? Shikaku questioned. I'm 20. Why do you wear that mask? Shouldn't you have turned it in when you left Enbu? He questioned. Are you hiding something? Fuko tilted her head to the side. I already told these guys here that I'm just used to it. Wearing this mask does wonders for remaining inconspicuous, you know. I am, and you don't know what. His lip twitched. Tell me what was Kushi's favorite food. Were you as close to them as you claim? Fuko laughed. Why, ramen of course. Miso, to be specific, and she could eat mountains of the stuff. More than you think. Are you aware of his legacy? This earned a few confused murmurs amongst the other Jounin, and Kakashi twitched. Fuko stiffened, and her eyes narrowed. What are you getting at? She realized that her reaction wasn't the most intelligent, as Shikaku smirked deviously. Like the cat that cornered the mouse. Shikaku tapped his leg. Would you use someone to accomplish a goal? Even if that someone was a child? I would use myself, she thought dryly. He was talking about Naruto, talking about her. It was frustrating, this little game that she had to play with the Nara clan head. She decided to reply honestly. I wouldn't put my trust in a child. I wouldn't even dream that a child could accomplish my dream. Oh, you'd be surprised, Shikaku quipped, and Fuko's eye twitched in irritation. Let me rephrase my question, then. Would you use a monster, one with unimaginable power, to accomplish your dream? Fuko felt Kurama growl and hushed him. Kurama was not a monster, and she knew that Shikaku thought of him as more of a beast than an honest-to-goodness monster. He was trying to get her to spill the truth. He was just prodding at the wrong angle. No. She replied honestly again. She wouldn't use a monster to accomplish her goals. She would use the bonds and strength her friends gave her to accomplish her goals. Shikaku's eyes narrowed, and he growled. Can you honestly say that? Say that you have no hidden agenda? That you are loyal to Konoha? Tell me the truth. The barest hint of killing intent was felt. Fuko gaped, slightly shocked. She didn't know what she had done or said to warrant such suspicion from the Jounin commander. He was absolutely livid by Nara standards. Rarely did they ever express such blatant anger or irritation or hatred. Why? She thought to herself, her mind reviewing over everything she knew about the Jounin commander. What did I do? As far as she knew, she didn't have any contact with any Nara when she came back to the past. She also knew that, prior to her coming back, her younger counterpart hadn't done anything either. She was certain that she hadn't done anything to warrant the man's demeanor, and she felt a bubbling rage build up within her. What the hell did I do? Yes, what did she do? She came to the past to protect her loved ones. Was this so terrible? She wanted to save them, save all of them, and yet, he questioned her loyalty? Someone who had sacrificed so much, given so much, lost everything, for the village of Konoha. He dared to question her loyalty? Where the F does he get off, acting like she's the enemy? No, Fuko breathed. No. It's not his fault. It's not anyone's fault. It's not. It is someone's fault. She stood in the middle of the barren wasteland, staring up at the clear sky. By normal standards, it would have been considered a beautiful day, but there was no one to appreciate it. Everyone truly was gone. She had searched and searched, opened every Dmed husk in sight, and absolutely no one was alive. Some of the bodies, the chunks of flesh she had turned up, had left her feeling utterly sickened. But what was most pronounced, the emotion she felt was prevalent across the entire surface of the Dmed world, was loneliness. She was alone, everyone was dead. Everyone was dead, and she could blame it on Madara, she could blame it on Tobi, on Zetsu, on Kagaya. But deep down she knew. It was not them who had failed everyone, it wasn't them who failed everyone she cared for. It was her fault. My fault. It is. Her eyes widened as she recalled the crushing memory she had tried to suppress. My fault. It's my fault. She stared at Shikaku wide-eyed. God damn it. God damn it. She had tried her absolute best to repress the memories. Repress the feelings of crushing guilt. She had, supposedly, discarded them when she traveled back to the past. Those 7 years were spent trying to forget, to move on, to accept the fact that she had failed once, and to realize that she was going back to change everything for the better. The events of the past week came crashing down on her, and she felt exhaustion settle within her bones, accompanied by the sadness and pure anger. A week of traveling, then she came home to a menial mission wherein she heard her mother's family slandered by people that were supposed to be her friends. Then she realized that she was still afraid, and when she actually tried to do something about it, she was interrupted. She traveled to the past to change the future, to make sure that everyone that she loved continued to live, and yet they returned the favor, every last one of them, by watching her with disgust, suspicion, hatred. Gasps caused Fuko to snap out of her thoughts. She was standing up. When that happened, she did not know, and everyone was looking at her with looks of horror, fear, pity. She followed the gaze of the majority and looked at her hands. She peeled her fingers out of her tight fists and watched with morbid awe as blood poured out of the crescent-shaped wounds her nails had actually dug through the fabric of her gloves, dripping to the floor and forming small crimson pools. Fuko flicked away the liquid and looked up at the Nara with a frigid gaze. My loyalty lies with the fresh leaves of Konoha. I will not lie, Inazuma. I am rather insulted that you would think otherwise. But despite my misgivings with your method of finding out the truth, I understand your concern. She glanced at the door and her voice fell below a whisper. I'll take my leave. She spun on her heel and walked towards the exit, vaguely registering the sensation of someone reaching out to her before she shunshined out of the building, breaking into a hurried run in no particular direction. And that was why Naruto, hinged as Fuko, was, at the moment, spouting expletives like she wouldn't wake up tomorrow morning. Honestly, she couldn't say she was all that angry, though. No, angry didn't even scratch the surface. Frustrated, confused, sad, borderline depressed, yes. Angry she could have dealt with. All she would have had to do was go to the training grounds and blow a few trees up, maybe leave a few craters in her wake. But no, she felt like she wanted to cry, beat something, yell, rip her hair out, and lie on her bed in the fetal position, all at once. Her mind wandered, and she wondered if she was about to start her PRD. It would explain the mood shift, albeit only slightly. She never was the type to feel major changes during her cycle. She was brought out of her thoughts when she collided with a wall. No, it wasn't a wall, but it was a person. The two fell into the empty streets in a tangle of limbs, and Fuko groaned when she recognized who it was. Kakashi, what the F dash dot? She wasn't in any mood to deal with the copy Nin. Are you bringing me in? I'm pretty sure that, other than disrespecting the man, I didn't do anything that would warrant arrest, she hissed, partly because of the situation and partly because she was pretty sure that impact to her shoulder was going to leave it rather sore in the morning. Kakashi rubbed the growing bruise on the back of his head and quirked his eyebrow at her. What? Fuko growled. I didn't do anything. And I'm pretty sure the Hokage will back me up in this. Wait, Fuko, Kakashi attempted to placate her. I'm not here to bring you in or anything. I wanted to apologize, and I'm here to bring you back because I don't want to talk right now, Fuko snapped. She had a seal to make and her mind was already working out the diagram that she could remember. Maybe I should add a wind barrier in the fourth quadrant that might help to counter the foreign chakra and balance out my own purifying chakra. The silver-haired Jounin sighed as he stood up, offering Fuko a hand. She stared at the appendage. Well, Fuko didn't take his hand and stood up to dust herself off. Kakashi simply shrugged. Look, Kakashi, I'm sorry but I'm a colossal beach right now because I realized a few things that I really didn't need to realize at this point. It just added more sheet to my plate that I did not want to deal with. Kakashi smiled as he pointed to himself. Maybe I can help? Fuko shook her head. No. I don't have the time. I have this seal I want to finish before it gets too late. I need to get home to do so, so I'll see why. Maybe I can help, Kakashi repeated. I know some fuinjutsu. While we work on it, we can talk. Fuko's brow furrowed and she wondered if the man in front of her was a fake. Kakashi was never this outwardly supportive when she knew him. He always gave his support in inconspicuous ways. He used methods to aid her, Sakura, and Sasuke that wouldn't be discovered until days, weeks, months, sometimes years later. Most of all, he was never the type to sit down and talk. Trying to imagine Kakashi having a bastardized healing circle, we all talk about our problems and cry it out, was almost like trying to imagine Madara in a frilly pink dress skipping around yelling, I'm a pretty pink princess. Hey, not that bad but still. Well. Kakashi looked at her expectantly, and she realized she was gaping somewhat. Her jaw shut with an audible click, causing Kakashi to snicker a little. JRK. Fuko sighed, starting off towards the apartment the Sandaime provided for her. Fine. I guess that's fine. I'm kicking you out at 2200 hours though. I don't intend on going to sleep any later. Yes, Kakashi hummed, falling into step beside her. A small smile graced Fuko's face. She could almost imagine two other figures, one the apprentice of Tsunade with her brilliant pink hair and equally brilliant mind and personality. The other with his dark hair and eyes, equally dark mood, but hidden love and care that he showed on occasion for his teammates. She missed team despite herself, even though she knew they would be different. Even though she usually abhorred the idea of going back to square one with the two of them, she couldn't wait for Team 7 to become a reality, once again. Homake, what happened last night? AN. Takes place after the little confrontation at the Jounin HQ between Fuko and Shikaku. Okay, so, technically this actually happened. Couldn't find a place to fit it in the actual story, though, so bam, it's an omake. Kinda. Not really. You get the point. Features super vague as in, if you squint and tilt your head, you might see it, Naruto. Fuko Kakashi. Honestly, thinking about logistics that is so DM and creepy, adult mind in child's body be damned. She's still physically 11 in. There really is no romance though. Seriously. I like to think of it more like, oh hey, friendship and stuff. Yay. Well, we're here, Fuko announced with sarcastic cheer. Excuse any dust bunnies. I haven't been here for a few weeks, give or take a month, you see. Kakashi coughed as he entered the apartment. What? A month? His single eye was tearing up slightly and Fuko rolled her eyes. Yes, a few weeks. I've been running missions in case you didn't know. She walked over to the kitchen area. A cloud of dust greeted her and she felt the tingling urge to sneeze. But this is pretty bad. Yes, Kakashi replied curtly from the living room. Fine. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 clones popped into existence and Fuko pointed at each one. You, clean the kitchen so I can make some tea. You, clean the living room. You, clean the bathroom and try not to look at anything. I'd rather not have that visual when you pop. You two clean the bedrooms. The five saluted and went off to their assigned directions as Fuko grabbed her sealing materials and walked back into the living room, where Kakashi stood, trying his best to not breathe. Pansy! She watched as her clone rushed by with the vacuum cleaner, moving quickly and efficiently. Fuko spread out her materials on a clean area of floor and got to work. So, Kakashi walked over to a freshly dusted couch, seemingly happy that he was not accosted by a cloud of dust. What are the few things that you realized? Fuko rolled her eyes as she drew the base of the diagram. It's nothing. It certainly didn't seem like nothing. The pause. Alright, why do they bother you so much? Why were they added to the plate, instead of just discarded? Fuko hesitated before continuing to work on her seal. Why indeed? She knew it was guilt, but she had thought she dealt with the issue before she traveled to the past. She thought she had worked through her misgivings and managed to move on. She wouldn't have come back to the past if she hadn't thought she was completely free of emotional hindrances, and yet, is it guilt? Fuko sighed and nodded. Her hand did not stop, but she spoke in a low tone. Yes, it's guilt. Tell me, Kakashi, what is there to do about something that cannot be erased? Cannot be forgotten? The concept of moving on is beautiful, but sometimes we just cannot. Sometimes, simply living and straining everything to repress is the best we can do. We cannot accept what has happened, not until we find absolute closure. She wasn't facing him, so she did not notice, but Kakashi's eyes had widened as she spoke. When she finished, he was looking away at the bookshelf. I wouldn't know, he replied honestly. The clone who had finished cleaning the kitchen walked in with tea, handing a cup to Fuko and Kakashi. The silver-haired Jounin nodded in thanks as the clone dispersed itself. Kakashi nodded approvingly as he sipped the tea. It's a nice experience to be waited on by pretty blondes. Fuko froze for a second before scoffing. You don't even know what I look like. She tapped her mask, not bothering to face him as she painted her diagrams. Mask. Remember? The comment had unnerved her, she had to admit, but not for reasons that most would think. She had already gotten over the fact that her teacher was not exactly as she remembered him. Whether or not that was because she was Fuko, a fellow Jounin instead of Naruto, his student, remained to be seen, and didn't matter too much to her. No, what got to her was the fact that, in the future past, she had been told that she looked like a replica of her father, Namake's Minato. A somewhat more effeminate. Her father had been teased for looking rather feminine already, Minato with longer hair and a slightly more cherubish face. Even if he didn't see her face, the idea that Kakashi thought of her, someone who had been confused with father a handful of times, pretty, was immensely weird. Especially since her father was the silver-haired man's Jounin sensei. Kakashi hummed. Maybe you'll show me? Fuko snorted while dipping her brush into the ink. She wondered if she should try using the brushes her parents left her, someday. An eye for an eye. Like he'd ever show me. Sure. Fuko froze mid-slide, and she cursed when she realized the rather major mistake she had made. I almost had it too, she muttered. She scrapped the scroll and brought out a clean one, easily replicating the almost complete seal. Kakashi leaned over her shoulder from where he was seated and watched. You're very good, he commented. Thanks, she replied absently. Her mind was already focused on the seal in front of her, and she spared not even a shred of attention for her sensei. Maybe I should go for water or lightning. Fire and earth are definitely out. The former is destructive and I'd rather not burn her to a crisp. Earth is the least malleable out of all of the elements. A couple of strokes. Lightning would be the easiest to manipulate, but it isn't exactly a benign element. Water is the best choice, I think. Easy to manipulate, and the body is composed of mostly water. A few more strokes in the second quadrant. Yep, water it is. What is that for? Fuko jumped, but luckily her brush was hovering over the paper. Her seal was safe, and there was no wasted ink. She leveled a glare at the Hatake through her mask and growled. Kakashi, I'm not hosting a Fuinjutsu masterclass here. You came here to help me, not to question me. Kakashi chuckled. But you're clearly a certified master of fuinjutsu. I didn't think you were working with such advanced theory. Honestly, any input I give would be about as helpful as a genin giving taijutsu tips to Guy. Fuko smiled at that before resuming her work. Silence. Kakashi spoke in a quiet tone, breaking the quiet that had settled. What do you mean by absolute closure? Fuko shrugged. Whatever element it is that one needs to move on. The key to the puzzle. She lifted up her almost complete seal for him to see. He leaned in to study the intricate design. Just like this. The seal is aimed towards countering other seals, seals that permeate the skin and alter the chakra network. Poison can hold the answer to its cure. Naturally, my seal will have to just as invasive as the seal it's countering, so I needed to find an element that I could work with. Wind is my affinity, and I had to choose another element from fire, earth, water, and lightning. Obviously fire is out, since I don't want the subject to burn to a crisp. Earth is a little too stiff for this. Lightning might cause convulsions and other unwanted side effects. Water is the best choice, the key to completing my seal. She set her scroll back down and completed the seal, happy with her work. Why the main elements? Couldn't other elements be used? It's an idea, Fuko explained, but it's best to use elements that the user is familiar with, especially for this kind of seal since the element nature is channeled through the chakra used. If I were to try, say, adding magma in a seal, it would most likely rebound and melt me and the subject, inside out. Kakashi blinked. You can use all 5 of the primary elements? I've mastered all 5 of the primary elements, Fuko drawled. Kakashi blinked again. What? You heard me. She didn't bother turning around, but she could feel his gaze boring a hole in the back of her head. But that's... It takes years to master even one nature transformation, even one that isn't a fundamental weakness of the user. Kakashi combed a hand through his hair, letting out a frustrated groan. Heck, even with my Sharingan I've only mastered 3, Katon isn't quite there, and I've never been able to properly use Futon. Fuko beamed beneath her mask. Kakashi had never complimented her progress so blatantly in her past. Heck, he never complimented anyone. The closest she had gotten was when he had told her and Sakura, "You've improved." She'd be lying if she said that hearing praise from the man wasn't extremely gratifying. Thanks, she waved off the lingering elation, but I've completed my seal. Time to go, Lightning Boy. Kakashi had opened his mouth to press the issue about her mastery on nature transformation but halted at the mention of her seal. Oh, it's done. Yeah, and it's better than ever too. Fuko chirped. She gazed fondly at her work, even if it wasn't one of her more complex seals, probably only around high B rank or low A rank, she still loved it. Her appreciation for seals was a reason why she never made them on the fly. If she was placed in the middle of the battlefield with a scroll and ink, she would be too busy admiring her work to realize an enemy was behind her, ready to reduce her to various chunks of viscera. Okay, she wasn't that bad, but the more complex seals shouldn't be made in the middle of a battlefield, anyway. Kakashi took one last look at the scroll before standing up, shaking his head. Yeah, it's a little too complicated for me to make out completely. You explained to me the theory, but I think I'd have to put in a few more years of fuinjutsu study before I could break this one apart. He whistled. A master of nature transformation and fuinjutsu. You're just full of surprises. Oh, enough of the praises. Fuko waved a hand dismissively before going back to looking at the seal. But yeah, this one is layered. Only 2 layers, but still layered nonetheless. One is a failsafe to prevent it from backfiring on me or the subject. The other is the seal's main purpose. A short silence descended between the two as Fuko ogled her work. You know, Kakashi drawled. I was serious. Fuko looked up from her completed scroll, still drunk on the happiness of having completed it. I'd show you my face if you showed me yours. He clarified. And with that he disappeared in a poof of smoke. Fuko stared at the empty space that the silver-haired jounin once occupied before heaving a sigh. Even if she changed her Chihenge's face to look different from her 20-year-old self, she wouldn't do it. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't still somewhat curious about what her sensei looked like under the mask, but childish curiosity was something easily discarded when weighed against the integrity of her plan. Fuko had to become someone well-known, someone powerful, someone elusive, and befriending Kakashi would put a damper on that plan. Fuko sighed, rolling up the scroll and preparing it for Delvu. She had to wait. She couldn't meet him, not yet, otherwise she risked ruining the timeline. Naruto could wait. She'd have her sensei back eventually. She just had to wait.